Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls who don't step in the game. This is ShadowFox Infinite, and I have with me the mega gamer man himself. And I'm just trying to catch up on a couple of things because there's been quite a few topics and stuff that I haven't really gone over, and there haven't been any videos in a while because they need to be edited and uploaded, and I'm not there to edit them right now. So, without any further ado, Mega Gamer Man, would you like to give your intro?
Hi, how's it going? Yeah, it's me, Mega Gamer Man.
Outstanding.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Great to see you, man. It's good.
likewise. How you been, man? Because I've only seen you from afar lately. I've been away from the gamers at large, if you will. I was not at large.
Well, I've been actually playing a lot Killer Instinct lately.
Hello?
So
Good.
that's something.
Hello,
Hey,
Casey.
Casey.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's wrong? Hey, Casey, go ahead and give your intro. We just started.
Are we live?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, damn. I was planning on telling you guys that I wouldn't be able to come here because I'm working on my next review now.
Oh, well, that's fine. It doesn't matter. This is ShadowCast, man. Nobody gives a shit. We just here.
Oh, okay.
Fucking
Well,
shit.
It's always live. Everything's a go.
okay. Well, okay. Whatever you guys say, I don't agree.
Works for me.
Yeah, you have to, get inside on every subject that you make. And maybe if I'm done with the review, I may join in later. What are we talking about?
Just pretty much everything that has already been talked about because I haven't given any of my views on it of late. So we can go down the list of anything for the most part because I haven't been on to speak about any of the topics in the past 6 weeks maybe. So yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, right now I'm working, so yeah, since right after I'm done, I'll make sure that you guys are on and maybe come back later.
No problem, man. If you want to, you
Yeah.
can go ahead and stay on. I don't care. You can work in the background or whatever, make noise. Like I said, I'll just.
I'm gonna be doing some voiceover, so I don't think you guys will appreciate that. Yeah.
It'd just be a
So
large echo, I guess.
yeah. So well, anyways, yeah. Well, can I do some shameless plug now?
Go ahead.
Well, this is Casey Liston. I'm right now working on my next review. It may be available in like 2 hours or less. Subscribe to my channel if you like indie games and PC games and games in general, but those mainly. Well, see you later, guys.
All right, later, man.
All right.
All right.
All right, so I guess we'll go ahead and roll with it. The first thing I want to do is kind of give a back brief for anybody else that hasn't followed me for the past couple weeks or whatever. My last interaction with YouTube was a interview slash debate slash discussion slash I need to put up some type of podcast with King Grimpashi. Apparently, I didn't know this until the end of the podcast. Apparently, he was being used to suggest whether or not I was quote unquote worthy to talk to the Predator. So, and I guess some of the things we went over were the whole new 3DS issue with all the SD card crap and whatnot, and that turned out to not even need to be an issue at all because there's a full diagram of what you need to do on Nintendo.com. Like you can do everything without even touching the card now. So, I don't even know why we discussed that. In retrospect, anyway. And one of the other things was I've never touched on Active Gamer Life's new movement, which is the We Have a Voice thing. And so me and King Rinpoche talked about it a little bit, and we got more into an argument and discussion about why somebody would want to not have a Nintendo game at all just because it doesn't have voice chat. With being it the pedigree of Nintendo and their products, they don't. The last bad game I think they produced was probably one of the Kirby games, and I don't know which one that was. I think it was whichever the one was before Triple Deluxe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, no, because Return to Dreamland is actually really good.
Return to Dreamland was good. One of them got kind of, it didn't get panned, but it got some low scores for some other places. But then other people kind of praised it, so it hovered around that 60% range. I don't know which one it is right now. I probably have to look on Metacritic and see. But the only other game I can think of in recent memory that got a mediocre score that was published by them anyway was Chibi Robo. So. Yeah, other than that, I mean, like, I just don't. My thing was, how can you go and say that I'm going to take the gamble and not buy this game at all, knowing full well that it's going to be good whether it has the voice chat or not, because I want it.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Like, okay, just because I want Xbox Live, right? And Xbox Live is down, that doesn't mean I'm not going to play Sunset Overdrive. If you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, you know what, I'm not going to play the 360 version of Skyrim because Xbox Live is down, so I'm just not going to do that. I have to have Xbox Live on, even though the game has nothing to do with that for the most part. Yeah, I just don't want to. I'm just not going to play it on Xbox right now. I'll wait till Xbox Live comes back on. That makes no sense.
You know, it's really where I would see the Soul Splatoon situation. I mean, I'm one of those guys that were kind of pissed that there's no voice chat, but I'm still getting the game because I know it's going to be fun as frick. So, you know, just to have the whole reason of not getting the game. Now, I understand there's ways of businesses that how they go. No one knows how Nintendo actually, how their real business is. Yeah, we can see it from the outside, from somewhat. But nobody really knows how it goes down on the inside unless you've been there. And yes, if it's like where they have this business decision where you know, if we keep buying this and you know I guess accept it, then you know we're gonna get more games that you know would require some interaction to not have these type of features like voice chat and such, and that would keep on continuing. I can get that. And also, there's another way of, there's just another, how can I say that? Another way this could happen where the game sales sucked so bad that they're never gonna make another one.
Yeah.
So this is just, I'm kind of seeing it's coming 50-50. But honestly, if it should just be like this now. This is why I liked when Active brought that thing back. His movement, and that is just at least let us have some cross voice chat functionality. If the 360 could do it, the Wii U can do it definitely.
Most definitely.
Yeah, and honestly, to boycott and not fund this new IP that you know it's good, it's been getting even more praise since PAX East. And I know T definitely went to go play that freaking. Lucky ass. But you know, it was fun. Everybody who goes and plays this game is just like, it's so much fun. It's amazing. I love it. I can't wait to get it. That's what every single time you hear when these people play it. And you know, to be like, oh, it has no voice chat. Okay. I mean, I'm upset. That's a feature that honestly in this kind of game, you know. It kind of needs it, but you know, is that going to stop me from getting the whole game in general? No, because I know even without the voice chat, I know it will be with like friends and stuff, but even without the voice chat and randoms, I'm still going to have fun. You know?
Yeah.
So that's just what all goes down is when you get a game, you get it because you decided, hey, I like it, I want to play it. And let's go. You know, that's how I go.
Most definitely, most definitely. And yeah, I'll go ahead and open the question bar on the side. I guess if we have any viewers other than the one I'm currently tracking right now, you can go ahead and leave questions, and I suppose we'll get around with them. So, yeah, not one just popped up. So, this one right here. Oh, this is Player Essence. So. Yeah, he was saying that Nintendo never said it was not voice chat in the game, and it's probably it may be the case like how Mario Kart was, like the whole lobby thing or whatever, or it could be voice chat in game. Like we don't know until later on, until they actually Nintendo's to the point where you won't find out until launch day. So
I mean,
there's no way to
I think their page is open, the Splatoon page. But mostly they would update it more as we get closer to release. So you really can't like go. Nobody can really go like, oh, this is not gonna have this. It's not gonna have this. And I know one of these days during one, either I would say next month, or close in May, where the game actually does launch. They're probably gonna have a direct about it. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that kind of brings up a technical issue I kind of want to go over a little bit, right? So, fellow gamer at large member brought it to everybody's attention about a year ago. That would be our good friend. His name escapes me right now, and I do not know why. Quan Manchu. He let us know for the most part. I kind of forgot about it. It was announced in like early 2012, and they made a formal announcement sometime in November of 2012. That video was they were the brainchild behind the Wii U chat feature. So the whole video chat client that's in Wii U is made by them. That was a custom deal that Nintendo worked with Video. And for those that are not aware, Video basically engineered everything that happens in video and audio on the Google Hangouts. What we're using right now was made by them. So a lot of the SDKs and stuff have obviously been updated since then, but that doesn't mean they don't have that capability. And with Wii U being the way that it is, and with it being HTML5 bound, there is nothing stopping anybody from using any of the HTML5 tools to create either a voice chat client in the browser, if you will. Whether or not that can happen concurrently while a game is running it remains to be seen. But I'm fairly sure that Nintendo knows the answer to that question. And if it isn't able to do it right now, I'm fairly sure they will be able to enable it in the update. So that in itself may be the only way to solve the we have a voice problem, because otherwise in the system itself, the way that it's designed, like you can't run certain processes without basically Nintendo say so, because they divided the RAM up, and half of the OS is using a completely different processor than the game is using. So those things are, one thing is turned off, one thing is turned on, and it's a lot of segregation of the system back and forth. And so what I've been looking at was the HTML5 tools themselves, and one of them I think it's called Get RPC or something like that. I think that's the name of it. You could take that SDK and build your own VoIP client if you wanted to. If you wanted to build your own version of TeamSpeak, because TeamSpeak is really cluttered right now, and it's pretty heavy on resources. You could build your own and make it real lightweight, throw it in a browser, or in some cases, if it's an online game, you could throw it in the game and have it overlay over the game if you know how to code pretty well, and you can have your own in-game chat client, and it's pretty light on resources. So I just don't understand. The problem is twofold here, because it would take Nintendo's attention. It would require them to renegotiate a lot of deals that they had already cut for all their online infrastructure. So ITV, for all the things they did with Nintendo Network and on Nintendo TV, and the back end of Miiverse. It would take the deals that they cut with the bootleg Opera browser that they have right now. I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of licenses they had to sign to be able to develop that browser, and as well as all the other plugins, YouTube and things like that they had to get different licenses for to make happen. But that will have to happen. They will have to throw some kind of money behind it, because it will be an in-house development project, and that's the only way that could really work. And that's kind of I hate to say that's a catch-22, but basically if they don't make it a focus, it's not going to happen, or if it does happen, it's going to be an afterthought and be shoddy. So I mean, you might as well stick to the little bit of voice chat we have in the games now on Wii U. And that's kind of the problem. Not to be a negative Nancy about the We Have a Voice thing. I think it's a great movement. I think people really should show that they're speaking with their dollars. And Red and I came up with a wonderful idea the way that he did it, because he's like, hey, here's a pic with all the stuff I bought from you, dude. Can I please get this one thing on this platform? I clearly have the platform and multiple extra things that I didn't have to buy with this platform. They're all arranged in this picture, and guess what? It's more than just me. There's like 100+ people, showing these same kind of videos, showing you, look, we're here, we want it. And I'm fairly sure there are a lot of people out here that haven't taken pictures that, that follow me or follow you or what have you, and they also want to join in on the movement, and they would definitely say yes to you creating this application. So please, can you do it? Please, can you listen?
Because it's mainly where I see it like this. Nintendo, their games, they do it. They do it. They do it. They make them. They're great. Of course, not all of them. But it just comes to where if I understand sometimes feedback from fans is bad, because let's look at examples. Sonic 06. That's just one. And it's just where we just need feedback on what we can do to improve it. Because right now we're entering the third year, right? And I really feel like this console has more of a longevity than the Wii, actually. I think it could at least go up to 8 years, because I honestly don't think this console will never ever be done in about like another 2 years or 3 years. So they could do a lot more. Let me see. Like when they first showed the video chat, I was really excited. Because I was like, oh shoot, does that mean like some kind of? I was just putting stuff in my head at the time. Would it be like some kind of cross-game video chat, something like that? Since you have the gamepad and all this, and then of course no, it was just a one-on-one call. And I really found that to be disappointing that it's a one-on-one call instead of a full-on like at least group call. Like
it's almost like a step back, because even We Speak was multiple people.
Yeah, the Wii Speak was multiple people. Yeah, I know that didn't have a camera, but you can still chat with multiple people. And the PS3 had a chat feature where you can speak up to with 5 other people. So and you can put your video camera on and whatever if you had one and such. So that's one thing where I'm just like, why didn't they do that? Now, I understand that actually you want to kind of went and try to bring these ideas of like these kind of console features, but of course the higher ups decided not to. Yeah. And because they want to stay traditional, which I understand, but it's always good to move on. Honestly, it really is. It's like it's not 1990. We're finally in what? We're now in like the fifth. Like from 2000, we're already in the 15th year. That was quick. And now we really are wanting to get all this stuff. We're not really asking for much. It's just a simple cross game chat feature. It's not really anything. We're not asking for like, oh, we want to have like cross game chat with 3DS and with the Wii, and then we want to have like a full on like streaming service and blah 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 blah. No, we're not doing that. We're just simply saying, hey, can we just have this one thing? And that's really why I'm really liking this movement. And I'm about to actually update my photo because of course I got more amiibos, and I actually got this GameStop Smash Brothers poster. If you ever saw those in your GameStop, and I mean, yeah, it's just Nintendo has to really start listening more. I'm not gonna say get with the times like most people do. I'm just gonna say they have to kind of listen more. Try to expand their horizons. Try to come up with many options as possible. You know, it's always good to have options. People out there are like, hey, no, Nintendo's perfect. They're fine the way they are. Blah 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 blah. Everything's fine with the content. No, not really. It's just
I think they're good. I think they're good with listening. Well, at least NOA is. It's just
NOA.
Their hands are tied with regards to what they propose and what NCL actually approves, and that's a time. That's just going to be a process. Like if anybody's been, if you've done anything with regards to business or anything with regards to anything where projects or any types of processes are in place, things have to be approved and they have to be looked over, and you have to basically do an analysis on what are the ramifications, positive and negative, of making this action. And it takes a while for especially people not speaking English to mull over.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Bear Herger, what's going on, man?
How you doing, man?
Welcome to the motherfucking ShadowCast.
Sorry, just popping on in here, man. I just got back from the store, so I saw the invite, so I was like, oh, okay. I thought maybe you were just in a normal hangout. Shit, my bad.
No problem, man. Yeah, this is ShadowCast, man, so it's just like a regular hangout anyway. Whatever the fuck's on your mind, man. It's all good.
Well, one thing I want to add to what Rosa was just talking about with the whole Wii U Speak, or no, sorry, the Wii U Speak, the Wii Speak thing that came with Animal Crossing, and then, of course, what's the debacle that's going on right now. They could very well do an update. I mean, Microsoft did it last gen, right? Because remember, like the old school dashboard or the blade dash, what the heck you want to call it there? It was just private chat. You know what I mean? It was only one-on-one, whatever the case may be, and it wasn't until like 3 years in is when they finally brought out party chat.
Party chat, yeah.
Yeah. So Nintendo could very well do the same thing. I mean, they're going on their third year now. Maybe at E3 they might announce something that they might be doing an overhaul of the actual interface. Who knows, right? I mean, like they did it with the 3DS in the sense of themes, so I mean, I'm sure they can do something like that towards the Wii U, where it does actually, they do come up with an application, or they might do something. Hell, even with Google, who knows?
Yeah, they worked with Google to make the YouTube app, and that was awesome when I first saw that in Mario Kart. I was like, okay, wow, this is awesome. Honestly, It was a one-off, but they spent the money and the time to make that work, and it succeeded. Mm-hmm. So there's nothing stopping them from say, I mean, personally, I would be just fine if they were able to update the browser where I can run Google Hangouts in it and play a game and just run Google Hangouts that way.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Man.
But the other thing is the backdoor, if you will. We know for a fact that while playing a game, Miiverse is still running.
Yep.
So, and Miiverse is web-based. So, if there could be a plugin in Miiverse, if you're following me,
yeah, I'm following you.
That could possibly be your your way in, and that could be our quote unquote "we have a voice" victory.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Yeah, any form of cross chat that can actually work, that we can play our games, we can still hear people, we can still talk to people via the mic, whether it be a headset or whether it be on the actual gamepad itself. That whole entire movement that's going on right now with We Have a Voice is already achieved.
Even outside of a game, how awesome would it be to go into a Miiverse community and press a headset button?
That would be dope. That would be pretty cool. Like, hey, everybody in here? Yo, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, they're
pretty tight, man.
They just started doing that crap on the Xbox One. If you notice, they kind of like, hey, we like screenshots too. Hey, we like game communities too. Let's make them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so I think Nintendo can easily come out with some kind of firmware update to allow it. I think they're just holding it off. And like you said yourself, it takes a while for them to, work on something like that, get it pre-approved and everything else like that. So if it's going to take a while, yeah, it's going to take a while. I mean, Nintendo is, you said it yourself, that they are good with listening to what we are saying, even though some of the actual things that they have been doing lately have been kind of questionable, like the whole Splatoon thing, and the YouTube thing that's going around and whatnot. It's been kind of unsettling with a lot of people. But as far as the whole YouTube thing goes, I have noticed that they're a lot more lenient on the whole match party or match content ID stuff now, because like my what do you call it there? My footage that I put up for Kirby and the Rainbow Curse never got touched. My footage, a couple of videos that I put up recently there for Tipping Stars never got touched.
I think it's more the music than anything else, though.
Yeah,
like if it's something they spent money on, like if you played Mario Galaxy probably content ID match. If you play Mario Kart, probably content ID match.
Yeah.
Because you're giving away the entire soundtrack by playing.
That's
Exactly.
strange.
Now, I
Then
noticed
I
that too. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that because I've actually had a gameplay footage of me playing Smash Brothers with no music in the background. Never got touched. The very next a week later, when I did the live stream there for New Year's, my friend live streamed the entire thing on my account and or on my YouTube page, and that got flagged.
Yeah, I think they're more like the IPs themselves. They know they make money. It doesn't matter whether anybody else moves it around
Yeah,
or
it's the
not
music,
because it's
yeah.
just more exposure for their characters.
Yeah.
The more times you see a Mario character walking around on YouTube or what have you, the more exposure that character gets. So I think they're starting to understand it. But when it comes to like music and other things like that, or very particular things that they don't even let the press show. Like,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff is probably going to get snatched.
Yeah, because people complained and cried about the whole entire fact that like Bayonetta 2 and Smash Brothers wasn't on like the whole list of supported games on their content or their creators program. Yeah, I can understand why people are pissed, but it makes sense to Nintendo because let's just say, for example, like, because since there are third-party characters in Smash Brothers, Sega can easily go and say, hey, we want a piece of that. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Same with like Bayonetta. You know, if Platinum Games ever sat there and gave that license away to somebody else, or not license, but or if that game ever decided to come on any of their platforms, Nintendo was screwed. Same goes with like Sonic Boom. Same goes with any other exclusive stuff or characters, even from like companies like Xenoblade with Monolith. What if they were to back out? You know, they decide to sit there and say, you know what, we're done with Nintendo, let's move on. They could easily sit there and say, hey, you know what, we want a piece of all the money that Xenoblade has given you guys, you know, via YouTube and whatnot. Nintendo's just you know, saving their own butt. That's all they're
really
doing.
Strange. I've uploaded like multiple Smash stuff with the music. I never got copyrighted for it.
It depends on the
Bayonetta
song.
2.
It depends on the song.
Bayonetta 2. Oh, there was a bunch of Fire Emblem, and let me see. I know Sega would have gotten into that because freaking they own freaking Crush 40.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really really weird, man.
So
How they like.
I mean, Bayonetta 2 even. You know.
Yeah,
I never got copyrighted.
I had a couple clips of Bayonetta 2. I never got flagged for any of that shit.
I did a full-on walkthrough, and I didn't
there you
even.
go.
I never even did. I never even had copyright claim.
Yeah, so like my advice would be is if you don't want to get your stuff freaking like, you know, match content ID, if there's a way, or there's always a way because you can just strip the music directly out of it, or you can mute your sound or talk over it, whatever when you're doing commentary, it doesn't matter. But if the game allows you to, you know, turn off the music in the game, do it that way. Specifically if you're playing a Nintendo IP, because chances are if you are going to get flagged for your video, it's gonna be freaking something music related. Not just Nintendo just slapping the freaking content on it and saying "fuck you," you know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's got to be. From what I've been seeing lately, you pretty much have to be really egregious to get the ban hammer from them. Like, I could understand it with Bayonetta because you're giving away like critical plot points and things like that. Like, don't go and show like chapter 10 and chapter 12 and things like that of Bayonetta, man. Just like the demo areas.
Yeah, or even the multiplayer. Even the multiplayer is fine. Well, no, actually, no, because there are bosses in there, so that's spoilers too as well.
Yeah, and they don't, you know, that'll probably go away in like a year. I mean, you know, but it just makes a lot of sense because those are the things that they embargo for the press before the game comes out, and they obviously don't want that. I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of people. I think the publisher actually complained too, but a lot of people didn't buy Catherine because you could just go online and watch the entire game.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like
that's what I mean. Like Let's Plays, I think definitely to a degree can hinder on, you know, a lot of the sales because people will watch somebody's Let's Plays and judge it on that and say, you know what, I don't feel like playing this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's crazy. Like people just like I just wanted the story of Catherine, so they just went on YouTube and watched it. And you never have
a sale. Yeah,
because the game is actually hard.
Hard as balls, man.
Some of those puzzles you got to go is ridiculous. So a person that plays that and is like, you know what, fuck this. They'll just go on YouTube and watch the because they're interested in the story. So it boggles the mind, man.
It does. It's really really weird the way I don't know. It's fucked up. I'll just say that because before Nintendo was really like extremely critical on that stuff, but now it just seems like they're a lot more. They're kind of easing out of it a bit. You know what I mean? And I think their program itself. I think like after beta's done, either they're just gonna say fuck it, or they're just gonna either keep doing it, but they're gonna make the rules a lot less stricter, I think, in my opinion, because they obviously, they've heard the backlash, like people like big namers like Biggie and what's it, Boogie, sorry, and like PewDiePie and a couple other people that have actually made legitimate complaints about the actual program. I'm sure Nintendo will read that stuff, at least in Nintendo of America, and now will get sent back up to them. You know what I mean? Then they might adjust it accordingly. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. 'Cause, I mean, was it June? I think it's when the beta's done for the Creators Content Program. So so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. I mean, I was part of it for a little while, then I kind of I was like, I got fed up with like having to wait for my stuff to be pre-approved. So I just deactivated my account and I said, fuck it.
Oh man. Well, I guess the other thing I wanted to talk about, I kind of talked about on another ShadowCast, but I didn't really go in depth on it for reasons I really can't discuss right now. But it was the whole gaming industry, or how can I say this, the journalism that's going around.
Oh God!
Anybody that has followed Gamergate or any other kind of crap knows exactly what's going on. And I was listening to the most recent podcast by Terminator Juice, and I thought it was funny when he called out Jose Otero, because I was thinking about the same thing myself, and I was like, I wonder what they're going to do, because Smash Brothers came out and they hadn't got a chance to play the online yet because Nintendo had everything was turned off because they didn't want anybody playing it early. Because the first thing that's going to happen is everybody's going to get review codes and they're hopping online and they're before the game came out, so they locked it to where only day one. If you preloaded the game and you downloaded or whatever, then you could start playing at midnight. But other than that, there were no review copies had the online on it.
So IGN has never actually done a thorough review for the online yet.
They did a review on the game without the online at the time. I don't know if they went back and changed it or not, but the fact that they went ahead. Or I'll put it this way, they were going to hold the review back. They weren't going to do it. They were going to wait until the online was there. But they went ahead and gave Grand Theft Auto 5 a 10 without with it missing half of the game.
Yeah, because see, damn well if they would have sat there and waited for like the actual online to be there, they would have freaking knocked. They probably still would have gave it a fucking perfect score, knowing how IGN is. Yeah. They don't care. Oh yeah, they'll fix the online. It'll be fine in the next couple of days. Perfect score, 10 out of 10. Here you go, motherfuckers. It's like, really, dude?
Even when it's working well, it's broken because the execution it isn't right. But it just blows my mind how you can pick and choose certain things that you do. I've seen Mario games dock points for not having original ideas, and then the same person that reviewed that game will go and review a Gears of War clone and say it's awesome. Like, what is this?
Dude, it's the same thing. Like, what was it there? Late last night, the embargo got lifted for Codename Steam. And GameStop gave it a frickin' 4. Everybody else gave it like a frickin' 7, 7.5. I think a couple sites gave it a fucking 8 or something. I think a couple other sites gave it like a 5 or a 6 around there. And so I go on IGN, I was on IGN. I looked at their site. Their review was pretty decent. They had a couple of quarrels, but whatever. It is what it is. But these guys here, like, their points are retarded. His combat controls are finicky and unpredictable. Minimum progression system encourages safe, boring play. Underdeveloped story and little character development. Forgettable enemies and uninspired level designs.
That sounds like Destiny to me.
Yeah, yeah. And Destiny got a high score too as well.
They said that. What did they say for the gameplay? It was like boring and slow paced, right?
Yeah.
You ever played a strategy game?
But here's the thing, though. Destiny is one of the games that causes the highest traffic on IGN. It has the most ads on IGN, and in addition to that, the review of the game brought the site through the roof. So, and they have a guide for Destiny on there, which generates a shitload of hits. I have a strange feeling that Codename Steam is not going to be like that in any one of those facets. So they probably have a safe bet in not giving it a great score or telling the quote-unquote truth about it and not about the other game that is more descriptive.
Yeah, this is not the first time. Like GameStop lately, like the last 4 games that have come out after like the initial like ones that we got like throughout the holiday with Bayonetta,
I
Smash
take it you're
Brothers,
meaning GameSpot.
GameSpot. Yeah, I don't know what it is with this site. Like you know, like they did well with like Smash to give it a 9. They gave Hyrule Warriors an 8. They gave Bayonetta 2 a perfect score. Blah blah blah. But the moment the new year kicked in and we got our first game, which was Kirby. That they gave that a 6, and the most ridiculous bullshit. The girl basically just said the game was too hard for her. She
Yeah, I
couldn't figure
heard
out the
about
controls. I think to myself, first of all, if you're gonna knock down the score because you suck at a game, you're doing your fucking review wrong.
That's what
Like
Kevin McDonald did with Wonderful 101.
yeah, and they gave Mario vs. Donkey Kong Tipping Stars a 5, saying that the game was too easy, no originality, and that fucking that there was I forget what their other points were, man. But yet they barely even touched upon how good the replay value is in that game. And that's one thing I'm starting to see a trend of that a lot of reviewers would do is that they'll never ever come out and say, okay, regardless of the score. I never look at the scores anyway, except for when I have to, just for the shits and giggles and see what they give it. But I never actually buy a product based on what they give it, because to me it's usually always 100% bullshit 90% of the time. But still, I hate reviewers that don't sit there and go into detail on telling you like, okay, this mode will last you this long, this extra will last you this long, or this you got this you can do that would definitely add the replay. You see where I'm going with that? But
Yeah.
any other time when a regular game comes out for Sony or Microsoft, it gets praised up the ass, gets all these amazing scores. Well, not as of late, sorry, I should say. But before then, there used to be a lot of games that would come out that these sites would give so much praise for, blah 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 blah. And then,
no. They still get good scores considering because these games came out and should have got zeros because they were broken.
And they still got 8.5.
Yeah, and they gave it. Yeah, these games came out and there were games that came out that were literally unplayable. IGN gave daggone Dragon Age Inquisition Game of the Year, and it has a game-breaking bug that's still there when you create a character.
What?
It's still there.
Yeah, that reminds me of the first game of Origins. There was a game-breaking glitch in Origins too as well. That was there for a while. There was even a DLC freaking glitch too as well. That there was certain like trophies you couldn't get with the DLC or something like that, and they didn't fix it for the longest time.
At least in the Mass Effect games, like you have to work really hard to break that game. Like to get out of, you have to really like try to go inside walls and all this other kind of stuff to get stuck, or try to get in a really bad situation and see if it auto saves and keeps you stuck in that bad situation. Like you have to really go out of your way to break those games. And I don't understand how a game with pretty much the same engine and pretty much from the same studio is having so many problems just because it's, I don't know, a medieval game. I don't understand that at all.
It doesn't make any sense, man. I mean, but I don't know. That's one of the main reasons why I find it funny now. Like, in a way, I'm glad, but at the same time, I find it to be pathetic now. Like, all the Sony fan base are now trying to disregard reviews now because of the whole Order 1886. I mean, I've been doing that since day one. Since I first started a game, I never buy games based on reviews. But when I'm seeing the Sony side, which when they sat there all last gen and used Metacritic and other review scores to justify a quality of a game, the moment one game that comes out that's exclusive to their system and only be able to be on their system, they think it's like the entire world just like is against this, this fan base, so they automatically just sit there and shun every review that comes out for the Order, when the actual reviews are actually legit. Like, they're not trashing the game to the point where, oh, the game just flat out sucks and they never played it. They played it, they gave their personal opinion on it, and yeah, it does not live up to what the game was supposed to entail. And now so many fans out there are getting so butthurt about it. They're on that defense paralysis. Yet the funny thing is, though, you don't see Nintendo fans doing that when games like Donkey Kong got a 6. You don't see that when Kirby and Rainbow Curse got a 6 or low scores or whatever the hell game and case may be. It's only when the Sony fan does it. I have no idea what the hell their problem is. I don't get it. But it is nice to see that people are starting to get into their head now that not always reviews are the best reliable sources to buy a game.
Well, here's what makes it even worse. Even after they quote-unquote pan a game or give it a disappointing score, they then go and apologize. Why? And try to explain why they get. I'm like, you never did this for the Donkey Kong game that we're talking about. You never did this for Chibi Robo. You never did this for Kirby Canvas. You never did this.
Yeah, IGN just recently did it there when after they got done doing their review for the Order and they knocked it down to like a 6.5 or something like that. For the last couple of weeks now, they've been making video after video after video explaining it exactly. But yeah, you're right. Where's the one for Donkey Kong there, GameSpot? How come you sat there and bashed that game because the person that played it sucks?
Exactly.
Okay. Fucking dumb, dude.
I'm kind of, while we're on the topic, the one of the most recent things that happened, that's kind of stuck in my mind right now. Jose Otero released a new top 25 Wii U games list, and for some reason, both Sega All Stars Racing, Disney Infinity, and I think one other game. No, just Disney Infinity and Sega All Stars Racing for some reason were rated higher than Wonderful 101.
What the fuck? No.
Yeah. The last game on the list, the 25th game on the list, is Wonderful 101.
Jose Otero is a fucking idiot. Now, if he sat there and said, "Oh, this is not in any order," then I would easily accept that. But knowing how IGN is, if that's a 25 list, that's the bottom of the fucking shit pile, and that's not right.
I could kind of understand it, but at the same point in time, I can't really agree with it. But he put Mario Kart at number 1, and I can't. To me personally, I would put 3D World at number 1 before I put Mario Kart at number 1. I could see why it could be considered Game of the Year, but it had to compete with Bayonetta 2, and it had to compete with Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Like, and both of those games were the best in their genre for several years. Like, there's nothing that comes close to Tropical Freeze with regards to pure platforming that isn't a Mario game. There's nothing that comes close to Bayonetta 2 as far as an action game goes. So really? I don't understand. And they were like down on the list. They weren't even they weren't in the top 5 from what I understand. I think Bayonetta 2 was number 8 or something like that. And I don't get it. I don't get it. And there were some games that he tended. Basically, there were no third-party games listed there, with the exception of Batman Arkham Origins. Like, none of the games that basically made up the top 25 list for Xbox One and PlayStation 4 are there. So Call of Duty Ghosts isn't there, even though it's on the PlayStation list or whatever. So I'm trying to figure out, are you trying to say that Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing is a better game or is a better experience on the Wii U than Call of Duty is on the PlayStation? Like, when they come up with these lists, I mean, say what you will. I mean, Nintendo still had third-party games from 2012 to the beginning of 2014. So, vast majority of games that came out that were either launch titles or 6-month titles on the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One were also on the Wii U. Like, I hope it never is, but if for whatever reason, if Watch Dogs was on a top 25 games list for Xbox One and PlayStation 4, then it also should be on the Wii U, unless everything above, unless it's number 26 and everything else is Nintendo titles for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But for you to put, come on, Disney Infinity, really? I mean, it is a great game. It's wonderful, and it actually does have several advantages to being on the Wii U versus the other 2 platforms. So I really do not agree with any of his. I mean, I can go down the list. I can pull it up real quick because it's kind of confusing. It's really
actually, you know what? Yeah, do that, because I want to see what other games he has on there. Because I mean, 25. I mean, like, so far, I mean, I've been going back and playing a lot of the third-party games that came out like near launch before third-party split. Like, I've been playing Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Yeah, I know it's got like some frame rate issues and whatnot, but I'm enjoying the fuck out of the multiplayer for that game. I picked up Splinter Cell Blacklist. They did a damn good job on that game. The online's actually working now. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. To me, when everybody sat there and said, people are still saying this today, like, oh, Reggie promised us. He said that at the very get-go off the offset before the Wii U even fucking launched. The thing is, though, he did actually fucking give us the third-party games. It's not his fault that third parties fucking bailed. So he did actually keep that promise, only it was short-lived, yeah, but don't keep saying that Reggie promised, when he did, and we did get third-party games, but it's not Reggie's fault that third-party split.
And not just on the Wii U, it happened on the 3DS as well.
Yeah,
like 3DS came out the gate with Dead or Alive. It came out the gate with Street Fighter 4. There hasn't been. That's the only platform that got a Nintendo platform that got Street Fighter 4.
Yeah, yeah. No Wii U version, none of that shit. Capcom just doesn't give a flying fuck. But why they would release it for a handheld, I don't know. I played the handheld version of it, and it works pretty goddamn well, and pretty decent in 3D. But outside from that, it's just like whatever. Just
And it's still selling, by the way.
it
Apparently,
is actually, yeah, it is. Yeah, I remember seeing that article about 2 months ago. Actually, that Capcom said, "Oh, the 3DS version of Street Fighter is still selling, surprisingly." But
like
that's the thing.
So maybe there's an audience on Nintendo platforms, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing. People always sit there and they always forget the fact that when it comes to any game, whether it be exclusive or first party, multiplats tend to die off on their own eventually on Nintendo's platforms. Why? I don't know. But when it comes to exclusives and when it comes to first party games, they always sell throughout the entire generation. Whereas on the other platforms, it'll sell strong right off the offset for the first maybe 2 to 3 weeks, and then it lingers down to like pretty much basically like maybe 10,000 a week, and then flatlined. Nothing else for the entire fucking generation. People are complaining about Bayonetta 2 right now, saying how, oh, you know, Nintendo fans, they hyped up this game and no one bought it. It's like, look, 60 was
still selling.
630,000 it's up to right now. But here's the funny thing. When people went back and did their fucking research and go and look and see how many freaking sales within the same time frame that Part 2 has been out now for like what, fucking going on 5.5 months because it came out in October, right?
Yep.
So if you look at October, whatever the hell the date was, 28, I think it was, or something like that. So let's say 5.5 months. November, December, January.
This
February,
month will be 5.
Yeah, 5 months. So yeah, 4.5 months right now. If you look at that compared to the same time frame in both the PS3 and the Xbox 360 version, right, of the original game, and you will see that it's night and fucking day. So people are going to sit there and say that the Wii U version is selling like shit because no one wants to buy it, then how the fuck do you answer for the goddamn same question when it took a year and a half for the PS3 version of Bayonetta 2 or Bayonetta 1 to sell over 1 million units, and yet the Xbox
and at the time,
it's not even at a fucking million yet.
And at the time, the 360 and the PlayStation 3 had, I don't know, better part of like 120 million consoles out there between the two of them at the time.
Yeah, exactly. The install base was like fucking 4 times bigger than what the Wii U is. And on top of that, and yet you mean to sit there and tell me that Bayonetta 2 is a fucking flop on the Wii U because it only sold 630,000 units within fucking less than 5 months. But yet the PS3 version by itself and the Xbox One and the Xbox 360 version of the original game didn't even sell a quarter of that within the first 4 months. So how the fuck can you sit there and tell me that the Wii U version is a fucking flop when your version didn't sell worth a shit either on the PS3 when you had a bigger install base and in the Wii U version is already outpacing the sales of it fucking already within the first 5 months.
Yeah, Platinum made more money on one platform. I mean, that's crazy.
Yep, that's why I fear for Scalebound. Because I mean, you're putting it on a system that's, you know, where the install base of Xbox fans love shooters. That game is gonna fucking suffer, and I hate to see Platinum Games not have a good selling a game on their hands for that console, man.
And people bet me too, man. The same thing happened to Sunset Overdrive, and it was a console bundle.
Yeah, yeah. Like what the fuck is up with that, man? I thought that game was gonna sell well over 1 million within the first month.
You know why? You know why it didn't sell well? Because it appeals to me and you.
That color?
Sunset Overdrive probably should be a Nintendo game.
I would have loved if Insomniac would have gave us that game or made a multiplayer for both versions. I guarantee you the Wii U version would definitely be outselling the Xbox One version right now. I guarantee.
Oh yeah, hand over fist.
Hell yeah, dude. I would love to play that game, and it's a real shame because that's one game that I'm planning on buying when I do get my Xbox One because that game looks sick as fuck. Yeah. I don't understand what it is with people. They just don't want color in their game. I can't grasp that fucking analogy. I just don't get it. I mean, Nintendo just started a movement now for fucking Splatoon, add color to your world or something like that. And to me, that looks like it's a cheap stab. Not only is it a perfect slogan for Splatoon, but it feels to me it's like Nintendo deliberately made that little verb or that little, like, what they're doing for their promo for Splatoon, a cheap stab at Sony and Microsoft and other developers that make nothing but brown and gray fucking crap all the goddamn time. It's annoying.
And Reggie can go on the stage at E3 and say, hey, we have this new game out. It uses full 32-bit color gamut. There's no anamorphic widescreen. All the pixels are on screen. All the texels are on screen. All our pixels are colored.
Yeah.
So we're not hiding performance. Here's the game. And it goes from there. Like, you know, it
blows my mind, dude.
They're trying so hard to, from the look of the game itself to the marketing. I mean, if you look at certain things they do, like they already pay. They pay the vendors, or the one vendor, if you will, for shelf space, so they get prime real estate, even though they don't have any fucking games. So you see, like, Xbox One wall twice as long as a Wii U wall, even
Yep.
though, you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
And the Xbox 360 has a wall that's just as long, and they sit there and take up all that space. They have posters everywhere. Every video coming out is talking about them. If you look at anything relating to video games, they're talking about just their releases. Like look at the most recent GameFly commercial, and it's nothing but these are the top releases. Like, and it's games that ain't even came out yet, but they're there and they have the picture for them. And I'm like, they haven't even released cover art for that game yet. Why are you? So they're trying hard. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if right now they start showing a Halo 5 cover, and I'm like, they haven't even made a cover for that yet.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing right now. What's even funny, and I'm pretty sure Rosa has seen this plenty of times when he goes to GameStop or something like that. Anytime when you go to like a GameStop store and you go to like the PS4 wall or the Xbox One or the PS3 or Xbox 360, whatever the case may be, you will always see constantly used copies of newer games, like whether it be Destiny. Hell, I was just there like no more than 2 days ago, and there was already a full entire fucking like a shelf wall full of the Order 1896 used copies already sitting on the fucking shelf. You go to the Wii U section, yeah, it's small, but you won't see a used copy of 3D World. You won't see a used copy of Bayonetta. You won't see a used copy of like 90% of the exclusive games, maybe with the exception of maybe of like Zombie U. That game, I whatever the case may be, you might see that from time to time. But you hardly ever see any of Nintendo first-party games sitting on that shelf used. I have not once seen a copy of Hyrule Warriors used, fucking Bayonetta 2 used, Mario Kart 8, Smash Brothers. The list goes on, man. Why is that?
Nobody's trading them in.
Exactly.
And because they retain value. I just bought Mass Effect 3 for $4.
Yeah.
Used.
Yeah. And Alex sent me a copy of it for free because he bought the rest of the stock out of Games or Best Buy, man, for $5.
It makes no sense. But
yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
I guarantee you right now, if I wanted to buy a new Super Mario Bros. U, and if it's not a Nintendo Select, I'm paying $50 for it still. Mario Kart 7 is still $35. I'm sorry, it may be $40 still.
Yeah, well, I will say this right now. There's only I retract my statement, but the only way you'll be able to actually get it though is through Nintendo's website. Nintendo's store right now on Nintendo's.com's website, you can buy 3D World, New Super Mario Bros. U, and Luigi U, and fucking or Mario Kart 8, and they're selling them used right now for $33 right now off their website. That's the only way you're going to get it used. Yeah, that's it. You go to GameStop, if you'd be lucky to find a copy of Mario Kart 8 used, you'd be paying almost close to like $5 less than the full price, which is still $60. No, excuse me, $64.99 here where I live in Canada. So that game will be $59.99 used. Fucking retarded.
So Francis just put another comment on there. He said that he'll add that Bayonetta 1 was discounted on the 360 and PS3 a few months after it was released. And it was $29.99 on Amazon.
Yeah, and how many more years would that sell? If that barely did fuck all for them digitally.
Yeah. And Bayonetta 2 is still $60 on the Wii U right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll gladly play for that again. I'm planning on buying it digitally because I don't own the original the retail copy anymore. I'm buying all my shit digital now.
Yeah, I just really it bothers me when people try to make comparisons like that too. When they don't look at the when they try to say, oh, well, this sold this many million copies, blah 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 blah. I say, how many million of those copies did that game sell?
It was in the same time frame.
Yeah, at the same time frame, and how many after a year? How many games did it sell? Like after like 6 months, a lot of these titles are done. Like they don't push more than 30,000 copies.
Yep, it's chump change, man. It's chump change to the publishers after that. When that point in time gets there, they don't care because they move on to the next big thing that's going to sell like 6 or 7 million right away, and then flatlined.
And these people had the nerve to say that Mario Kart 8 was going to bomb or be the worst selling Mario Kart 8.
Oh, you mean like what Polygon predicted?
Yeah, and it sold like 2 million copies in a weekend.
Yeah.
You know it's going to continue to sell, so.
Which brings back to a point that I've said numerous times, and I've actually debated with people with this and whatnot. I honestly want Nintendo to go all out next gen. I want them to make a powerful system, make it an x86 or where the hell the case may be, kind of make it on par to that of what Sony and Microsoft are planning on doing for their next gen, just to make a point here. And I guarantee you, that third parties are still not going to release their content for the Wii U, because they'll release a couple at launch, like they did with the Wii and the Wii U. Let's be reasonable here. But I guarantee you, the sales for those multiplats are going to fucking not be the way third parties want it. They're going to ignore the system again. People will come to realize that it has nothing to do with the system's power or any of that shit. It's just the fact that third parties just don't want to compete with Nintendo's games, man, because their games outshine their third-party games always 10 to fucking 1. Look, I'll tell you one thing right now. Like last gen with the Wii, with Mario Kart 8 selling like, what is it, like 36 million units, or the case maybe like subtract maybe like 5 or 6 of that being like bundled when that new model came out, when they got rid of the GameCube functionality on the Wii. Even so, let's round it out and say about 30 million that game sold retail wise. Do you have any idea, like third party, what, like people at Rockstar, they have to sell at least like what they made 36 million off GTA 5. That's combined 2 consoles,
and they have to sell. They have to sell it on everything. They got to sell it on PC. Yeah. They got to sell it on 360. They got to have a companion app on the iPad. They got to, and then they market it for like 6 months before it comes out. Like,
yeah, because, I mean, like, third-party developers would fucking kill to have their IPs sell just as good as fucking Nintendo's IPs.
And they know
they could, if they took the time to polish their shit, make their games chock full of content the way Nintendo does, and then think of DLC as an afterthought. But no, they won't. They choose not to do that, and it's like, okay, well, you're blaming Nintendo for doing something that they do good, but you're putting the blame on them? What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and there are always comparisons, right? So there's comparisons saying that, hey, well, this isn't really selling that many units, or this one isn't doing this, or this one isn't doing that. I'm like, okay, so you're always want to compare direct numbers of something, but you don't want to compare the value or the profit that somebody's making off of something, which I don't understand, because in business, profit always matters.
Yeah, exactly, which is what Nintendo was doing now. That's another thing, too, as well. Yeah, they're making a lot of sacrifices that hurts gamers in the long run, but at the same time, it's good for their business structure. It's good for them, because Nintendo is not a company that's going to sit there and just, like, throw all this money and not make a goddamn return off of it. Microsoft can do that because it's fucking Microsoft, man. They're a billionaire company. They don't give a shit. They don't care. Hell, even their investors want them to change, and Microsoft's like, no.
Until Nadella says that, hey, Xbox is dead, then they're going to keep throwing money at it, because
exactly, yeah.
And I'm thinking his patience is wearing thin anyway, because Windows RT got axed pretty quick, and they're really trying to move towards the cloud, and Microsoft is not part of the cloud. They tried to say, well, Xbox is not part of the cloud. They tried to say it would be for the Xbox One, and we saw how that turned out. So if we can't get a cloud solution, and that entire company is moving that way, in that direction, the two aren't compatible anymore.
Exactly. Yep.
So
I don't know. It's fucking weird, but the thing is, though, like everything that's going around, anyways, man, like, it all boils down to what the consumers say and what they want, and how they vote for their wallet. And clearly, they want stuff that's broken. They want overpriced DLC. They want everything. I mean, Evolve. That game, I consider to be a flop, given the fact that it hasn't even broke 500,000 yet on either platform, and it's been over 2 weeks. Or at least the sale-wise, it's been up for sale-wise. It covered the first day. Then I said to Alex, I'm like, you know what? We're going to wait until the following week and see how much it does the entire week. It didn't even sell 50,000 units on either platform.
Is that game even is that game have the Titanfall syndrome? Is that the online only? Or does it have any?
Well, it has a single player, but it plays just like multiplayer, except you're playing with AI. That's all you're doing in it.
What the?
Exactly. And they built that game from the ground up with DLC in mind. So to me personally, the way I look at it is, if you're going to build a game like Evolve from the ground up with DLC in mind, make it fucking free to play. Make your money off the DLC. Don't charge people $60 and then charge somebody $15 for one monster, and then come up with all your free DLC shit after a later date, but then plus have all your cosmetic look stuff. I mean, I know it's cosmetic. It's not really a big deal. But it is to the consumer when they look at that and say, okay, you want me to pay $4.99 for a costume pack. You want me to pay fucking $2.99 for this, $2.99 or $3.99 for that, blah, 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 blah. That shit should be unlocked in the goddamn game, unlockables in the goddamn game.
Of
like
course.
what Ratchet & Clank did years ago. Many games did that before. You do a certain task, you unlock an outfit, or you unlock a gun or something like that. Now, that's DLC, my man. It's fucking stupid. I'm not a fan of that kind of practice here. I really am not, because I can't afford – I could barely afford gaming as is already. I'm on a tight budget with that shit. Sometimes I have to make sacrifices of selling my own games just to get certain things, whether it be food, clothes, or whatever the case may be. And I hate doing that. So to have me invest money in a game like Evolve, fucking hell no. Hell no, I can't do it.
One of the best versions of DLC was
Yeah.
actually not DLC. It was getting to the end of Super Mario 3D Land and realizing it was not the end.
Yep. Yeah.
That's DLC.
Exactly.
Or like, the original Star Road in Super Mario World. Like, you may find it early, you may find it late, but then there's another Star Road. So, like that kind of stuff that's the DLC. That's what keeps you playing the game after you
Exactly.
beat it. Because like Mario 64 had all the stars or what have you, and you could beat the game with like 50 or 60 stars or whatever.
Yep.
But there was so much out there for you to see. You could miss an entire zone in the game if you beat it early.
Yeah, because there were certain secret pipes you could take that would skip an entire fucking world.
So it's that is how you craft the game, not make a piece of one and then try to sell the rest. The only business case where I saw this work well on non-Nintendo hardware so far is Killer Instinct.
Yeah.
And the only reason why that is because they actually looked at it. They took a step back and looked at it, and they saw what Capcom has been doing in arcades all this time, releasing revisions. So, since that happens in the arcade scene all the time, and as soon as a revision comes out, people are right on top of it trying to play it so they can master it.
Yep.
Why not release the game in seasons? And you can improve it as you go, increase the mechanics as you go, and and things get better that way. I'm still not a fan of the default character models, but you throw the classic ones in there and you got a good game to me. But
yep.
I haven't really seen a good implementation so far. Everything else is either pay to win or, hey, here's this horse armor, or just stuff that doesn't really work well at all. Like, why would I want to buy a different color of a gun if it's still the same shape and it still has the same attributes? Like, nobody's really looking at my gun while we're playing. It's nothing, and there's no way to like walk in a lobby in Call of Duty and see, hey, here's all my people. This is this person right here with this stuff, blah blah blah. It's not like an MMO. So, what's the point of giving me cosmetic stuff that I can't really see anyway, and nobody else can see it because they're too busy trying to kill me?
Yeah, I don't know. It's some fuckery shit, man. I mean, even like what was I gonna say now? With the recent events now with like Game Freak there, whatever you want to call it, going off and doing a collaboration with Sega and completely ignoring the Wii U, bringing it out for the PS4, Xbox One, and the PC, and basically just saying, "No, we don't want to put it on the Wii U." And this is Game Freak, a company that's been making Pokemon games for how long for Nintendo?
Yeah, that's
to come out of nowhere. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
That's not Game Freak. That's the publisher. Whoever's
Which I'm pretty
publishing
sure
the
it's
game.
Sega. I'm pretty sure it's fucking Sega.
It's whoever's publishing the game. That's what it is. And from everything that I've been seeing and hearing, that's always the case. Like if you start asking any of these people about hey, what's going on with this game, blah blah blah, I say anything can happen in the future. If our publisher believes this, then maybe this will happen. And that blows my mind. And speaking of which, you mentioned something earlier I kind of wanted to get back to.
Yep.
You mentioned that you said if Nintendo competed with Sony and Microsoft, it would make people see. And I'm going to say,
you mean like third party wise?
I'm going to say no to that. And this is why I'm going to say that.
Mm-hmm.
They've already done it. They did it with GameCube, and it didn't matter. They did it with Wii U right now, and it didn't matter. Like right now, Wii U is just as capable as these other platforms. The only difference is its power architecture. That's the only difference, and that means they have to rewrite their code. But there is nothing really holding them back per se from having an engine made for them, having a certain game written for them, or whatever. And hell, who knows? It might end up being better on that platform, depending on your use. Because I mean, to me personally, I feel that every MMO should be on Wii U. But that's neither here nor there. But the applications.
I will agree with you on that. Yeah.
The applications are staring you right there in the face. Like, and you see certain things like that, and they're like, no, we're just going to put it on Xbox One and have the Xbox One Smart Glass app control the secondary features there. And that requires a phone with the app and you're assuming every gamer is going to have that. But if somebody owns a Wii U, which is $300 and already comes with that, come on, man. Like,
Yep.
I'm like, okay, so do you really expect to move more than 500,000 units? Like, I don't understand what these people were thinking when they come up with this stuff. And you know, they try to come up with excuses because the publisher doesn't have one, so they try to come up with one. And it's really just the people in suits saying no. They're just like, no, we're not going to do it because we've already heard early on that that's a dead platform. We're not going to spend money there. Only Nintendo makes money there. That's the real deal. We all know this. But they tell them, you know, different things, or the PR person that is paid to do so goes out and says certain things to the press, which is funny to me because the press never really quotes them. But Nintendo has shown that, hey, not only can we match what current generation has done, we can exceed it. Not only can we do certain things in certain games, not only can we do certain things in certain games, but we can do them very well without screen tearing. We can run games in 720p, but we're not, because we have to output to the gamepad. So we're still pushing 1,000,000 pixels, but it's split between the TV and the gamepad. So, but people don't understand that because people want to, quote unquote, be the tech junkie and talk about specs, but not know how they really work. I had a conversation with somebody on Twitter that literally told me that the gamepad didn't count, and I'm like, so the gamepad has a GPU? No, it doesn't. So what's drawing the pixels? What's sending them to the gamepad? Oh my God!
I love the, that's what I'm saying, dude, man. I mean, I don't get in that technical stuff because I don't know anything about it. But I mean, you know, as I said before, and I'll say it again, like the amount of stuff like for like interviews that I've seen you go with. I mean, the only one that you actually did that was really good was Grim Kapachi. That was a really good podcast that you did, by the way. But with other people like that Richard guy, and then of course, you know, other people you've done in the past, it just it makes me cringe. It makes me cringe so bad when I see so many people running their mouths about this hardware shenanigan crap when they don't even know them fucking selves.
They don't know.
Yeah.
I just went and counted today. I decided to look at the die shots today, and someone just told me to go look. So I went and I looked and I started counting, and I counted anywhere between 380 to about 420 what could be shader blocks. Right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We don't know what all of them are, what all of them do. They could be custom logic for something else, or they could be all combined to be SPUs for any task if you wanted to confirm them. But that puts Wii U anywhere in the range of, somebody wanted to rumor and say only 170 something gigaflops to anywhere north of 500 gigaflops as far as what it's able to do. And it doesn't matter because flops don't necessarily tell the whole story, because it depends on how many multiply adds are on the hardware. It depends on how many floating point operations you have in a given cycle, and it also depends on the integer performance, which floating point operation counts do not tell you. They only tell you the amount of floats that you could do per cycle. And people just like, oh, well, this and blah, 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 and it's not this good. And I'm like, well, who told you what the integer performance was for the GPU? Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows. This is custom hardware. It looks nothing like anything out there that AMD has ever made, period. And it is so confusing just sitting there looking at it. Like, if I posted a die shot right now and start zooming in on it, nobody would be able to point out anything other than the EDRAM, because it's the biggest thing on the GPU.
Yeah, yeah.
And even then, I started looking at it, and I'm like, so who said how many megabytes there are per block? Because there's 256 per how can I say this, per visible set of blocks that you can see. There's 256 individual units that count as EDRAM cells, if you will. Nobody knows unless you compare it to something else that's out there. Then you will have to assume that it was made the exact same way, and the exact same size, and the exact same process. We don't know if they're 2 megabytes apiece. We don't know if they're 1 megabyte apiece. We don't know if they're 3 megabytes apiece or 4 megabytes apiece. We could be in a situation where the Wii U has 64 megs of EDRAM and we don't even know it.
Fuck. Yeah, the power for what you know the Wii U itself can do. I think it's definitely very underappreciated because I mean most games that do come out, you know, as far as like Nintendo IPs, anyways, they show a lot of color in their games, so it doesn't require a lot more. I could be wrong on that. I don't know. 'Cause I always
The
hear
more
people
color, the
say,
more demanding it is actually. So
"Oh,
the higher your color depth is, the more texels you're drawing on screen, and therefore the more fill rate, the more texel fill rate that's required.
see, I didn't know that because I always keep hearing people always say, and you know, I'll use that excuse all the time. Is like, oh, the only reason why Smash Brothers is running 1080p and 60 is because you know it's very colorful. It's not demanding like Battlefield is. You know what I mean? And when I think about it, it's like, okay. And then I remember you telling me last time when I spoke with you, you were saying like you know a game like Battlefield when it takes like a photorealistic image. No, it wasn't with me. Sorry, it was with Lolzy there. Lolly, what the hell his freaking name was. You were saying to him that you know for an image that is like a real life pixel or a real life graphic image, like what Battlefield does in a lot of areas in the game. You said that. Did you say that was like that wasn't as demanding? Or it was like I can't remember what you said for words there. I was a little confused, but
Yeah, it was less fill rate because it was less demanding. You're using the same colors over and over again. You're repeating the same textures over and over again.
okay, that makes sense. I get that now.
So
So
and the way the game is made, also the way they do it is to mask the performance and to mask the issues, especially on the PlayStation 4 since it's latent. They preload the entire game, so you have one real long load time. If you think about it, it's the same thing that happened in Halo 1 on Xbox. You have this one real long load time, right? Then you play this game. You have this massive world that you're playing with until you get to the next chapter. Then you wait for another long load because it's loading everything all at one time. And it's not really – it's streaming some stuff on the fly, but it's well before you get to it, so you don't see any pop-up.
oh, okay, I get that now. That makes sense.
Which is no
Alright.
different. The only difference between that and how Nintendo does things is they do it fast all the time. Like it's constantly, it's loading stuff in the cache, dumping it, loading stuff in the cache, dumping it, texture cache, dump, texture cache, dump. So every time you turn around, every time you move, it's taking cache, putting stuff in somewhere in 2 megs, 10 megs, 16 megs, or whatever of high resolution textures, and then it's dumping them as soon as it's done. And this is like done a million times a second, if you will.
Jesus, holy crap! That's what I mean. Like all this tech shit, man. It's just like holy fuck.
Yeah, and they've been designing games that way. They've been designing their hardware that way since GameCube. So it's not surprising, like I said, that the Xbox One did the same thing.
Yeah, because you told me like Nintendo designs their games like wireframe, right? And they're still doing that to this day.
Yeah, they design them in wireframe first, and then they work out the gameplay, and then they add
So
stuff
basically,
in.
in other words, it's like they build their own engine from scratch. Everything
Yeah.
they pretty much basically
So
make.
their engine works from scratch. Like their engine works, and they make sure that they can do everything with all the wireframes there. Then they start adding special effects and stuff when they have more room. That's basically how they make the stuff. So
that's old school, man. I'm surprised developers don't do that because I mean, most of the developers they'll sit there and like they'll make their graphic engine first, and then they add everything else in last. And to me, I think that causes a lot more problems. I guess.
Or even worse, they make a character first and then try to build a game around it.
Yeah, that's right. Because I always end up seeing like they always end up like when a game comes like an art book or something like that. They always say, "Oh, this was like the first concept art that we made." Whereas Nintendo, they just like draw it on paper.
Real quick, I guess it's a tale of two foxes. MrRedFox, how you doing, man?
What's up?
What's going on? This is ShadowCast. Man.
I always enjoy these ShadowCasts.
As do I.
Because you learn things. You learn things. Like mostly for me, it's mostly just listening and having suspicions, but to hearing someone confirm my suspicions is always, because I'm not a tech person, but I mean, I do look at basic things. I'm like, dang, this seems like what you just said about the whole colors are more demanding makes sense.
Yeah, because it's more values on screen at the same time. A colored pixel or a texel requires more fill rate than an uncolored texture, an uncolored pixel. So and what a lot of people would do, like back in the day, what used to happen was like for the PlayStation 2, they would give their raw specifications of how many polygons per second it could draw. They wouldn't say whether or not those polygons were colored or not, and they would give you numbers like, oh, it can do 40 million polygons per second garage shading or whatever. and then Nintendo's like, 12 million per second with all the shading and everything else on there in the real game. And so you look at those numbers and you're like, well, the GameCube's weaker, and then you see the games and you're like, probably not.
But it's always been that way. It's always been that way with Nintendo hardware. People are like, it's weaker. I'm like, I'm looking at the games on this system, and
they're showing me other things.
they're more impressive than what I'm seeing on the so-called quote-unquote more powerful system. We're seeing that now with games like Kirby's Rainbow Curse.
Yep.
I mean, it looks like clay, and I mean that in a that is really impressive.
That game is so fucking beautiful when you look at it on the actual TV screen. Like when you take your eyes off the actual gamepad and you look at like the beauty of it, man, like the claymation and the details that they put into that shit, dude, it's just I'm sorry, I just can't describe it. It's so goddamn stunning.
It looks like you can reach into the TV and manipulate the clay. That's what it looks
dude,
like.
It's so beautiful, man. It's like,
I mean, I hate to say this, but I don't have a PS4 or an Xbox One. I have a gaming PC, but even on PC, I'm not seeing games that have graphics that look that stunning to me.
Yeah, the closest you'll get is the AMD or Nvidia demos that you could download from their page and run.
That's
about the closest you'll get. But yeah, so we got Zen in right now. Go ahead and give your intro, Zen. Or just say, hey, this is ShadowCast.
Hey, people. I'm kind of late, but that's because there's another podcast that you definitely should watch, listen to, if you're a Zelda fan. But I'm here, so what are we talking about?
Everything, man. I tell you what, this is ShadowCast, so nobody's late, man. You just fucking show up and we just kick it. Man.
All right, cool.
So, I mean, we got, Player Ezra just had a question on here, man. He could actually jump in if he wants to, but I don't know if he's just kind of lurking or what. But he wanted to ask me what my take on the Hyrule Warriors DLC is, and I'm like, yeah, DLC done right, dude. Like, because the main thing is the main game, first of all, has a lot of unlockables in it. So you're going to be playing that for a while anyway because you have all the different characters you can master the game with. In addition to that, you can buy DLC separately or you could buy it bundled together for a cheaper price.
Yep. Every
piece of DLC provides in-game playable content. Like there's a new adventure mode or there's a new boss battle challenge or there's some, there's not just, hey, here's this character, just add him, or here's this cloth.
Oh God! It's all we need. Fucking Christ!
There's something you can actually do.
I would never bought it.
Yeah, Evolve. I mean, I
already put my 2 cents in on that earlier.
Well, someone counted up the DLC, like the amount of microtransactions. I'm like, the game's $60, but then you want $350 for all the extra stuff.
But you also keep in mind, as I said, it's cosmetic stuff, and I know a lot of people, ignore cosmetic, but still, the fact of the matter is that if you were gonna have something in there that you wanted me to pay extra for your game, give me something that's not something that should technically be unlocked in the game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think Mass Effect did it pretty well. For the first game and the second game, I haven't seen any of the DLC for the third game because I'm just now getting ready to play it. But all the DLC there, they were extra missions or extra characters or whatever, and you're able to. It changes it. Well, I won't say it alters the story of the game, but it provides a new perspective, and you can take that into the next game with you. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, man, y'all are just a bunch of haters, man. Everybody loves paying 4 to 5 times the price of their game for DLC. Everybody does that.
Yeah, I mean, you guys need to get with the times. Look, you don't spend $60 on a game and then that's it. You got to spend $60 and then you got to pay for everything after that.
Yeah,
you do.
I'm not a fan of that whole entire shenanigans shit. See, that's what I was saying before. Actually, I want to bring this up because I want your opinion on this there, Shadow. If Nintendo ever did go third party, just for the shits and giggles and just for the conversation, for the fuck of it, let's say if Nintendo decided, for a generation to go third party. I was saying that I feel that a lot of third parties would definitely fucking hate the fact that Nintendo going third party because their games and the way they would do DLC would be done right. And a lot of people would actually buy their shit and start questioning why EA or Ubisoft or these other developers are doing what the fuck they're doing. They're not questioning it now because they don't care. But I mean, with Nintendo, if they gone third party, I feel that a lot of developers would resent them from going third party, and Nintendo would force a lot of these third party developers to change their outlook on the way they develop their shit. At least that's how I feel, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's no way to really. These guys are complaining because the business isn't working the way they want it to work, and Nintendo will not play ball. They're not going to do things the way the industry wants them to do it, because they're still successful. And
they want that $10 billion.
As much as they sing the doom and gloom about them, quote unquote, failing, and them completely ignoring the fact that they have a war chest with billions of dollars in it, and it would take several decades for them to ever go bankrupt if they started losing money today and lost money every day afterward. They secretly know that they're afraid of them and they can't compete with them on their platform.
Yeah.
And I've said this more than one time, but Cliff Bleszinski, the dude from Game Trailers had to beat it out of him after like 10 interviews, but he finally said, look, man, do you see any of our games or any games like our games selling Game Busters on Nintendo hardware? We can't compete with that. Maybe if
I would like to find that interview and like record that little clip individually, just upload it on my fucking channel.
It's on Game Trailers somewhere.
I'll find it.
What's that dude's name? I can't think of his name, but
Jeff Keighley.
No, Shane Satterfield. He's the one. He kept interviewing Cliff Bleszinski every time. Him and Mark Rand, they were going over and over again and said, when are y'all going to port Unreal Engine to Wii U? When y'all going to port not Wii U, but when you going to port Unreal Engine 3 to Wii? And they're like, it's not possible. And then he goes back and asks them again, well, y'all ported it to the iPhone 3GS. And he's like, oh, well, it's not in our wheelhouse. And there kept being different excuses over and over again. So he asked Cliff one day, he's like, look, we can't compete on their hardware, period. What sells on Nintendo is Nintendo.
Yeah, but isn't it a self-fulfilling prophecy? Because, we see from most third parties, and I'm not saying all of the games coming to Nintendo consoles are gimped, but generally speaking, it's like they put a game on a Nintendo console, and it's like a butt. It's like, oh, we're gonna put like EA, we're gonna put Madden on the
they don't want it to sell. They don't want
we're gonna
sell.
Well, that, and they never put their best foot forward anyway, because
yeah. So it's like you're a dude in high school and you see a hot girl and you want to hit on her, but you're like in your head you're like, well, she's gonna say no. So then instead of going up there and being charming or funny or just straightforward, you're like, hey, and insulting her. Of course she's not gonna go with you.
Oh, you don't even do that. You send your friend up there to insult her, because none of these teams that make these big third-party games have even set foot anywhere near a Wii U. They have their B or C team programmed for this platform, and then when it doesn't sell as well, they blame it on the platform.
Yep.
Like, so
yeah, they send
Rocksteady.
Yeah.
Why don't you have a Wii U development kit? So I'm just trying to figure out why these big tier AAA developers are not developing for this platform. Like even if Activision's like, hey, we got Call of Duty on the Wii U. I'm like, okay, so did Treyarch proper or did Infinity Ward proper actually program for the Wii U, or was there some main code that Treyarch made and then they ported it to whoever your Shanghai studio is or whatever, and then they went ahead and did it? So
no, it's always the B team.
Yeah,
it's always the B team. The B team or the C. And the thing is like, it's like they give Nintendo gamers like dog scraps, and then they're like, hey, you should be happy with those dog scraps. It's like,
yes. What do they call the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing and expecting different results. That's
yeah.
Come on, man. You can't do that. Eventually, you have to spend money, go all the way out on this platform, and see what it does for you. It's probably going to do something well, because the indies don't seem to be complaining.
No. I mean, that's the thing. Like, but the difference between the indies is that they put effort. Generally speaking, now I'm not saying there haven't been some indie games that have bombed on the platform, but you look at the ones that have really bombed on the Wii U are the ones that actually sucked. I mean,
like the letter?
No one that actually put on a game Didn't well no there was one of the 199. There's like a studio, an indie studio that does like a lot of budget games on the Wii U. They're like 199, 299, 399, and like one of their games really bombed to heck. It was a solitaire dice game, some junk like that, but it bombed spectacularly. And like I was like, I played that game. It was not very good.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how anybody is expecting the Wii U to be basically the iPhone. That's not happening. You might want to port that to iOS, bro. It's not. We're not looking for a bunch of 99-cent games here, because we actually want to play our games and not be sold ads every 5 minutes. So it's a different. I can't say that we are completely different, because I myself fall into the same space that a lot of us do. We'll sit there and we know that when we sit down in front of a Nintendo console, we're going to play a console game and we're going to play it and get some experience out of it. But at the same point in time, when I'm not playing that console game, or I'm in line at the bank or anywhere else or something like that, I'm playing like Angry Birds or freaking, I don't know, anything. Like lately my crack has been Two Dots on iOS, and I've just been playing that game or whatever, just like a little puzzle game or whatever. But those things are to buy time until you play a real console game or a real portable game. They're not. I don't intend to spend all of my time on my console where I want to play my real console game playing non-console games, if you will.
Yeah, because console games in my mind are still like, you hit the big time. That's Cadillac.
Yeah.
Like, for me, and I know this might sound terrible because I know a lot of third-party developers like, we made this much money on mobile. I'm like, yeah, but those games are not very high quality, or they're designed to microtransaction the hell out of your audience.
The ones that are high quality don't sell that well.
No, they don't.
It was like Hitman Go, I think it was, and I don't think it did anywhere near as good as that on what's that game with Kate Upton on it all the time, showing up boobs on TV. I forget the name of that game. It's something Bound by Flame or something, like Game of, I forget what it is. It's not Game of Thrones or whatever, but it's something. But one of these little medieval games she's doing or whatever, and it's making a ton of money. It was making a ton of money before they hired her anyway, but it just bewilders me that some of these, I won't say shitty games, because some of them are probably actually decent, but they advertise heavily and they get paid by ads more so than people buying the game. It bewilders me how people would claim that as a success on a mobile platform when it's more word of mouth that really got you where you were instead of your effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when you speaking of word of mouth, that's pretty much basically what Iwata wants us to do with the Wii U now. Because during last month on the 18th, when he did his financial briefing there finally, after he got delayed for a while because he was ill, he came out and made a formal statement basically saying that, with the whole advertising thing, saying how, it's not there anymore to advertise your stuff on TV anymore. He said a bunch of crazy fucking shit. But basically he wants us now to use word of mouth and spread, and do all positive things about the Wii U. Like, basically us gamers to do their advertising for them now. Stuff like with YouTube and whatnot and shit like that. And everything else like that. And I said, like, you know what? I have no problem doing that, Iwata, but you got to get your fucking, your shit fixed, man, for YouTube first, man. You get that going, and there you go.
Most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and one of the things I remember him saying was, like, it's not enough to just have, to just have TV ads and to just have, traditional advertisement.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
But, it's like I said, now it's like when you walk into GameStop now, it's like everything in that store is like 90% is all Xbox and Sony now. You got a little tiny section. Hell, even when you go to Best Buy, like at my Best Buy store, I don't know how it is at your end there, ShadowFox, but at my end, when I go to my Best Buy store, the Wii U section has like 5 games. That's fucking it. That is all they have. They don't have anything else. They have their demo unit shoved in the back next to the Sony and Microsoft one, and then you go to the Wii U section. The Wii U has maybe like one shelf. It's got 4 or 5 games tops. The Wii section's got like a little bit bigger with a little bit more games on there, and that is it. Like, it is fucking disgusting. I don't know
Yeah,
how it is in your guys'
I
Best Buy
was
store, man, but
I was just
it's
talking about
freaking
that.
bad over here.
It's like that everywhere. It's like that in GameStop. It's like that in Target. It's like that in Best Buy and in insert electronic store here. They're
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
way because I and even if Nintendo Street Team like they used to be like there was always a rep there every day or something like that. Even if they were out, it doesn't matter because as soon as they leave, a Microsoft rep is going to come in and say, "Hey, we'll pay you $100 to take that shit off and put this Microsoft."
Yep. I mean, because we already remember that BS that Microsoft pulled, like when the Wii U was announced. No, when during that E3 before they kicked everyone's ass with the 2014 E3, the 2013 E3 where they sent their little lackeys at certain Best Buys to mess with people.
Yeah,
Or
they
have
say
we
Mario Kart
forgotten?
wasn't fun and shit. Yeah.
Hey guys, you can get an Xbox One. Man, I don't want an Xbox One.
Yeah, no, they'll never like at my GameStop store. I mean, they won't do it to me because everybody in that store knows me, sadly. But I mean, anytime when I hear a new customer go in there, they always say, "Hey, would you like to purchase a PS4 or an Xbox One?" They never ever mention the Wii U, and it drives me fucking bonkers, man.
All the time. I
Yep.
just got in a conversation with somebody before, and they were mentioning something. It's like, yeah, I got both Xbox One and a PlayStation 4, and they're both great. I'm like, so how is it like playing both of the same games on both of those platforms? How's that working? What games you play? Well, we were playing Grand Theft Auto, and what platform you playing it on? The Xbox One or the PlayStation 4? Because they both have it. What other games you have? Oh, we have this other game, this other shooting game, blah blah blah. I'm pretty sure if it's Call of Duty, right? Like, yeah. So do you play that one on the Xbox One or the PlayStation 4? Oh, we got that one on the Xbox One. Why even have both of those platforms if this is what you're playing? Like, you
Yep.
should just have one of them, and that should be the one that you have. Like, why are you? Oh, and he likes them, and they're cool because they're cool, and like, yo, okay, all right.
That's what I tell a lot of people. Right now, the Xbox One and the PS4, aside from the exclusives, are essentially the same console in a lot of
That's
ways.
the problem. The exclusives that they have, the masses don't even want anyway. That's the
Well,
problem.
I mean, I don't know about the Xbox One.
Sunset Overdrive, they're gonna look at you like you're crazy.
Yeah, I like the exclusives on the Xbox One, but with the PS4 right now, I'm like, oh, that's a lot of man. I'm sorry.
I mean, but even then, like, so there are games that are even worse than Killzone or Infamous or what have you, and people will still buy this third party crap for the PlayStation. They will buy PlayStation 4 to buy this third party crap that's broken and doesn't work or what have you, and then they won't buy any of the first party games. I'm like, that's the reason to get a PlayStation 4. Otherwise, you can just get a fucking PC. Excuse me.
Yep.
ShadowCast, we're gonna do this. We're gonna cut.
Look, it's true. That's why I have a gaming PC, because I was like, I'm not giving my money to Microsoft or Sony. I'm not, especially not for their consoles. I'm not doing it.
And looking at my Steam list right now, yeah, if I didn't own them already, I would be questioning ever doing it because, yeah, I got a backlog.
It's all coming. It's all coming. I mean, people are like, well, what about the exclusives? The only people, and here's the thing with Microsoft, a lot of their exclusives are also coming to PC. So it's like, Sony has lackluster exclusives. Microsoft's exclusives, like half of them are coming to the PC. So it's like I have no real incentive to purchase anyone's console except for Nintendo's, because I think hell will freeze over before we see a Nintendo game on a PC legitimately.
Yeah, it's, oh my god, man, it's
Hell will freeze over.
yeah. And so one of the I guess one of the other things I want to talk about real quick because we're kind of switching gears a little bit. I guess one of the topics I didn't cover before, other than flagging and snitching, I guess that's more humor than anything else. But so after talking to Grimpachi or what have you, and by the way, Grimpachi is actually he's actually very very articulate and very well spoken. So and I do agree 100% with his view as far as how he put it. I do not agree with the logic in a sense that it provides more people in the industry more excuses to complain about stuff and be nitpicky rather than playing the damn game. So, you know, with that being said, I'm wondering and I'm hoping that that isn't where we are heading towards, because I don't ever want to be in a GameStop and I'm standing there and somebody is like, yeah, should I buy this game? And they're like, yeah, it's real cool, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, does this game support party chat? And they're like, I don't see it on the back of the box, so I don't think. No, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy it. But it's really fun. Nah, you gotta have party chat. It's not gonna. I just really, I'm hoping that kind of shit is not about to happen, because if so, I really feel for what Mr. T would call broken gamers becoming the norm or the new casual, if you will. And if that's the case, I can never have a LAN party, or I can never have people come over my house again, because if one of the people comes over my house is like that, I'm going to fight them.
That would be terrifying. That would be terrifying. That would really suck. But on a better note, I mean, at least those a-holes wouldn't be playing that game. Because really, I mean, if you're playing that game, you really, and you have that attitude, you really don't have the soul of a gamer.
Or you don't.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't. Yeah, you don't have the. I mean, if you're an old school gamer, I mean, I remember when, like, voice chat was a dream. Even if you had multiplayer games, you just, like, you type some junk in if you were lucky. And then when we finally got voice chat, it kind of sucked. And then, like, on PC. And then, you know, remember Xbox before they really started Xbox Live, before it really started to get on? I mean, and you could hear kids screaming in the background, talking about how they had sexual relations with people in your family. I mean, people are trying to have voice chat. You know what? I'd rather just not. I mean, I know I'd rather not. But
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I wish it was there for people that want it. I mean, I really do wish it was there for people that want it. But I mean, if it's not there, I mean, like when I heard people, I had some guy argue with me. He's like, "Oh, are you still playing Splatoon?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "But if you're against all the whole fucking shit about, you know, the voice chat thing, then why are you buying it?" And I was like, I'm not gonna ignore a game that's gonna come out full content, not gonna be broken day one or have any of that shenanigan crap like that, and boycott it because of one fucking feature that I can easily do a workaround for, which I shouldn't have to. That's an excuse, yes, but still, I can still do a workaround for it, whether it be through Skype or whether it be through what we're doing right now on the Google Hangouts. I'm not gonna boycott that shit. However, I am against shit when people sit there and tell me that, oh yeah, you should boycott that, but yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to boycott fucking broken games like Assassin's Creed Unity or some shit like that, or overpriced DLC. No one ever speaks up against that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we have bigger fish to fry in gaming than, oh my god, they didn't have voice chat. I mean, a game like Battlefield, they're making Battlefield Hardline, but they still haven't fixed Battlefield 4. I mean, I think that's a bigger issue than voice chat. I mean, but that's just me, you know.
It is.
I'm just little old me, you know.
Here's the thing, you bring up a good point, because a game like Battlefield, where it had spoken online, which actually is a main component to that said game, when you don't have your online, or like the Master Chief Collection, for example. Yeah, it's got all the single-player games from 1 to 4 on there, blah, 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 whatever the case may be. But the online is the biggest selling point for when it comes to a Halo game. And the fact that the Halo game took how long to finally get up in arms and trying to get the online actually legitimately working properly took a very, very long time.
I've been hearing it still has issues here and there. So
yeah, that should be a game people should be up against about, man. But when somebody comes out and like Nintendo and decides not to add voice chat for random fucking matchmaking, which is bullshit, but again, like I said, I'm not going to go out of my way and ignore the game because of a small feature like that. Something big where you have like your online, which people want to fucking play, that's going to break your experience for a long time, that's bullshit. But yet, if everything is still in the game, which Splatoon has, whether it's single player, it's multiplayer, and maybe other modes that we don't know about yet, and I should boycott it because of a fucking lousy feature that plenty of other games in the past either had, no one ever talked, or that doesn't have it. So what the fuck? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense, man.
I'm going to give a full disclaimer. Everything that you just said and everything that I've been saying regarding that in no way means that We Have a Voice is boycotting Splatoon.
No.
No
one is going to boycott. No one with half a brain is going to boycott that game.
I don't want Red Knight hitting me up on Twitter like, hey, fool.
No, let me say one more thing. It's been how long people bitched and cried for so fucking long that, oh, Nintendo doesn't make any new IPs. Nintendo doesn't make any new IPs. They finally come out and make a whole brand new IP, something that we've never seen done before, and now you already want to shit all over it because of a fucking small feature? No, get the fuck out of here, man.
Well,
Yeah,
they've been dropping multiple new IPs. I mean, Project Steam is coming out tomorrow.
No. Here's the thing, though.
I mean,
hold on. They made Order of Heracles on the DS, like towards the end of it.
Oh yeah. The thing is, though, is that a lot of gamers out there don't even realize that it is a game that is a new IP from fucking Nintendo. They look at shit like Wii Music, that was a new IP. I don't care if it's got the Wii game in it, it's still a fucking new IP. Has Nintendo ever made a fucking Wii Music before in the past, or any music type game in the past? No, they have not. Unless you count Mario Paint, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, Mario Paint.
But my point is that it's a game. Splatoon is a game that's finally coming out that a lot of people have interest in, man. Not that not like that fucking those sports games that Nintendo does together with Mario, or not like fucking where the case would be. It's finally a legitimate game that the core audience would definitely have interest in. That's the reason why they're like, oh yeah, this game looks pretty good. But now they want us to boycott it and then themselves to not buy it because of a fucking voice chat. And yet you've been bitching and crying all through the entire generation of last gen, bitching about how Nintendo doesn't make any new fucking IPs. Now you want to ruin it because of lack of voice chat? Suck my fucking cock, dude. That's bullshit.
So that kind of rings true about the standard I put in the last ShadowCast I did, and that was the quote change of standards. But before I do that though, I want to welcome Letters back to the podcast over here. So we got because Brian always calls them Letters. So
you either call me Letters or you can give me the Batman effect and call me the acronym. So
what's up, GVGINU?
Welcome to the ShadowCast and shit, man.
No,
easy to just throw that shit man on the end of that. But no, what y'all talking about with the new IPs, people didn't realize Nintendo made the game Endless Ocean.
Yep.
With the Wii U. That was Nintendo's
really good
IP.
Yep.
That wasn't a third party IP. That was Nintendo's.
That was a game.
Ocean, Legend of Starfy.
They make like when they make new stuff, people don't want to pick it up. Like Custom Robo, when that was new, everybody ignored that.
Because it's new, and people don't want to play those new games.
Get the hell out of that game.
Eternal Darkness.
Well, I don't know if Eternal Darkness was necessarily ignored. I think that was just a short supply.
Yeah, well, there was that too.
Yeah, but I mean, with that though, I mean, even though Eternal Darkness was fucking amazing for its time, but that's the thing.
I got a copy of it. I'm so happy.
Yeah, that shit really annoys me, and that goes for even like the actual like those Nintendo fans that don't buy anything else except for Nintendo games. They're the ones that don't even fucking look a freaking eyelash at it, man. They don't even know what the fuck it is. I mean, how many people in here? Let me ask you guys this question: how many of you in this podcast have actually went out and bought, used or new, a copy of Wii Music when that shit came out?
I did not buy it.
I played it. I didn't buy it. I played it, and I played it.
I did not buy it because I don't really like games like that. But I recognize it for what it was. It was a new IP. I know.
Yeah, I bought it. I bought it because I was curious to see what because Shigeru Miyamoto, he was working on this for quite a while. We saw like a little demo of it at 2007 Z3 and blah 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 blah, and I think it was 2006. I think it was, and for what it was. It was an okay game. It would have been better if Plus was out at the time when this game came out, because I think the actual functionalities would have worked a lot better.
Bear, man. No offense to you or anyone else in this podcast. You asked the question, I'm going to answer. I saw it, and then common sense kicked in.
No, I wasn't gonna buy it, dude. I'm sorry. I'll be honest.
I bought it used. I bought it at Games Exchange for like $6, man. So it wasn't that big of a deal. But I was curious to see what kind of game it was, because anytime when Nintendo does make new IPs, I'm fascinated by it, because I want to see what other shit that could very well take off. You know what I mean? Well, Splatoon is a game that I want, when it comes out, I want that game to do extremely well, because I would love to see that franchise go on and be like a generation release every generation. You know what I mean? Like we get with Mario and same with Zelda and Star Fox, like a Star Fox, but they only miss one generation. But that's not the point. The point is that every time when they make a new IP, whether it be like I said, Wii Music, Wii fucking Sports Resort, or Wii Fit, whatever, I like playing that shit. Only because I'm curious to see what Nintendo can do as far as what they want to do outside from the traditional IPs that we all know and love to come and see get released every generation. So that's one of the reasons why I bought it.
Well, that's what my feeling was for the game Geist. Everybody complained Nintendo needed their most realistic first-person shooter, and they got one with something extra in it.
Yep.
Nobody bought it.
Yep.
No one.
Well, the
like,
thing is
so
that
good.
I'm sorry.
Which game was that? What game was that?
Guys.
Welcome, M, by the way.
Oh no! What's up, people?
What's going on there, Double M?
Sorry, I'm late. I had a podcast of my own.
No, you're fine.
No, yeah, guys.
The whole podcast migrated.
Geist was a really good game, but people. I mean, the thing is, like, Nintendo makes new IPs, and people are like, well, why are you leaning on Mario? Why are you leaning on Zelda? Why are you leaning on Donkey Kong? Why are you? Because those sell. Because when they make new IPs, they either underperform or just bomb entirely.
Here's my question for those people: who bought Sin and Punishment?
I did.
The very first one. I bought the first one.
Yeah, I bought both.
I got the first one. I got the first one when the PS2 came out, and they were having a sale on N64 games at my local Toys R Us. You get buy two, get two free. And I got I remember I got Conquer's Bad Fur Day, Shadow Man, Sin and Punishment, and Iden Chronicles: The First Mage.
Yeah.
Yeah, because another thing is too,
my point is though, a lot of people will complain. Like, you complain about something, and when they give it to you, you say you don't.
They get mad.
Yeah, they get mad.
What's the point? They damned if they do, they damned if they don't, and they fucked if they don't make a move at all.
Yeah, it's
and that's why I say this.
Wars.
Yeah, and this is why I say that this new Star Fox coming out better be the highest selling Star Fox.
It better sell through the fucking roof.
Yeah, because everybody wants that fucking game, man. Everybody wants.
Everybody's
demanding Star Fox now for a whole entire generation.
Let's correct that, Bear. Everybody says they want it.
Well, yeah. Everybody they want it. Yeah, absolutely, man.
The same thing with F-Zero. I love myself some F-Zero. I love myself some F-Zero, but we ain't got no F-Zero.
I honestly, I don't think we are gonna get an F-Zero this gen. I really don't think we are.
I wish we would.
I honestly, I wish fucking what do you call it there? Shinin would definitely take your fast racing Neo and fucking turn that into F-Zero, man. I would love to see that happen.
That might be the closest thing we get to F-Zero.
Exactly. Yeah, we haven't seen it in a while.
I don't know about that, but I'll tell you this much. I'll say this much. I don't want to see anyone making any videos. Well, this wasn't the Star Fox I wanted, so I didn't.
Well, no, you're right, because people are going to do that. People are going to fucking do that. It's going to come out. Like, it's the same thing what happened with Smash Brothers, man. Well, I mean, unless you're part of the Melee crowd, then whatever. Eat a dick. But outside from that, though, I mean, there was a lot of people that came out, and after Smash Brothers came out for the Wii U, not the 3DS one, but the Wii U one came out, people fucking bitched and cried.
Why? My problem is why.
I don't get it.
The game
why?
I've played both.
No, there are a lot of people that are sitting there saying, "Oh, this character is this, and this character is that overpowered." This character
it's the same exact roster that's on the 3DS.
Some people bitch about it's too fucking fast. No one's ever satisfied when it comes to a sequel for anything that Nintendo ever does. Ever fucking does.
That's the sad thing.
Worse than what Call of Duty is.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They end up respecting it after the fact.
Well,
3 generations later. I like it.
I love that game that was on the Wii U.
Really, dude. Really, dude. You never said anything positive about it.
The series that this most happens with is The Legend of Zelda.
Oh god, don't get me started on that. But
I hate that new game.
Let's be honest here, man. Let's be honest here. When Zelda U comes out for the Wii U this year,
half the install base is going to bitch about how bad the game is.
Exactly. It's too open world. It's too fucking boring. There's nothing to fucking do.
Now, here's what's going to happen with the Zelda Wii U. You're going to have a vocal minority that's going to say that, but most people will after they finish. Well, no, they're gonna see the game. They're gonna see the game, then they're gonna go and change their underwear because they made a mess of them after seeing the game, and then they're gonna go buy it. Okay?
No, I think the biggest thing we're gonna see a lot of the non-people who are not even gonna buy it up here are gonna say that how visually downgraded it was from what we saw at E3 last year.
I'm sorry, Nintendo's pedigree is always improved visuals.
Exactly.
They've never gone backwards.
Yeah, ever since we saw that footage from the Game Awards last year in December, that's all I keep hearing is people saying that it's a downgrade, it's a downgrade, it's a downgrade. And it's like, how is it a downgrade when we didn't get actual in-game fucking footage? When you're trying to compare off a TV screen, that's like me having my PS3 iToy camera, glaring at the TV and like, here you go, bitch. This is fucking Donkey Kong Tropical fucking Freeze. Oh, this is like an N64 title. Are you retarded? I just never understood that, man.
It looked like it was improved because that draw distance was pretty big.
Yep.
Well, to be fair, I wouldn't be. To be fair, I'm not looking. Recently, I've been playing Twilight Princess because for my new podcast that I've been doing, and I've been playing through some of the Zelda games to just get a bit more research. And in terms of that draw distance, at first when I saw that draw distance, it was shocking. But now looking back, it doesn't surprise me because I've been playing Twilight Princess, and there's a section where you go to the Gerudo Desert, and you can still see Lake Hylia in clear view and Hyrule Castle. No flat drawings or nothing. The actual 3D image, obviously it's blurred because it's in the distance, but even in Lake Hylia, you can still see the water moving down the waterfall.
To be fair though, those are different scenes though. When you go to Hyrule Field, it's sectioned off, and when you go over to the Gerudo Desert, it cuts to another scene.
Section off, yeah.
So that's probably why. Why it did that. So
obviously, I'm not saying it's exactly the same as what's in Zelda Wii U, where I can obviously know there was like limitations in what they could do. Obviously, it wasn't a case of wherever you can see, you can go to. But I'm saying that
it's still impressive.
For what it was at its time, that's what I'm saying. It was very impressive.
That was on the GameCube disc. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was, man.
That's why I don't see why I don't understand why people keep saying that Twilight Princess aged badly. I mean, it hasn't aged the best out of all the Zelda games, but I'm playing it today and it still looks really good.
It still holds up, yeah. It still holds up.
I have a question for you, ShadowFox, man. What do you think now Sony's going to have for their big game for the holidays? Because now that Uncharted's been delayed till spring of 2016.
Oh, I could have told you that a year ago, but yeah, their big game, maybe it'll be Drive Club will finally be free on the PlayStation. I don't know.
No, it's going to
need something big for this holiday season, man. They're going to need something big, not as big as Uncharted, because Uncharted was supposed to be like their big.
I know it's gonna be the next big thing. Not DLC. Not DLC.
No, Ratchet and Clank. No, I mean, look. As much as I love Ratchet and Clank, man, the Sony install base is gonna ignore that game like they did every other fucking colorful game on the goddamn PS3. And I hate to say it, but that's what that install base does not want. I don't understand that.
Batman then.
Batman?
Yeah, probably Arkham Asylum or Arkham Knight, whatever the hell name.
Arkham's supposed to be coming out in July.
It'd be a third-party game.
It's definitely going to be a third-party game.
That game was supposed to come out in March. It's not. It's going to get delayed again. It's not ready.
Let me put it this
I don't know
way.
what the fuck is going on, dude.
I have zero faith in Sony's first-party games at this point. I just
why are you so hateful?
Well, because
Infamous was okay.
Yeah, Infamous wasn't that bad.
With each consecutive generation, their first-party IPs get less imaginative and more derivative.
Look, okay.
PS1, we got Parappa the Rapper, Medieval, Ape Escape,
Crash.
Crash, Inspire. Even though those weren't really first party, they were system exclusive, so might as well have been for first party.
They were actually first party.
There you go. Okay, Crash, Spyro.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, I forgot Nico-chan in Japan. I mean, some good games.
To
then
be fair,
the PS2.
Their Japan studios were like off the chain back then, and they approved everything. They're not really doing that now.
And Crash and Spyro were actually Sony's IPs. They were owned by them, and then they got sold to I think it was Vivendi or something like that.
Yeah, Universal. Yeah.
Universal, Vivendi, and then Vivendi.
And then sold off to Activision.
Exactly. But, I mean, and then the PS2 started, and we still got some decent IPs from them. We got Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper,
Kane.
Legacy of Kain was exclusive there for a while.
Yes, it was, but it eventually went to PC, if I remember correctly.
And then it eventually just died.
Yeah. And then it died, yeah. But, I mean...
It died heartless.
But here's the thing.
Went on every
the amount of unique PC, of unique games, it kind of went down a little bit, and then some of their IPs died off. Like we got one Ape Escape, and a really crappy Parappa the Rapper sequel.
Well, then you had what else you had? You had Yeah, you Unjam Malami, and then you had
Bloody Roar.
Yeah, you have Bloody Roar ended up going multi-platform too. But
Yeah,
then
but
you
it was
had,
exclusive for a while though. It was there on the Sony and the PS1 there for quite a while before it did anything else.
You still had Toshinden sequels.
Mm-hmm.
You had you still had Wipeout.
Yep.
You still had what's the name of that game? The
Tamba.
Twisted Metal.
Hold on. Wipeout was also on the N64, if I'm not mistaken.
No, there was a
Wipeout.
There was a game called Extreme G where you could do a cheat where you could get the Wipeout vehicle in it.
I swear to God, I remember seeing a Wipeout.
No, there was a Wipeout 64.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
How the hell did Wipeout end up on a Nintendo console?
Yeah,
I could have sworn there was one. I remember commercials for it.
Yeah, there's a
I'm
box.
seeing it right now. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, it was for Midway, man. Before Sony actually bought the rights to it.
Oh, okay.
They had that makes Gnosis fully either at that point. So
yeah.
They had anything they had developed. They if they didn't have a publisher for it, they could farm it out. If they had a publisher for it, they could farm it out.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, PS2 went out, and a lot of those IPs kind of went to the wayside, and then PS3 came out, and then a lot of the IPs that people loved in the PS2 era went to the wayside. I mean, basically every time they level up to a new generation, like really good IPs that people liked in the past one kind of just go off to the wayside.
Yeah, I guess that means I know I'm probably going to be hated for this, so send your hate mail to gvginu@gmail.com. But that might mean the end of our Uncharted. This could be the last Uncharted game.
Yeah, because whenever their games jump generations, they do not fare well. I'm just saying they don't fare well. Like Infamous,
I think
Second Son is not as good as the other two Infamous games. I mean, it's okay, but it's not as good.
But here's the thing. Like when it comes to Naughty Dog themselves, man, I mean, Naughty Dog is a damn good fucking developer, man. I mean,
I'm sorry. They're good. They're still good, but I'm sorry, but they're becoming a shell of what they used to be.
Okay, look, I will agree with that because the whole fact that they don't want to make any games like Crash Bandicoot, whatever you want to call it. They said they came out with that statement like 2 months ago saying that we've grown up, we don't want to make that kind of stuff anymore. Then they retracted that statement like a week or two later, and now they're like, we never said that we're not going to make Crash Bandicoot again, which is basically false hope. It's just them just covering their own ass. But my thing is though, like the games, I mean, I played Uncharted 1, I played 2 and 3. I didn't really care for the story all too much. I didn't even beat any of those games, period. But I played the multiplayer for it, absolutely loved it. I do want to play Last of Us just to get an experience for it. I mean, they're pretty good at what they do as far as what they're doing now. As far as what they did beforehand, yeah, you are right that they are becoming an outer shell of their former selves, and I get that. But they still hold up pretty well today. And I think Uncharted 4 is going to be another killer hit. No, but what I'm saying is I think Uncharted 4, with them delaying it, and I'm glad that they are because I'd rather see that game not be pushed to market. I think that game is definitely, it's going to sell well, obviously. It's going to be another big fucking huge budget title. And it's going to be a huge hit. Bloodborne's
By huge hit, do you mean as in the press are going to like it a lot? Because as a first-party title, they don't really compare to any of Nintendo's first parties. Like, Wii Music that we just talked about sold a million copies.
Let me go ahead and rephrase what I'm about to say here. As far as it doing well in the media outlet, yeah, that's already a given. As far as what it does on the PS4 itself, I'm hoping that that fan base puts their goddamn money where their mouth is, man. That game does sell at least, if not more than 5+ million. Because I mean, it has to at this point because it's really fucking disgusting is when your highest selling console right now on the market, which is the PS4 right now, the only 2 fucking games that broke over 10 million so far on that platform is Call of Duty and fucking Grand Theft Auto.
People were trying to say that about the Wii, but the Wii had a shitload of million sellers, and they had a bunch of titles that sold over 10 as well.
Yep,
so.
Exactly. So when people tell me that, it's like, okay, so you're
Mario Kart Wii is still the highest selling game to ever sell on a single platform.
Yeah, that isn't a bundle. Yeah, you're right.
36 million. 36. Well, if you take out maybe like 4 or 5, because it was bundled with the system for a short period of time there for a while, when the revision of the Wii came out. So let's say I said this to ShadowFox when I first got in here. 30 million, rounded up to that 30 million. Retail copies sold, not what the system itself sold. That would round up to 36.
Yep.
30 million. Do you have any idea how many third-party developers would fucking kill to grasp an inch of that fucking sale? That many units for one game, where GTA 5 takes 2 fucking consoles to break 36 million. We're 69 each one. 34 million. Well, it's more now because of the PS4 and
Xbox 360, and now they're going to add a 5th with
PC.
The PC. Yeah. And the sad thing is
give it a couple of years, it will probably come to mobile as well.
Yeah, and this is the problem that when I hear people say, well, Sony's fine, the PS4 is making all this money. Yeah, but the highest selling games on that system are third parties. The third parties are making that money, not Sony.
Yes, exactly. And I'm not dogging on the system. I'm just saying, to me, it's fucked up that a fan base of 20.2 or something, whatever the fuck million it's at now for unit wise, and all they want is fucking Call of Duty and fucking GTA, when every other game that's come out so far can't even fucking come close to that. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, let's be frank though. The PS4 right now is appealing to a semi-casual audience of people. Well, I'm saying the reason I'm saying a semi-casual audience are people who got a PS3 because it was a Blu-ray player and they could stream stuff to it. Because really, I mean, I've been using my PS3 just for Netflix for the longest time, and then I said I put it away. I'm like, you know what? Nothing I want to play is coming out for another 6-7 months. So I unhooked it, and just everything's hooked into my Wii U now. So I mean, a lot of people just upgrade. Say, well, I'm going to upgrade now. So they got a PS4. These aren't people who grew up playing Power Rap of the Rapper or Ape Escape or even Jak and Daxter or Ratchet and Clank or Sly Cooper. These are people who just they wouldn't know those characters if they bit them in the ass. So
this is why I think a lot of third-party developers are doing this whole remaster shenanigan things, man. Because people are like, yeah, they're porting over fucking Sleeping Dogs. Really, who the fuck asked for a fucking remaster version of Sleeping Dogs?
Well, they're asking for remasters because they're cheap.
They don't know how to make a next-gen game yet, so they're going to use that as practice and sell it to people.
Then it works, but you think now after a year, you think now these developers would start doing like Capcom recently? Like they just released, was it fucking yesterday? A copy of DMC Devil May Cry.
You know what the sad thing is? You know what the sad thing is about these remasters? That the template was laid out for them, and none of the template was laid out for them, and none of them have been able to outdo the template that's been laid out for them.
So I've been listening. I was watching the Game Trailers video about a year and a half ago, and it was one of the guys from Gearbox was literally shitting on Nintendo when he was saying that they never came to Gearbox to say, hey, this is our box, this is what we're doing, blah 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 blah. Knowing full and well they knew that they had hardware, they gave them information. But he said
sure it was Gearbox.
They didn't come to them. They didn't come to him before they were ready to show the hardware. They didn't say, "Hey, these are the specs. This is what we're looking for." Because apparently that's what Sony. That's what Sony and Microsoft
it was Gearbox and Bethesda. Those arrogant sons of bitches.
I do remember.
Gearbox and Bethesda don't make any games for Nintendo's consoles anyway. So what difference is it?
But here's the thing.
And here's the thing.
They did all that, right?
Those damn Bethesda games are.
Yeah, they did that anyway, right? So they gave them 2-year head start. Here's all our specs, blah 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 blah. So you can release on our platform. Where are their games?
Yeah.
So
my thing is, if I was either Gearbox or Bethesda, and I know Nintendo is an untapped market for me, why not?
Exactly.
It's not like it cost a whole lot to port from the 360 to the Wii U.
No.
Well, according to Ubisoft, apparently it is. Remember the whole debacle with fucking Zombie U?
No. They came out and said it didn't cost them much to port a game from the 360.
No, I remember that, but apparently.
Yeah, but this is Ubisoft. They lie.
Profit, man. They lost. Yeah. That was a bullshit fucking lie, man.
What I'm saying is they already tripped themselves up.
Yeah, they did. They did. And yeah, that's why we haven't really seen anything else coming from them at all, period.
Well, Francis said it's not going to be a problem for Sony anyway, because he said Sony doesn't need a big exclusive this year. They can just have third-party games like they did last year. And for the most part, that's true.
Yeah, he's
that
right
is true, because people
right
are going to buy it anyway. They don't care.
That's true for their console numbers, but what about their financial numbers?
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to sell another building. Or...
They're not making profit on third-party games anyway, though.
Theoretically, where are you guessing where PS4 will be profitable, the console itself be profitable for Sony?
Zen, you haven't talked in a while, dude.
About 2 years? Yeah, Zen back there, and he probably...
I'm figuring around 50, 60 million units.
Yeah, well, what, lifetime for the PS4?
Yeah. That's why I'm figuring it will become profitable for them.
I mean, I've heard like articles and people come out and say that, oh yeah, the PS4 is destined to sell more than the PS2, and it's like, no, it's not going to reach that goal. I guarantee it. Because the only reason why the PS2 sold as much as it did, because at the time it was the best selling and most cheapest fucking DVD player on the market. A lot of non-gamers bought that fucking thing for the DVD player.
Yeah, and you also have
at such a high fucking 160 some odd million units sold.
You also have to remember that right now you have a lot of people who had PS3s who are trading in their PS3s to put that down towards the PS4. I mean, a lot of people who owned PS3s are upgrading. I mean, for lack of a better word. That's just how it is. Now, me personally, I don't upgrade consoles. I just, when I say upgrade, I don't trade in my old one to get a new one. I just go and get a new one. So... I mean, me personally, a lot of people are doing that upgrade, and that's why you're seeing the huge growth. And, a lot of people, I used to be one of them, Sony. A lot of people, that's what they're stuck with. That's what they're used to. That's what they like.
So here's a question for everyone that's in here. I have a question for everyone that's in here. So let's say if Microsoft never ever did the whole DRM stunt thing, that never existed, they didn't advertise their box from the get-go as a multimedia box, and they were just pretty much basically doing what they're doing right now, right from the fucking offset, man. Do you think the PS4 would be sitting at where it's at right now?
Hell no.
All right, what do you think, ShadowFox? Do you think that would actually be not true or true?
Give me the scenario again.
Okay, so say if Microsoft, when they came out on stage, or they never did that whole entire DRM bullshit stunt, right? That backlash to DRM stuff, or they never bothered to advertise their system as a media box. So let's just say Phil Spencer was there right from the offset, doing exactly what he's doing now. Advertising as a games, all that crazy shit. Do you think the PS4 will be sitting at that 20 million right now?
No, it'll be split between that and the Xbox One. It'll be just like how it was at the end of
last generation. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what I kind of figured, because I think the reason why the PS4 is selling a lot more bigger is because of that big push that Sony got, because they saved their own ass. Even though Sony would win first, they would have did the whole DRM thing themselves. We already know that.
And they took off and ran with that shit too. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, they did. Yeah, because they were going to do it themselves. When they heard the backlash, like, okay, we're not doing that. Fuck it, guys. Let's go to scenario B, you know what I mean? Or plan B. And it worked for them, and it took off. And I think that's one of the reasons why. But now, the Xbox is starting to really to really push some units out there now. It's starting to shine through. It's only a matter of time until that little range that right now the Xbox is behind with, man, is going to be surely coming up fucking close to that goddamn number right now, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but Bear Hugger, you have to keep in mind they're losing. They're like, oh, we outsold the PS4 in December and November and January. Yeah, but they're losing like $200 per unit sold.
Microsoft doesn't give a shit.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Yeah, you're
care.
right. Normally I'd agree with you, but look, the Microsoft that exists right now and the Xbox division that exists right now, the people who were propping that division up and hiding stuff, it's a different day. They can't, Phil Spencer can't go in there and say, well, we outsold our competitor, but we lost millions of dollars.
No, I mean, the thing is that I have a lot of respect for Phil Spencer, because when he does, he comes out and he will sit there and say a lot of positive things about Nintendo. He'll say a lot of positive things about fucking Sony, and the same thing too as well. You have Yoshida coming out there right before the PS4 launch and clearly came out and stated look, Nintendo is a valuable company that needs to be in this industry because they get new gamers on board, and then those gamers will move on to Sony or move on to Microsoft, and that's why he was saying it's very crucial for Nintendo to be around in the industry. It's a real shame that gamers can't think like that.
It's a lot deeper than that. But he was clearly not going to put that out on there. But it's a lot deeper than that. Why Nintendo needs to be in this industry?
No, I know that. But he was just basically, but still, he wasn't formally talking shit. But yeah, we have companies that will take jabs at it. Like Bill, what's his name there? Jack Trenton last year talking about the whole how there's more fucking thing that had.
No, I understand what you're saying, but let's be frank here. Phil Spencer can't afford to talk shit. He's not in a position.
Even if he could, I still don't think that
he's really not in a position where he can talk. Phil Spencer needs to be like a rat pissing on cotton. You know the sound.
If Phil Spencer was not, like, even if he was in the actual, if he was making the money, blah blah blah, and he was actually in the position to actually talk shit, I still don't think he actually would.
I don't know.
They respect each
other.
Here's
what I do know. Phil Spencer, the way the Xbox has been acting, Phil Spencer needs to be like a rat pissing on cotton. You know what the sound a rat makes when it pisses on cotton? Silent. No sound whatsoever.
I mean, like, look, okay, even with that remark, even though he can't, he's not in the position to do that, that's fine. But he could technically talk shit about fucking Nintendo if he honestly wanted to.
He could.
But he doesn't.
And I would point out what I just said. He's losing when you cut your when Microsoft first put out the Xbox One, they had it at $500. They were losing $25, $50 then. But they were like, we can offset that because we'll be able to get the ad data and sell that to people because it's going to be hooked into your TV for commercialization. People will have the data to target their commercials to specific people. That failed miserably when they had to do all that anti-DRM stuff. Then they lost that thing. They were already losing $50. Then they had to deal with the whole. We had to drop the Kinect. That's $100 right there. Then they had to drop it another $50 to win the non-existent console war. So that's $200 right there. Then you have to add in the fact that they're giving some of that revenue because it has a Blu-ray drive to whoever holds the patents for that Blu-ray drive. So basically, they're losing $225 per console sold. Phil Spencer, when he goes into his boss Nadal, who then reports to the shareholders and investors, literally Phil Spencer goes to that office, pulls down his pants, bends over, and says, "Please, don't be rough."
Come on.
Hey, hold that thought, RedFox, because Francis said he knew that the PlayStation 4 was already profitable because they made that little comment saying that it's profitable now after like a year or so or whatever. They made I think Shuhei Yoshida put out that comment.
Yeah, that's good.
Either him or Kazura said that it was profitable, but
I'll tell you right now, the PS4 needs to be more than just profitable. The PS4 needs to transcend space and time if it wants to save Sony.
And that's
this is the problem with Sony, is that whilst PlayStation, when they first brought out PlayStation, they poured so much R&D money from all of their divisions into PlayStation, and they took a lot of losses from it. Same thing happened with the PS2. A lot of money from their other division, bleeding money from all their other divisions to invest in all the R&D and everything. Because while Sony has been selling a lot of consoles, and every console they've sold has been at a loss. While Sony has been selling consoles, they weren't really doing so well on the first party front. Most of their best sales came from third party games. That's how it's always been.
Yep.
Come to the PS3 now. That was a bleeding money.
That was a big fuck up, man. They should have not invested so much money into that fucking self-processor, man.
The PS3 wasn't bleeding money. That was literally slitting your throat and holding a bucket in front of it.
Yeah, they fucked up bad, man. That hurt them. Fucking.
That was a big bet. They really thought the cell was gonna be able to be used in other applications, and they would be able to license that to other businesses.
Yeah.
But they were like, okay, sell for an exorbitant amount of money, or a shitload of ARM chips, or these embedded CPUs that we can use for Windows CE, or even Windows XP embedded. Like, no, we're not gonna do that.
Because here's the thing, Sony sells formats.
This is the thing. What has happened now is that Sony's invested so much money from all of their other divisions into PlayStation that all of their other divisions have been crumbling. And what's made it worse is that they still stuck in their old stubborn ways of
we'll sell you a great TV, and just because it has our logo on it, will add an extra £500 on top, despite the fact that Samsung sells a TV that does better for half the price. So
Well,
that's.
I would like to thank Sony personally for keeping IBM in business, because without them making all that money, giving all that money to IBM, they wouldn't be able to make the Wii and Wii U CPUs. So thank you for funding their fabrication in East Fishkill, New York. I appreciate that, Sony. Thank you very much, because and because IBM was losing money, and they slid to the side, and they just said, you know what, we're not even going to sell these servers anymore. We're just going to sell the fab, and whoever wants to build a power architecture system, they contract through us. We'll get another hardware vendor to make it, and then we'll sell it to you. And all we do is enterprise stuff and fabricating new processors if you want them. So they kind of they slid out while they could, so they can make their little money or whatever. So, and they're still able to do big stuff, I guess, with Nintendo or whatever now they can afford to. But for a while, they were getting close to bankruptcy.
Bear in mind, though, even though what you said was Sony has basically saved IBM. Let's be honest, it's AMD it's AMD's partnership with them that's really keeping IBM alive right now.
Yeah, IBM, because they made so much money off the sale in general, and Sony was the brunt of it. Obviously, IBM would have made more money if there were more, if people actually bid on sale and started using it for other products, other than rocket science research. But they would have made less money because Sony they were in on that deal as far as the design, implementation, everything else. So IBM wouldn't been getting the full cut like they do with everybody else. So with them with Sony just basically taking the fall, and they already paid for all the chips ahead of time, IBM's basically like they were hands free on it. Like, cool, we're good because we made our yields. You got them all. We made all these PlayStation 3s. We even die shrunk it for you. I mean, Microsoft's over here. We hooked them up with the 360, but they're not going to give us any more future business. Nintendo's still here, so we'll keep making money from them, but that's only one company. Let's slide up out of this whole process.
Well, technically they're still making money from PS4 and Xbox One, because the fabrication process that is used for AMD processors is made by IBM. So they're still technically making
for that, but they're not making. I'll put it this way: their hardware and the individual chips that they used to sell off the shelf, that business doesn't exist anymore. So they now have, if you want to buy a power chip, you put in a bid for how many million you're going to buy, and then they'll fab them for you and then ship them to you. There's no, hey, I'm going to go online and buy this power chip. It's not going to happen.
So you do a bid and then it gets shipped wholesale.
Yeah, they make it and then they ship it to you. Just like how if Apple wanted to make new hardware and they need to get all the parts together to make it or whatever, they go to all the different vendors that fabricate this stuff and then they make massive orders. That's the only way to get one now.
Damn.
But yeah, basically Sony's position is like this in a nutshell. It's like you have a family, and in this family there's this kid with a bunch of get-rich-quick schemes, and all the time he's asking for support, from his financial support from his family. They keep on giving him money, he keeps on coming up with these inventions, then they keep failing, and then when the family goes broke, they're now starting to look to him to support them because they invested all this money in him. This is exactly the same situation with Sony and the PS4 right now. PS4, they're looking to the PS4 to basically save them. And, well, despite the fact that PS4 is currently making profit, like I said, if that thing don't transcend space and time, then I don't know what's going to happen to Sony.
And you don't have to...
Hey, Jim, we need to go ahead and wrap this up because I just kind of looked at the time and it's been kind of late. So I got one question I want to field for everybody, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up. And that question is, I want to do a round table, and I want to ask everybody, and we'll start with Bear Hugger. What do you think Retro Studios is working on right now?
Fucking Metroid, man.
2D or 3D?
3D. I think it's gonna be another Prime game because I think the fans want it. I'm sure Retro is aware that the fans are craving for another Metroid game, and I think Nintendo was just like, you know what, yeah, fucking make it. Because after what they did with Tropical Freeze, and everyone was like pissed about that, which I still to this day feel that that's the reason why that game sold poorly. Fucking yeah, I'm pretty sure that they are making a Metroid game, and it will be revealed this year at E3.
Sweet. All right, M, what you think?
It's a tough one. It could be two. It could be one of two titles, or they could. I think they're developing more than one title. When both of them will come out is yet to be known. I do think they're working on a Metroid game. I do think they're working on a Metroid game as their primary focus at the moment. But in case it may not be, they might be. I think they're trying to bring. I think they're trying to bring Raven Blade to the Wii U. Because it's a franchise they never got to bring out before. So, you know, what better opportunity for them to bring it out than on a system that has the power for them to pretty much for them to do whatever they want. But I do think the primary focus is definitely going to be a Metroid. And if it is, it's going to be one that transcends space and time itself, because that is going to be, I've said this all along, that is going to be the game that makes every single third-party company completely keep their mouths closed. The only time their mouths will be open is when their jaws drop to see what has been done with the game. And I know it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but if any game is really going to show off the Wii U's potential in terms of its power, it's going to be a Metroid game.
Yeah, that kind of happened with the original Metroid Prime.
Exactly.
Resident Evil 4 came out. So, okay, Andre, what you think?
I'm glad that you brought up Metroid Prime and what they did originally with Metroid Prime, because remember how they released Metroid Prime? What did they do alongside that?
Metroid Fusion.
Other than release Metroid Fusion?
What did that was my point. I have a feeling that they're going to repeat history and do it in a beautiful way.
Yep.
Have the games have interconnectivity, share data between the two of them, and have your 3D Metroid game on the home console and your 2D style game on the 3DS.
Yeah, even on the 3DS, I think it'll be 2. On the 3DS, I think it'll be 2.5D. Yeah.
So the return of Metroid Dread, you think, huh?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Games, you've been silent for about an hour and 45 minutes. What do you think?
Stop masturbating, man.
No. Why you call them out like that?
I always do that.
It's the ShadowCast, man. We do what the fuck we want, right?
Yeah. It's all in the shadows.
Please, from what I heard, what he does with his Peach amiibo, oh my god.
You got no fucking idea, son.
Basically, I think it's not gonna be like a Metroid Prime. It's gonna be a Metroid Prime style game. Just it won't be called Metroid Prime. Because it should be. They should come up with a brand new kind of story there. Or they can make a Metroid Prime Hunters 2, right? The one from the DS.
They didn't make the one. They didn't make the one on the DS.
Yeah,
they made a Metroid Prime game on the DS.
No, they didn't. That was
did.
Nintendo's software studios. Nintendo's.
Retro
software technology. Yeah,
that's
but
software technology.
If you want multiplayer, Echoes had a really great multiplayer.
Echo's multiplayer was good, but the one on Hunters shits on it.
Was better.
Yeah.
The one on Hunters shits on it.
I would rather have that one, so that way it would be a kind of continuation. That way they can make new Hunters and stuff for the multiplayer.
Online play for that beast, man. Fucking.
Yeah. Or there could be a mode there where you can play as the Galactic Federation, because come on, they're there. Of course, that won't be that much exciting. But
who wants to play the Galactic Federation when you got Samus?
Rick, you never know.
No, you can always play as the Galactic Federation Space Marine.
Yeah, so technically, I kind of do. I would love to have like a Star Wars Battlefront type game for the Metroid series. So that would be a good idea.
So I'm thinking of working on that. It's really or they could not be working on any of this, and they're working on that mysterious new IP that they said that it's a new sci-fi one. If you guys don't remember that, Apparently, they're working on something new, and
which I think if they are working on something new, I think it's going to be Raven Blade.
Yeah, Raven Blade is a sci-fi, so.
No, it's like a new IP. New IP.
Yeah, but they never got to bring out Raven Blade, so this may be that when they say new IP, this may be the first time they may mean in the sense it's the first time they bring it out. So I think if they have the opportunity to bring Raven Blade, they're gonna do it.
Well, the game that Metroid Prime ended up being at first was a game that almost had the same idea that I had for a game a while back. It was a female protagonist, and it was kind of an infiltration game. It was basically Beyond Good and Evil, but there was action and killing. So you could do stealth and things like that. But when you got towards enemies and things like that, it turned into a third-person action game, and you could do whatever you needed to do to get out of the scenario. And that ended up being, because they saw the engine, that ended up being Metroid Prime. So it could be that. It could be the car combat game. It could be a football fucking game, which I doubt. Or, it could be, it could be Raven Blade. It could be. I'm holding out hope that it's Raven Blade, but it is what it is. So, Tell Two Foxes, Red. What do you think?
Oh God, you guys already said mine, but I'll say it anyway. They're working on Metroid. It probably won't be Prime. What I mean by that is that they finished the Prime trilogy. So
no, they'll give us an HD port of fucking Other M.
no. Oh God.
I would laugh if they did.
Hey, if they came out with an HD version, I will buy it again. I will buy it again.
I will buy it. Other M's brilliant.
Yeah,
but no, there's not going to be a HD remake of Other M.
Well,
no,
fuck you, hater.
Look, it ain't gonna happen. Like Paul Newman told that guy in that movie, kid, it ain't gonna happen. So basically, I hate that game. And I played it. I own it. I hate it. So basically,
you know nothing.
So basically, they're gonna do a sequel to Metroid Prime, because that's what people really want. But since they're big enough to do 2 games, and Miyamoto has hinted at this, they also have a smaller team working on a handheld version that they're going to put on the 3DS. It's going to utilize the power of the new 3DS with that awesome control stick. C-nubbin. And
C-nubbin, the nipple.
The C-nubbin. Well, I was going to call it.
I just call it the nipple. That's what I call it.
No, I was going to call it. It's an erogenous zone, but it's not quite a nipple.
No, but I mean it's shaped. I'm not getting into fucking detail with that. Fuck it.
Anyway, so yeah, they're gonna utilize the power of that awesome bit of technology. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna have cross connectivity, kind of like Fusion did. They're gonna bring it all together. It's gonna be awesome. The game is gonna look great. Some of the people they have on board for this game, let me put it this way: this Metroid is gonna have the deepest story, the most gorgeous graphics you've seen. It's gonna make your jaw fall.
I hope to God.
And to top it all off, we will have Samus talking to herself the whole time. No, I'm just joking.
No, she won't. Aside from her grunts and groans when she gets hurt or falls.
I still want to see
or when she pulls off a special move.
They have to make sure they got to keep the actual reflection.
I actually want to hear her talk. Is that such a bad thing?
No, I just want to see her ass.
Yes, it is.
So
they've already given her a voice.
Man, fucking hell.
They've already given her a voice, and taking it away now would kind of.
Yeah, it's Jennifer Hale. Jennifer Hale is her voice.
What I'm saying is that taking her voice away from her now would kind of be backpedaling, since they already gave her a voice.
Jennifer Hale, isn't she the person? Isn't she the voice of fucking female?
She's the voice of everything. She's the voice of.
She's the voice person.
They should make the voice of Samus.
From piano.
So you mean to tell me that? So she did the voice of the female Commander Shepard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, fucking tweak my nips. No wonder I like that game.
I first heard her voice in a video.
I say we vote Scarlett Johansson, voice of Samus.
Oh, dude, get out! Get the fuck out, dude. Look, I have to put up with her voice when I try to watch the fucking Avengers. Man, no, dude.
What's wrong with Scarlett Johansson? She's hot.
What's wrong with her?
Look, her voice is too fucking whiny, man.
With ScarJo. Hey man, don't be talking about ScarJo.
Exactly.
Apparently, she's only built to be seen and not heard.
Look, she's got a nice body. She's got a nice
And that
fucking
just
body.
went a
I will
whole
say
nother
that. No, I'm just saying. Look, I'll say this for the record. Look, Scarlett Johansson, fucking, that was like everyone's dream to see her naked. You finally got to see her naked. She's got an okay body. She's got a nice body. Her voice is too fucking whiny. I don't want that shit on my Samus.
Well, I guess I can see that point. I can.
So you would rather have the voice of Bayonetta or be the voice of Samus?
Oh my
You want
god!
Samus to sound like sound like she's got an Adam's apple, don't you?
What Samus sound like? She's got a 900 number.
You
First
killed
of all,
my
hey,
family.
did anyone in this podcast, MrRedFox, say anything about a tranny fucking Samus, man? Like, what the fuck?
You want a strong female protagonist?
That's
I
a
don't
little
want
bit more
China
tomboy than I expect.
I think you mean a butch Samus, not a I don't.
No, I think he sounds like he wants the crying game, Samus.
No, okay, anyway, to get back on topic so we can end this, man. Fucking, I will say this real quick. I would love it, man, if Nintendo had it, like, or if Retro, or not Retro, but if Nintendo allowed Retro to have it, so, like, if you buy the Wii U version, you get the fucking 3DS one for free. That would be fucking killer, man, right there on the spot.
Well,
That's not gonna happen.
I wouldn't say for free if the game is completely different. Yeah, discounted. If it's discounted,
It's not. Nintendo's not going to do that. What they're going to do is they're going to say if you buy both games, you're going to get some kind of soundtrack or gallery or whatever.
But it works.
Yo,
no, here's what they're going to do.
If they come out and they say that fucking if you buy both games, you get a statue or something like that of fucking Zero Suit Samus, I will purposely buy the new 3DS version of the game. I don't care if I own the system or not, just because I want to have that statue so I can stare at her ass. That's all I give a fuck about. Man.
No, see, I was going to take it to this extreme and say you buy both games, and Nintendo will give you a Samus body pillow.
A body pillow? Fuck, man, we're gonna put that in my head now, dude. Shit.
Even I wouldn't go that far.
That's far. Okay, all right, Zen, what's your take on what Retro is doing right now?
I think it's gonna be Metroid. It kind of has to be. There's no other point to anything else. But just to a point earlier on, because I came back just in time to hear Red Fox say.
The way you said that, sorry, the way you said that, then there's no point to anything else.
Dude,
well,
there is no point to anything else.
Like, this is the only way to life.
No, that's because Zen is waiting on that Samus booty. That's why.
No, I'm actually very serious. There is no point to anything else. If Retro does anything else, I would burn that office down. I'm serious.
Yeah, there's going to be riots. There's going to be riots.
So
Retro comes out at E3 and they say we're coming out with Donkey Kong Country K. Rool Returns. Man, there's going to be riots. People are going to be tipping over cars and shit.
Exactly. But just to
I don't see them bringing out another Donkey Kong.
Just your statement, Red Fox. You said something along the lines of.
So what would you do? So what would you do if Retro Studios this E3 instead of announcing a new Metro, they announced Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze DLC?
Oh well, that's just more dong for me to play with.
I would not buy the game. I would probably do.
What were you gonna say, Zen? Hang
on, let me just answer this question here. I would not buy the game. I'd probably do a cut the bull. I'd be very pissed.
It'll be like watching Shokyo after the
and
VGS.
Following that, I would do a bull cutting episode.
Zen be brandishing his blade.
No.
Well, hold on. If y'all gonna do that, then I gotta get in on this because I got blade.
All I'm saying, if
you gotta have a different name.
All I'm saying, if that happens, you think Shokyo's bad?
How about shredding? Yeah.
Oh man, dude, listen. When I did a video about Star Fox and I think it was F-Zero and Metroid was in there. I mentioned Metroid and about the fans not buying the games and needlessly asking for them. I was hated for that. After this video, E3 Retro comes out with another Donkey Kong game. You're gonna fucking despise me. I promise.
I won't. I'll be laughing my ass the whole time. I'll be laughing my ass off the whole time.
I'll be pissed if I can't see no goddamn Samus ass. But I will say this right now: if it isn't a Donkey Kong, yeah, I'll be okay with that. I'm not gonna lie.
Anyway,
I'm just saying, if it's not Metroid, I know it's not going to be Donkey Kong. I feel like that's off the table.
Backlash for Tropical Freeze.
I feel like that's off the
sales,
table.
man.
But if it's not Metroid, and
backlash for making a really good platformer. That makes no sense to me. Hey, we made a really good platformer, guys.
We made this amazing ass game for everybody to enjoy. Fuck you guys. We
The
don't
reason
like
why
it.
I'm saying that, ShadowFox, though, is because everyone sat there and hyped up what Retro was going to announce for the Wii U, and everybody thought it was going to be Metroid Prime 4 or some Metroid game. And what we thought was fucking Donkey Kong, and everyone started a fucking.
And it's a good game, but Zen was going to say something. We keep on interrupting.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Zen, what were you going to say?
Zen?
I think
Did we scare him off?
No, I think he's meditating right now.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll go ahead and give my synopsis then. I'm probably gonna surprise some of y'all, but what if by some weird
Don't say it.
What if the young guys in Japan didn't really program all of Splatoon by themselves?
What?
What if that engine was developed by Retro?
That'd be awesome.
They programmed, they programmed everything else on top of it to make it their own or whatever. And instead of them releasing a Metroid game, Retro isn't doing anything but Mario Kart DLC. However, at E3, Nintendo comes on stage and shows a Metroid game made by Factor 5.
I think I just shit a little bit in my pants.
The reason why I'm gonna say that is, if you heard the recent interviews that they've been doing, they've been
This is Star Wars Factor still alive.
They've been shopping.
This is Star Wars Factor 5, Rogue Squadron Factor 5.
They've been doing this for about 5 years now. They've been shopping ideas to them still, and Nintendo is still working with them. But
I didn't know Factor 5 was still alive.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, and they're still working on a project right now that they can't talk about, and it's with Nintendo.
Yeah, I think Nintendo resurrected them because after when they went under with the layer, whatever you want to call it, they haven't been around for a dog's age, and then all of a sudden, just poof out of nowhere, they just come back.
Yeah, they were working on.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you could be onto something, dude. If that be the case, if Factor 5 is making
Factor 5 are developing the
fucking
Metroid game,
Metroid game, I will shart in my pants on E3.
I'm just saying.
let me say, Factor 5 making it. Who's the guy that directed the Metroid? Who's the guy that did the Metroid games? The
guy that did you talking about
Prime games. The Prime games.
That was Retro.
Yeah, but who's the guy who directed it? Like the head of the team.
I can't think of his name right now. Mike, whatever.
Bald-headed fuck guy, I think.
Yeah, I can't think of his
or
name.
something like that.
Oh,
yeah, he's the dude who
you mean
worked on Other M.
Huh?
You're talking about the
Other M guy.
Yeah, the other M.
No, the other M guy was Yoshio Sakamoto.
You're talking about the main director.
Oh, yeah.
You're not talking about the American component. You're talking about who oversaw the game.
It's Tanabe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tanabe. Yeah, it would be good if Factor 5 is developing it and Tanabe is still supervising.
From what I understand, Julian speaks Japanese. So. For what
I'm saying that
speaks Japanese. So.
It's not even just that, but in the sense that because if Tanabe is supervising, then that means that he can give them guidance based on the development of the Prime games.
Yeah, him and Miyamoto came over to Retro because they shut down everything. They were over there like royally fucking up. They had like 9 projects going at the same time, and none of them were close to being complete.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, so Big Daddy Miyamoto had to come and spank him.
Yeah, and who knows?
Put him back on.
Who knows Nintendo's hardware better than those guys? Really?
Mm-hmm.
No one.
Like the Factor 5 knows it better than they do.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
yeah.
look. Did you see the
what they did with Rogue Squadron?
Did you see the remakes that they were? Did you see the remakes that were gonna Did you see the remakes that they were gonna do for the Wii?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did, and that shit looked awesome. Damn you, Sony, for screwing them up with that shitty layer game.
Yeah, you could very well be right, man. Fucking, because I was not aware that Factor 5 was even still around.
No, but all I'm saying is if Factor 5 is developing a Metroid game,
I'll buy it.
I would buy that in a heartbeat.
I said retro. I said retro was gonna. I said retro would shut up the industry. Now Factor 5 will completely. They'll make some third party developers quit.
Francis said he doesn't think that that Nintendo would let Factor 5 do it. But at the same point in time, who says it has to be Factor 5? It could just be under a different name. It could still use their talent. It could be a completely different studio name, if you will, or it could be
retro studio.
It could be retro, but it's Factor 5's engine.
Yeah, but because think about it. Like retro had a hand in developing Mario Kart. Where do you ever really see their name mentioned about it?
No, they do a whole bunch of stuff in house. They started writing. They built an engine for Wii U too. Retro was working on something to shop to third parties potentially, but I don't think that happened. I think they just kept it in house. So that may be where Splatoon came from. That's a hunch. There's no confirmation on that at all.
Splatoon now is looking nice.
But I find it mighty convenient that now all of a sudden Nintendo in Japan is able to come up with a third-party shooting engine. I find that mighty convenient.
But let's be frank, though. I mean, but just think about what you just shopped out, Shadow. No one knows how to do space combat better on a console than Factor 5. The one thing missing from Metroid Prime was space combat.
And going from planet to planet manually.
And going from planet to planet. Think about all the stuff, because look, I don't know about the ship. The ship in the first two games didn't look all that cool, space worthy. That ship from Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, that ship looked like it could mess some shit up.
Yeah, it did mess shit up.
No, do you remember in the beginning? Do you remember when you're sitting in the ship and like you can interact with some of the buttons and you press the the rocket?
It's got like battle armor and shit. I mean, god damn. I mean, could you imagine that thing in a dogfight?
I just like the pimp blinders on there. You can just like, look, I don't want y'all to see me. I just close it. Yeah.
That was the armor.
That's awesome.
The blast shield.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, that's kind of that was just kind of something that I was pondering for a while. I was kind of listening to those interviews and you know, he kind of told me basically the way that they were saying it in the interview. This was an interview with the IGN Nintendo team, by the way. So this is Per Schneider and God, I can't think of the other dude's name, and Jose Otero. So it was Per, Fran, and Jose were interviewing Factor 5, and so they were when they were talking about how they shopped around the ideas to multiple publishers, and then they came to Nintendo with the whole Kid Icarus idea. They did another idea for another Wii Sports Resort game where they were doing the Pilot Wing stuff and all that other kind of stuff and whatnot. And they did another. They originally pitched Lair to Nintendo, and they even ported the game from PS4 to Wii. And like I don't know if it's still on YouTube or not, but somebody had found footage of it running on I guess Wii code or what have you. And pretty much Lair in 480p.
To be fair, most of the 7th gen engines could run on the Wii in 480p, and they already proven to run on there.
Yeah, so once they pitched that kind of stuff around, the only thing was they didn't have a publisher, and they were banking on Nintendo to be the publisher. And I guess more than one time they turned them down or what have you. But they still kept in constant communication with them, and they ended up making some kind of. I think they're right now in the middle of making some kind of iOS game or something, I guess, to keep the lights on or what have you. But they're still pitching deals to them like today, still, even though they don't even have. I don't even think they have a California studio anymore. But they're still actively pitching stuff to them, I guess, to be an ad hoc team, if you will, kind of like how all the helper developers in Japan do. Like they'll literally contract themselves out to be a developer for a game. And then they'll shut down, open themselves up as a new name, and shop for another game to develop for. So I don't know if that's what they're doing right now, but I think they're under a new name. I don't think it's like Angel, some kind of name they came up with.
But to be fair, whatever Retro's working on, it must be big because the amount of
they've been hiring, man.
They've been hiring like crazy.
Yeah.
That's why I was figuring the 2 Metroid games and the interconnectivity, because they would need a lot of people to program that.
Mm-hmm. And the thing, and you think about the type of stuff. I mean, to be honest, most of Retro Studios has a bit of some of the best developers in the industry from some of the best companies. People from Visual Games, Crytek, Naughty Dog. I mean, most of the lead designers that worked on Uncharted now work for Retro Studios.
It's a dream team of Western developers, is what Retro Studios is.
Pretty
And
much.
Nintendo, the Japanese company, has.
Yeah. And they're being tutored under Nintendo, so
Which means they'll be even better than they were.
Rare could have been like that, but they took
Rare
the money
was
from
like
Satan.
that for a while.
You take money from Satan, bad things happen to you.
Here's the official tagline of when the company went defunct, right? So originally it says here on the wiki, right, and this is pretty much accurate. It said that in the U.S. company closed in May 2009, following the closure of Brash Entertainment, which the company had multiple contracts, and you know how that went. The original German company, headed by CEO Akim Mollar, remained active due to unrelated business policy and operations within the North American company. Yeah, it stayed. Factor 5 still existed, and the website existed and everything. A couple of years after they closed here, and the California studio closed. So the German company stayed open for a while, and then apparently it closed in 2011. He said he liquidated the company, and all game licenses were transferred to Egbert Engel Schmidt GBR. So Julian and Thomas Engel still have all the licenses that Factor 5 ever had, to include Turrican and the unreleased game that they made. That was, I forgot the name of it. What was the name of it? God, what was the name of that game? Tornado. So they've got some stuff that they could bring back. They could bring back Turrican, Rogue Squadron series, what have you.
Oh man,
No,
I would love a Turrican compilation.
They can't bring back Rogue Squadron.
Well, yeah, that's a Star Wars contract, but they could.
They could contract with Disney.
Yeah.
They might, but Disney, they signed that exclusivity crap with the EA, so.
Yeah, then they will have to use EA as the publisher.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's a convoluted situation.
Little studios that use EA as publishers don't do well. Rest in peace, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning.
I can say never say never, because two things exist that fly in the face of that. Number one is Tatsunoko versus Capcom.
Yeah.
And number two is the second re-release of GoldenEye on the Wii.
Yep.
Yeah, that was
licensing nightmares can happen. Killer Instinct just got released on Xbox One. Licensing nightmares can happen. Like, Nintendo still has a partial trademark for characters in Killer Instinct still today, but somehow the entire Killer Instinct.
Well, then you look at
Microsoft wrote them a check. That's what happened.
Yeah. Look at the remake of Donkey Kong Diddy Kong Racing on the DS. That was developed by Rare on a Nintendo system, despite them being owned by Microsoft.
Oh, they never told them they couldn't develop on portable, because Microsoft never plans to go portable. So they made a Game Boy Advance game after that too. They made Saber
Viva Pinata.
They made
Viva Pinata on the Game Boy Advance.
And Viva Pinata. They made two Game Boy Advance games since the split, and they've made DS games. So yeah, there's nothing stopping them for that.
No, it's nothing. But we talking about Factor 5 though when you said Turrican, and I just started thinking about Super Turrican, Mega Turrican, and I'm like, damn, if they bring back a compilation, like an HD compilation of that.
Yep, Turrican 2.
Oh gosh, man.
The original
was fun.
Oh man.
I had a fanboy moment when you said Turrican. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, but the dudes are talented though, man. They're really talented. They had 3 projects from Wii that they had that ended up being unreleased. So
if they could get them bumped to the Wii U.
Yeah, if they could do that, that would be the lick, man. But yeah, that's all I really got, man. Because this podcast has been running too long. I know it's a ShadowCast, so it should run long, but I don't want people's ears bleeding listening to this shit. So it is what it is.
Hey, let them bleed. Fuck it.
Get a Q-tip, you'll be fine.
Yeah,
Put a cotton swab around you, you be alright.
I was going to say that eating would be my excuse to get off of here, but this is ShadowCast. I can eat while I'm on here. Fuck it. Like I
There you
think
go.
I
Just
hit
do
it
it that
last
way.
time.
Look, I finished my meal when I first got in here. So.
I think Twilight was soup or some shit the last time we was on one. I was like, okay, he's grubbing out over there, but it's okay because I was doing it. It's whatever.
I mean, like I muted the mic so you didn't hear me chewing and shit.
I didn't even mute the mic. I was like, fuck it. It is what it is, man. But yeah, that was more the points I wanted to talk about, other than the bullshit about people. You know how people go, man. We had those conversations every time we stop broadcasting. We have really good conversations, and we start going in. And I don't really care whether or not if it's on air or not. So some people, they say certain things and they try to act a certain type of way, and until they run into me, and then they don't want to do a hangout. They'll rather just type to me over and over again with the same shit, and I'm like, if you really, really believe what you're saying, then it should be no problem telling me that live right now. Or hell, just even though we don't even have to go live, just talk to me on a hangout so we can actually discuss it. But yeah, I'm those individuals. I don't know if I'm ever going to talk to one of them because he has other people talk to me instead of him, and the other one, I don't know. He never replied to my video about him, and I let him know how the one thing he was bragging about was really commonplace for a lot of us. So, especially with us being grown, having our own jobs and our own families and everything, and if you can't even get your own domicile, then you've obviously got issues. But that's neither here nor there. We'll leave all the addict talk for another day, I guess. Yeah, we could table the discussion, but Francis just put something else up here. Oh, he said one more topic. What is the mystery AAA Wii U game?
Man, I think we didn't beat this. I think we didn't beat this for so many times in different places and different. I don't even know. I swear.
Hold on.
Again.
Who's the developer?
Tantalus.
Yeah, Tantalus.
So
the ones that worked on Deus Ex Human Revolution and Mass Effect 3, which I have both of those games.
So are they doing a port or?
Yeah, they're doing a port of another AAA
Yeah, no,
game.
they said it's going to be a port / rework of a big AAA publisher, but it's not going to be a hardcore game, and it's not going to be a mature game.
I mean,
It's Rock Band.
A hard? No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Don't hurt my feelings like that.
How did they say it's not a hardcore game? Where did that information come from?
I'm figuring in hardcore in the sense that most people think hardcore is not like hardcore as in something you'll spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I can run on with this forever. And hours in.
Oh, so it's Call of Duty then?
No. It's not ever. No, there was a leak list that somebody fucking printed out a while back, and there was a game that was on the list. All the games that were mentioned on the list were actually ones that we already know that are coming. There's one game that stood out that it was the Sims game, and everybody thought that was going to be it because it fits the whole not a hardcore title, not an M-rated game, blah blah blah. And it is from a big AAA publisher like.
And it is a fairly big game.
Yeah, but.
Francis said it's cross game chat for Funky Barn. You heard it here first.
Hey, I wouldn't be fucking surprised. But no,
yeah,
my better guess is that it's either going to be Destiny because Activision can easily fucking port that over without two shits in the world because they've already made their money back on Destiny anyways.
They've made way too much money.
Or what I'm hoping that it would definitely fucking would be fucking either one of the Kingdom Hearts remix games that's coming out to the Wii U because they want to see how well it would sell on the fucking Wii U. Me personally, I would love it if it was fucking Star Wars Battlefront. That would be amazing. But this is EA we're talking about here, and EA can eat a fucking cock. But when it's all said and done, I would love it if it was fucking Kingdom Hearts.
Hey Bear, you can't spell eat. You can't spell eat without EA.
Yeah, but at least, hey, but here's everything right now. That is true.
Look,
That is
You
fucking
can't
true.
spell sleeves without EA.
Yeah, you can't even
That
spell
is also
fucking
true.
Whatever, I don't care. But EA can eat a fucking bag of dicks for all I give a fuck. So far, they've been fucking up every game that I've been wanting to get from them. Like my hockey shit, that's ruined. Fucking whatever. Fuck EA. But the thing is, though, if it is The Sims, people are going to be fucking pissed. You're going to see video after video after video. Me personally, I'll buy it because I love The Sims. No.
What if it's
SimCity? No!
The one with all the DRM. Think about the shit you use that gamepad, son.
Well, here's the question I have, though. You said it's not hardcore, right?
Yeah.
What if these people actually were nice enough to say, you know what, we'll give them that game, and it will actually help the Wii U out a lot?
What, The Sims?
Minecraft.
Dude, it's funny how you said that because everybody on NeoGAF, when I was looking at that post, everybody was mentioning Minecraft. It was like, well, Minecraft is not a big AAA fucking title, and it's like, well, it technically could be now that Microsoft owns it.
Minecraft would make sense. It would make
Minecraft,
sense.
it would definitely make sense.
But would Microsoft let that come to another console?
Why not?
They might.
It's on the PlayStation 4?
Yeah, but that deal was inked before they bought it.
Microsoft has already.
Well, hold on though, because weren't they talking about this last year before Microsoft got Minecraft?
Yeah, Nintendo was fucking it's been talking about this now for quite a while.
They tease it, but then Notch would be like talking shit. So I don't know.
Fuck that.
Notch did that to
so much fucking shit. You can't even take anything that he says. You have to take everything that he says with a grain of salt.
You gotta take everything he says with a grain of salt.
I'm like, dude, take some of that money and go fund Psychonauts 2.
I'd rather it be fucking Minecraft than the fucking Sims, okay? Because the Sims, I like that franchise. I grew up with that series, so I wouldn't mind that, but that's not a game that would definitely sell fucking millions of copies on the Wii U. Minecraft's fucking great. But no one's going to want to sit there and walk around as their fucking Sims and be able to interact with the gamepad and talk in front of a fucking mirror talking gibberish. Nobody wants that shit. Give us fucking Minecraft, or give us fucking whatever the case may be. I hope to God it's either Minecraft, fucking Kingdom Hearts, or fucking Destiny. One of those three, and I'll be fucking happy as fuck. But if it's some casual game, like fucking some funky barn bullshit, I'll be buying that game. Actually, I won't even buy it. I'll walk into GameStop, I'll take that fucking goddamn empty case, and I'll give it a fucking nut rub. Flip it up the shelf. I don't give a fuck. I ain't buying that shit. Fuck that crap, dude. Shit like that irritates me, man, because everybody just like sits there and automatically assumes that, oh, well, you know, Wii U is nothing more than a casual console. It's just casual. Let's throw all the casual trash on that fucking system. No, man. There's a reason why. Look, if the install base is small the way it is right now, we want core titles. If Nintendo has to go throughout and get all these exclusive fucking games like Bayonetta and Devil's Third, which is amazing, by the way, which I'm more than happy with, man. I want to see more shit like that. I don't want to see no goddamn funky barn bullshit on my goddamn Wii U, all right, motherfucker? That's all I'm saying right now.
I just don't want the worst cost scenario to happen. I don't want this AAA game to end up being the fucking Tomb Raider game from last generation.
Oh,
I don't want it. You get what I'm saying? I hear that. If some shit like that happens, then I'm like, well, what the fuck? Like,
what's the point? It's way too late.
Well, no, that is an M-rated game, so that's out. Some people brought that up too as well, and I was like, no, it's not. Tomb Raider, the new one, Definitive Edition, is an M-rated game, so that's out. So, I mean, what possibly could it be? I mean, Destiny makes a lot of sense. It's a T-rated game. You can play that game casually because it is technically a mini MMO. You know, that game's No, Destiny.
I was gonna say Titanfall because since that's going multi-platform.
Titanfall, that would be. Titan Balls would be pretty interesting, I guess, but whatever. I don't know. We'll have to wait until or Titanfall. Sorry, not Titan Balls. My bad. But I mean, yeah, whatever it is, I'm sure it's gonna be okay. I just don't want it to be some fucking casual, stupid ass game from a big top-notch publisher, and they spend a whole entire year and a half working on this fucking thing, and all we get in return is Funky Barn the sequel.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I don't want that shit, man.
But if it is The Sims, or even worse, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare.
Oh,
I would take that. I would take that.
A year later?
I threw up a little
why
bit.
not? Why not? Look, I played Ghost. It was an okay game. I mean, fucking, it's not as good as Black Ops, but whatever.
You would accept a brand new Call of Duty when literally a year after the last one come out, when the next one's coming out in like 3 months, basically.
Look. All I'm saying. Okay, honestly, I will say this right now. If they were gonna make a Call of Duty game to come out for the Wii U, I'd rather it be Treyarch's game, and I'm hoping that Treyarch will enforce this on Activision and be like, look, we want to also release this game. You know, we made this game, blah blah blah. You guys are publishing it. Let the Wii U owners have it because Black Ops sold pretty fucking well compared to fucking Ghosts. No. Ghost
was a bomb platforms, man.
Yeah, but Activision owns Treyarch. They can't enforce anything.
No, I know that. I know they can't enforce that. But
Activision can say jump, and Treyarch can say how high, sir.
Yeah. The thing is, though, man, is that Treyarch fucking loves Nintendo, man, and Activision knows that and respects that. Because they made good fucking ports of Modern Warfare Reflex. They did the port for fucking Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops, and all that crazy shit. So I'm pretty sure, I'm hoping anyways, that Activision will be a little
Don't
more
let that fool you, Bear.
No, I know.
Bear, because Timberline loved Nintendo too, and now they only make Madden for EA.
Let's be honest. We all know that Bobby Kokock is definitely not going to fucking be a nice person to actually do it. But I would love to see that happen. I really would. But if we don't end up getting it, fuck Activision. I don't give a shit. Fuck them.
What if the game they're porting over is shoot, I was about to say Diablo 3, but that game's rated M. Never mind.
Yep.
What if it was No Man's Sky?
That'd be
that would be awesome, but the dudes would say it cannot handle the power of our infinite universe. Our infinite
whatever.
It's
rendered on a server.
The fucking power of my shit.
Yeah, I mean they're so full of. I'm sorry, but the claims those dudes. Every time they keep on talking, I'm like, there is no way this game can live up to all the hype you guys are building for it. I'm sorry.
Hold on, it might on the PC side. I don't know if it's going to do
it
on the PS4
not on the
side.
PS4. No.
That's where they got me questioning. I'm like, are you sure? I'm like, are you sure the PS4 is going to be able to do that for you?
No, generally speaking, the more a developer hypes up a game, the more skeptical I get about it. I'm like, because really good games are a surprise. It's like you don't even like with Bayonetta 2. You just saw some stuff, and then you played it. You're like, damn, this game is really on the level.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what it is. I mean, I really hope to God that it's not The Sims. But if it is, I'll buy it to show my support. The Division, the Division is definitely going to be M-rated, yeah.
Yeah. Ubisoft's MMO.
And that's my last hope for Ubisoft, man, because I love fucking Tom Clancy. So if they fuck this game up, yeah. Ubisoft, you were on my fucking nutsack list. Get the fuck out of my life. I'm done with you.
Well, wait, there's that Rainbow Six game that everybody likes too, though. Apparently,
look, I'll say this right now. Rainbow Six, whatever the hell it's called, Rainbow Six, whatever the fuck it's called.
Rainbow Six Geomod.
Okay, well, back when it was known as Rainbow Six Patriots, which is the one that I was really excited for because it kind of looked like a crossbreed between New and Vegas, and I was super excited for it. Then they dropped that. Now they give us this fucking online game, which I'm okay with it because it kind of reminds me of old school like Sierra SWAT, like SWAT 4 and whatnot, and SWAT 3, so I'm kind of excited a little bit about it. But this is fucking Ubisoft, a French company that sucks. Okay, so the fact of the matter is that that's the only high hopes that I have for these two games, that Ubisoft doesn't fuck this up, because their Assassin's Creed brand is utter shit now. Fucking so if they treat this game, The Division, and Rainbow Six like fucking utter trash, I will never ever fucking buy another goddamn game from this company as long as I fucking live. Not even their old school shit anymore, man.
So here's my thing. Here's my thing, and well, I guess it's going to be a ShadowCast now because we're stretching this shit out. But here's my thing. Why the hell isn't anybody seeing this as a business opportunity? Why aren't they going like, hey, well, you know what? We can't do Assassin's Creed on this platform the way that we want to. Why don't we just build a new Assassin's Creed that can only run on this?
Thank you!
Why don't we just build a new Evolve that can only work on this? But it's all the same in the world.
Well,
it's like going back to the
right? Shadow. There's one word that defeats that purpose. Extra work. Well, 2 words. Extra work.
They don't even have to do that, dude, man. They can get like Thanos to do it. They can lay it all out.
Yeah, but that takes money, dude.
Offline on the Wii U.
Yeah, but look,
that takes money. But that destroys their whole business purpose. They want to sell you fucking DLC. If it's offline all the time, you don't need DLC.
No, but what I'm saying is though is that like the way Shadow was going, man. If they really wanted to, me personally, if Ubisoft was smart and if they were willing to actually fucking go ahead and put the effort and time into it and even got like another inside house company to make it for them, so be it. I would have loved to see an original Assassin's Creed franchise on the Wii U, because that would have fucking been fine. That would have probably sold a lot more than what 3 and fucking 4 combined.
Here's what they could have done, and there's been a lot of fan art for this. This is what they could have done. There's been a lot of fan art for this. They could have taken the approach that was taken with Hyrule Warriors. Do a Assassin's Hyrule.
Yeah.
Or Hyrule Creed, whatever the hell you want to call it.
How fucking sweet would that be, man? Assassin's Hyrule or something like
you know
that,
how
dude?
many people have done fan art of Link dressed up in the assassin's robes?
Well, to be
or
fair,
just have Altair show up in Hyrule.
well, to be fair,
Crossover.
to be fair, most of the Assassin's Creed games take their ideas from Twilight Princess.
Well, whatever the case would be, I mean, it would be nice. I mean, like, Nintendo would obviously have to do some kind of collaboration.
At least
There's
the
money
first one,
coming in.
anyway.
There's money involved with it, regardless.
Well,
anyways.
here's another opportunity that we haven't thought about for Nintendo. They could buy Tantalus as their porting company, as their porting.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
Their porting
Let
studio.
them fucking port
Wow.
Fatal Frame.
Wow. That completely blew my mind just now.
Why don't they do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we could have had fucking.
And then
Fatal
they
Frame
could.
by now.
Now they could go to any publisher and they just say, "Hey, can you bring this game to our platform?" They're like, "No, it's not in our wheelhouse.
Well, I mean, we already
nothing
know
to do with it.
Fatal
We just
Frame
want
is
the
finally
property.
coming now.
We want the license."
Well, I mean, like Fatal Frame is finally coming out because I mean, when Itagaki came out and made that statement about how he's almost like 100% positive that the game will eventually be ported over, there's we haven't seen anything yet because Nintendo was going to release it next year, man, to give us more content for the following year, which makes sense because like. I mean, it took like almost like anytime when a game is in Japan, it usually takes like 6 to almost a year to fucking come out in North America. Eventually, usually it does. But when it does get ported, it eventually takes that long. So I wouldn't be surprised. That's the reason why we haven't heard anything yet about fucking Fatal Frame 4 yet, or Fatal Frame whatever the fuck number it's at now. I want that game because I love that fucking franchise. So I mean, whatever. Just give me the fucking game, and I'll be happy as shit. That's all I'm saying.
Barry, you think that they should buy Tantalus and basically turn them into the, when third parties give these lazy ass exclusives?
That was me, man.
Well, I'm sorry. I attributed the really good idea to the wrong person. It's a really good idea, but I mean, do they really need to buy a third-party studio to do that when they have all these other studios they've bought already?
Why not?
That
The more developers Nintendo gets in their pockets.
If Tantalus is making their bank on porting games to the Wii U,
Someone's playing.
Why not?
And it doesn't have to be like we own them forever. It could be like, hey, for the next like 4 years, port games.
Just like a contract for them to do ports of games from other consoles for the Wii.
And what better way for Nintendo to get more in these fucking in-house developer studios' shoes, or like or at least getting their foot in the door, make good amends with them, whatever you want to call it, get them on board. So that if they're just spitballing here, but if there ever was a video game crash, Nintendo will always have like Platinum Games by their side. They'll have fucking Koei by their side. They'll have Tantalus if they really want to. They'll have a bunch of developers on their side so that they can keep them afloat and make the fucking god and make gaming relevant once again. That's what I just think. That's spitball.
I just think it's funny because now I can only imagine the babbling that happens when Nintendo approaches somebody and they're like, "Nah, well we don't have the staff to do it," and they're like, "Well, but we do."
I mean, if you look
just
at
sign right here, please.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this, you look at the actual success of what Hyrule Warriors did compared to their other games Koei has done. It's night and fucking day. Like this is like the best-selling game that Koei has ever fucking done. Almost close to like, well, it shipped 1 million, but it only sold like 900,000 units. That is huge for them.
Hey, you know what? I'm one of them.
They're not going to bail on Nintendo now, dude, man. They know they got an audience there, so they're going to keep doing those crossover games, man. If they want to make a Mario fucking goddamn Warriors, fucking make it happen.
No.
All right, hold on. Hold on.
No.
They want to make
No, but they can do it with Fire Emblem, though.
Yeah, Fire Emblem. Yeah, but I mean, a Mario Maker.
You know what series would do well in? Do you know what series would do really well with a Fire Emblem crossover?
What?
Soul Calibur.
Tim Megami Shin?
Soul Calibur would be fucking mint, dude. That would be amazing.
Soul Calibur would be the greatest weapon fighting game ever. if they just took characters from like Castlevania, fucking Samurai Showdown, Last Blade, they could pull characters from everywhere, from every game that has somebody with weapons in it, and make a fighting game.
Like even Koei themselves has came out and stated that they want to make a Mario fucking Warriors, man.
No, I don't want to see a Mario Warriors.
I do, because I know I can guarantee you it's gonna work. And everyone's gonna fucking love it.
Maybe I'm imagining it wrong. Maybe that's my problem. I might be imagining it the wrong way. If I can see a concept of it.
Yes,
it looks good.
You gotta remember.
It doesn't have to be a Mario game. It could be a Mario game.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what people are forgetting. People are like automatically assuming
Right?
Right? Here's the thing. They can easily do a Mario Maker like Warrior style, man, and they can do it so fucking well. Look at it like this, man. You have multiple characters in that series you can pick from, like Bowser Jr., fucking Peach, my favorite, fucking Mario, Luigi, Waluigi, all this cool stuff. But here's the thing, like the way it would work is, man, you have like Goombas and other like Koopas coming after you, that kind of shit like that. But Mario can, like, all characters would fight like if they were in Smash Brothers, right? But there's also blocks that you can't jump and hit. You get different powers, whether it be like a fire suit or a fucking superstar or whatever the case may be, man. You can use those to your advantage. It can work so fucking well, dude.
If they did this, the one thing I would want them to do, which I get pissed off with Nintendo for not doing this in the Mario game yet, which should be
online multiplayer.
Well, that obviously, but combining power-ups.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, why not?
Like a fire flower and a damn feather.
Suit, shoot fucking fireballs out of my ass. That'd be awesome. But no, I guarantee you, it will fucking work, man. Because anything can technically work in a Warriors franchise. Because those creators that make those games, man, come up with the craziest fucking fighting moves, man. If you play Dynasty Warriors, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, man.
Well, I played Dynasty Warriors.
I was just gonna say it could be a Dynasty Warriors game. You can make it a Dynasty Warriors game, but just let it have the Wario World moveset. Because our Wario did in Wario World games was do wrestling moves and beat people up.
Dude, that'd be sweet.
Yes,
especially in Wario World on the GameCube. I mean, that game was all
everywhere.
The one character I'd be interested in seeing in this, now that we're talking about this, I'd be interested in seeing in this setup is Waluigi, because we don't see anything happen with him.
They probably definitely would. They would probably have the same kind of roster the way Hyrule Warriors was from the offset. They had like 9 or 10 characters playable. Waluigi will definitely be in there. I mean, they have so much potential to do like a lot of their IPs and make them into a Warriors franchise, man. I guarantee you.
Birdo DLC.
The old Birdo.
Fire Emblem is definitely the next one I would want to see.
Well, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I mean, people want to see Fire Emblem, but I guarantee you, every time when I bring that up and tell people like I would love to see a Mario fucking Warriors, like, dude, you're fucking retarded. That won't work. I'm like,
can you imagine Luigi's special? Can you imagine Luigi's special attack? He just literally drives by.
Okay, I'll finish with this.
He drives by and does a death stare.
Put it this way: if they could put if they could put fucking Tingle in Hyrule Warriors as a playable character, they could fucking definitely do Mario Warriors, man, easily.
Oh, you're right about that.
Dude, there you go.
Tingle's creepy ass.
Yep.
35-year-old man who dresses like a kid.
Fucking work.
Not as creepy as Villager.
Yeah.
No.
You know what? No. Stop. You just said something that just fucking made me think. Animal Crossing Warriors.
That could work, man. I wouldn't mind walking around as fucking, what's his name there, that freaking mayor bitch ass motherfucker, and just sitting there going around and
Tortimer?
Or no. What's that guy that pops his head out all the time? I forget what his name is. Nook. I think his name is
Tom
Nook.
Nook.
How cool would it be? Yeah, how cool would it be to be able to walk around as Tom Nook, and one of his like Moso moves or something like that was like he fucking like has like a fucking eviction notice or something like that. He just like throws it down and they all blow up.
You know he's a Tanuki, right? So, in Japanese
that's
culture,
what I'm saying.
Tanukis hit people with their crutch,
so
right?
Much fucking potential they can do. Think about it, man. It makes sense. It could be balls to the walls.
Literally, balls to the wall. He would hit dude with his crutch.
Red Fox would have fucking Tom Nook walk around dick slapping people.
That's what they do in Japanese culture. Like, okay, in Japanese culture, everyone thinks Mario is hitting dudes with his tail when he's wearing that thing. No, he ain't. No, he ain't wearing his tail. He's hitting dudes with his. Yeah. Mario's more gangster than anyone's ever known, and everyone just thinks he's kidding.
Motherfucker in a Tanuki suit smacking people with his dick.
Yep.
It can work. I'm telling you, man. They can literally take any fucking IP that Nintendo has done, with the exception of like the casual stuff like Wii Music. You're not gonna see a Wii Music fucking Warriors. That would be stupid.
That would be weird as hell.
That would be weird as fuck. I don't think I want to walk around with a fucking trumpet in my hand and fucking smack.
They could do the strangest thing and do Me Warriors.
Yeah.
That'd be even better.
Yeah.
Your own me.
And there could be like a multiplayer mode. There could be a multiplayer mode where it's like connected to Miiverse and shit. So if you happen to be like, once you connect to the multiplayer world or something like that, it could be a hub where you see all these Miiverse things. You can challenge people and whatnot, dude. And like,
if they did something like that, they would have to do customizable movesets for the characters, which I'm pretty sure they could.
They've already done it.
They've already done it. Yeah.
I mean, they got a template in Smash.
Yeah, they can do it.
You know, there's stuff that's been that Nintendo has implemented in the past since the advent of Wii that I'm wondering why they haven't followed up on, because all that shit was really fucking cool. Like, so they made a sequel to Nights, right? And Nights tied directly into the Weather Channel. So whatever was happening in weather in your area, it was what was happening in the game. So if it was nighttime in the real world, it was nighttime in the game. If it was raining outside for real for you, it was raining for real outside in the game. And why when stuff like that happen, like those kind of APIs and stuff that they had for that, like they should have brought all that stuff over to the Wii U.
I agree.
Why aren't there more games?
Can you imagine a Nights game linked with the Panorama View app?
Yeah, or just put more Mii's in games. Like, Mii should be in more games. Like, the Mii should just not be an avatar for my user account. Like, I understand, and that's all it is now on the Wii U.
I understand what you're saying, Shadow, but I think I know the reason why none of this is happening. With the Wii, they had a system that was incredibly successful, and they really did not have to do much to make it that way. They could afford to have some of their studios do whimsical things. But right now, the Wii U is not in that state. So basically, they have to focus all their energy on making games.
Well, I agree. But I'm sorry, Wii Warriors has to happen. It has to.
You're absolutely right. It does have to happen. I'm just telling you.
All I'm saying is, though, that when it's all said and done, man, I mean, there's so many fucking games and different types of styles that people can fucking utilize, man. If they just took the fucking time and effort, man, to fucking make it, dude. That gamepad is so fucking underrated, dude. It really is.
I'm shocked that like everybody else has said at one point or another. Why are there no MMOs coming to the damn Wii U? Because the gamepad is perfect.
Not even just MMOs, but RTSs as well.
RTS.
There's only one RTS that's ever graced the Wii U market, but it's only available in Japan only. They'll never pour it over here, dude, which really fucking pisses me the fuck off.
I mean, why don't we have any like aside from Xenoblade Chronicles? Why aren't we getting like no major JRPGs on the system?
Because Square Enix pretty much basically goes tell fucking Nintendo to go fuck themselves, man.
Okay, but there's Namco Bandai.
There's also Atlas.
Yeah, they might be brewing up something. Who knows? They might got something brewing. We just don't know yet. You know how Nintendo is. They're very secretive with their fucking reveals, man.
I want a Tales game.
That's the thing that I hate and I love about Nintendo. I hate it at the same time because it pisses me off because I get anxious, but at the same time is that it pays off for me in the long run when they do announce amazing shit. So that's why I'm looking forward to E3 or even before. Right now, there's a rumor right now that Nintendo is going to be doing a Nintendo Direct later on this month.
Well, I'm glad. If they are, I'll be happy. That's more information.
I think it's going to be. Yeah, I'm hoping that they do because I'd like to see more shit. I mean, I would love to see a first glimpse at Star Fox, man. Have the release date be done in like August. That'd be fucking amazing.
I just hope it's not. Hey, DLC the review. Hey, look at all this DLC we're bringing. I don't want it to be like that.
No. I do think though after the second wave of Mario Kart 8 DLC, I think they might do another one, only to keep the game relevant for the entire generation. I think because they can do a lot more with that, man. And for that price, you can't fucking
battle mode.
Dude, look, yeah, no, I agree. If Nintendo ever actually fucking gave us a proper battle mode,
that's endless replay value for that game.
Oh god!
There you go, right there. Battle mode.
I will never race again in Mario Kart. I'll only ever play that mode, man. Yo, that
To be
mode's
fair,
addicting as fuck.
I feel that I've already got my 60 worth off that game anyway, though.
Oh, yeah.
Especially compared to the competition.
See, I need to get my hands on High Rewards again because like fucking I sunk almost close to like 180 hours in that game without even touching a bit of the DLC. That was before the DLC even fucking came out. So I'm ready to go back to that game now with all that DLC now because the new one's coming out this Thursday. Fuck, it's pissing me off. I want to get back into it again.
The only game that I spent that much time on this generation, other than Mario Kart, is Killer Instinct, and that's because I've had it since launch.
Yeah.
That's also because you're a Killer Instinct fiend, man. We know that.
Yes.
Well, you know that very well, yeah. But I mean, I don't know. Every game that I've been playing so far that Nintendo has released, man, like who would put 80 hours into Captain Toad? No one would. I mean, that's a game that only lasts people like on average 20 hours to complete it 100%, and that's it. Not even that. And I put 80 hours in that sumbitch.
Well, it's really good.
Get your $40 worth.
Oh yeah, and I'm not even done with it too as well because when the fucking Totem Evil comes out, I want to find that little bitch and I want to start fucking getting those little fucking goddamn little hooker. Fuck him.
Damn, Bear, you so mean to Toad.
Look, I have a lot of love for that character, man. He's my bitch, and he always will be my bitch. But he's a good bitch, not a negative bitch.
Nah, I think you're hating on Toad. Toad was a retainer. He always kept you away from Peach.
Yo, you see, maybe that could very well be a grudge why I have a thing against Toad. But no, look, Captain Toad is so fucking adorable. I don't know how the fuck why Nintendo everybody shits on Toad. He's so fucking adorable, man. And I'll tell you this right now, again. Hashtag hatless Toad. There you go.
It's because it's Toad. That's all it is. Just because it's Toad.
Or as MrRedFox would say, he looks like a fucking penis-shaped head without his fucking little mushroom.
That's everybody says that.
Look,
fuck that, dude. If you think that's what a penis looks like, dude, you're gonna get yourself checked out. I'm sorry, man, but that's just fucked up.
This is why Toad is cool. Okay, Toad is cool for one very simple reason. Okay, unlike every other character in the Mario universe who has some form of attack, Toad is just. He's got nothing. I mean, we've got hints of him having a weapon. Like in Mario RPG, one of them's like, "Oh, they stole my wallet. If I only had my bazooka, I could have taken care of him." But generally, they got nothing.
You know what Toad's main weapon is?
In Mario 2, he was whipping ass with them vegetables, though.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly. Here is
that was a dream.
Why Toad doesn't need a weapon. I'll tell you why. I have it perfectly all planned out. This is the reason why Toad does not have a weapon, man. It's because the thing is, when an enemy looks at Toad, they just can't resist his cuteness, man. That's his weapon. His weapon is his cuteness factor, dude.
So you're saying he's like the cat from Shrek?
Yeah, exactly. You look at Toad, and you cannot look at them just like
Antonio Banderas.
You gotta think about it, though. Yeah. The way Bear is putting it together, it does kind of make sense as to why Bowser had so many of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, think about it, dude. Why do you think Bowser doesn't fuck with Toad, man? Because he's too fucking cute. Bowser would feel bad because when Bowser looks at Toad, he's just like, "God damn, I want to punch
Does
him."
Bowser? But I mean, this is the guy who destroyed the entire Mario Galaxy. In Mario Galaxy,
he doesn't give a shit.
I'm pretty sure that hurt the Toad.
But it's indirectly. It's not him getting his fist to it.
As a whole, it's one thing, but indirectly, he would never touch him, man. Because like Bowser just sits there and he looks at Toad, he's like, "I want to fucking just rip your head off and eat you, but I can't. You're too fucking cute."
I thought you were going to say something else you wanted to do those Toads when you started.
You guys want to see how fucking boss Bowser really fucking is?
Oh, man.
The only time I've seen a Bowser be boss is when I played Bowser's Inside Story, where he finally defeated Fawful.
Look at that screenshot that I just posted on my ass, and you'll see what I mean. Bowser is a fucking pimp sitting on his throne like that, dude. I'm sorry. That is amazing. That is fucking awesome. Just the way he fucking looks sitting on that throne.
But he's so fat he can't even cross his legs. He's just like, "This is the best I can do." Shit.
Oh my god, finally, thank you, YouTube. After fucking 8 hours of fucking trying to process my video, you're finally done with it? Fuck you, YouTube. You suck.
Well, at least you're not fucked like I am, because I swore I made this video public, and apparently it's private, because I've been going between 1 and 3 viewers this entire time.
Yeah, I noticed that too as well. Like, how come your video's not showing up in your channel? What the fuck? And then I found an indirect link, and then I realized it was private. Or unlisted.
I uploaded it from YouTube and made it public.
Yeah.
So it probably won't let me make it public again until it's done processing.
Until it says completely done.
Yeah, until it's completely
That's just wonderful. So there went all the questions that were going to be asked, but thank you, Francis, for actually asking questions. He's at work right
that
now.
happens to me sometimes, but I make mine through Google and not YouTube. But then I got to make it public.
The only problem I have with that is when I try to make them through Google and they work or whatever. Hey, there goes my dinner. But whenever I try to make them public, everybody comes into the Hangout, and then I notice I don't have the go live button.
So then we all gotta migrate.
Yep. So lately I've been doing it just from YouTube to make
just
sure.
Do it through YouTube. Well, I mean, do what you gotta do, man. Do what you gotta do.
Do it through the tube, man. Do it through the
tube.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why this is a ShadowCast.
It sounded so dirty, but that was not the intention.
You're lying to yourself, GVGIN. You're lying to yourself, buddy.
Oh, here at Gamers at Large, we do not condone this type of illicit activity. However, we will continue
to do it through the tube.
The thing is, man, see, if I wasn't in this podcast, man, you guys wouldn't be doing the things that fucking you guys are doing, man.
Oh man,
we probably wouldn't, to be truthful.
No, we're having fun, dude. That's why Gamers at Large exists, to have fun.
Yeah, we would be having fun, but we probably wouldn't say some of the things we have said because you are usually the inspiration.
You're goddamn right, I am, dude. Even Zed himself is even always, when I first met him, he would always ask me, he's like, dude, the shit that comes out of your fucking mouth, man, what the fuck, dude? I'm like, I know, yeah, even sometimes I question it myself, and even I don't even fucking know the answer. Do I care? No.
It's a reflex.
It is a reflex, yeah. I don't know if it's like a comedic effect or something like that. I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude, but whatever. It's fucked up, man. It's weird. I can't explain it. But I will say this, though, man. I'm very close to hitting my 1,000 mark now. I'm at like 992 for subs. The minute I hit a fucking 1,000 subs, man, I'm shaving off my fucking beard.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah, the only thing I'm not looking forward to is the fact that I got to use a fucking one-blade big bullshit fucking goddamn fucking shaving thing, man.
Oh, you're gonna look weird, dude.
No, believe me. My mom always bitches at me for fucking when I don't shave it off. Like the last time she saw me, she fucking screamed at me. She said, "You gotta shave it off. You look like a hobo." And I'm like, "Thank you, mom. Appreciate that." But no, honestly, like when you see me on camera, dude, like I look like I'm homeless, living in a home. It doesn't make any sense. It's fucking weird. I can't explain it. But like I was thinking about like shaving off like the beard, like the mustache above my lip, and then I'll look Amish.
You gotta be king of the Slavs, man. You gotta be king of the Slavs.
I shaved my entire. I lost a bet when I was working on the hill, and I shaved off all my facial hair and my mustache. And I swear people were carding me when I went to bars, like you're too young to be in here. I'm like, I'm old enough to be in here.
You have a young face.
You look like, well, without the beard and the mustache, I look like I'm still in high school, except fatter.
See, that's the beauty of it, man. See, that's why I like being fucking who I am. I like being a heavyset guy, man, because I feel that if I slim myself down to make myself look like a fucking like those skinny guys that proclaim to be like good looking, I think that would like ruin my persona. I think in a way, man. Because I mean, honestly, like people always ask me.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being prideful in how you look. I'm just fucking with you.
No, I'll be frank with you. I liked being thin and trim in high school and college. Damn it.
I appreciate you saying what you're saying, but yeah, don't come on to me, boy. But anyways, what I'm saying is that when it's all said and done, man, I mean, I think part of my persona is because of that. Because a lot of people always ask me, like, why do you make fun of yourself? I'm like, look, the way I look at it is, man, is that if I make fun of myself, it prevents people from doing it for me, if that makes sense. I know that sounds really fucking weird, but
it's basically taking the power out of the other person's hand.
Well, because think about it. What pisses somebody off the most is when somebody walks up to you and calls, and like in my terms, people have come up to me before and said, dude, why are you so fat? I'm like, I've been asking that question myself for a long time. The bully gets so fucking pissed off because his insult backfired on his ass, so he gets mad, so he starts throwing more shit. I mean, I'll just play along with him, whatever you want to call it. That's the best way to screw over a bully that's trying to piss you off, dude. It works every time.
Dude? I started using mama jokes. I'm like, they're like,
dude, who the fuck?
Mama wasn't saying that to me last night, son.
That shit's fucking old school, dude. Nobody uses like your mama.
There's people that still do.
That's like old fucking school, man.
With regard to some, I'll just give you a taste of some of the crap that I have to deal with right now. So I'm looking at my Twitter feed right now, and this dude said, Give me a source that says the Wii U games are over 720p due to the additional 480p on the gamepad screens. And
if
I
it's
just
running
told him, I
two
said,
screens,
I just said, dude, you have no idea. You have no idea what you're talking about by even questioning that. How do you think the gamepad gets images? And he's like, you can stream whatever is in your TV to the gamepad, but what makes you think it requires a lot of GPU power or even CPU? Like, what? This is what I'm dealing with, man.
Yeah, but it's streaming both of those things at the same time to two
Exactly.
locations.
And that's what I told him. I said the Wii U GPU is drawing those pixels as an additional in-game display, which requires more pixels per frame. And he said, no, it's not. The Wii U outputs 720p on screen. It doesn't matter about the gamepad. the TV
he sounds like an idiot.
But he's also wrong. It outputs up to 1080p depending on the game.
Yeah.
Smash Brothers runs in 1080p.
1080p, 60 frames a second.
Yep.
And then 480p, 60 frames a second
with,
on gamepad.
With 8 people playing
it at once
at the same time.
While streaming another display to the game.
While streaming to another display to the game. Yeah.
So this is his reply. He said the Wii U still outputs sub HD 720p games on the TV screen. It doesn't matter about the 480p on gamepad.
First of all, he's an idiot.
I'm asking you about the TV.
Anything at 720
is HD.
1080p is more HD.
That's him fucking up his comment. I think he was trying to say that the 720p games from last generation, the Wii U couldn't run, was running in sub HD. I guess the way he was trying to say.
Well, that's also a problem.
For sub HD, they weren't 720p in 7th generation, but
it's also a problem with the developers that are putting the developers that had put games on the Wii U.
Yeah, they do the bare minimum.
They did what they needed to do to get the games to run, not to make them run super well, not to make them run the best that they could.
Just the bare minimum. Yeah.
Even with Deus Ex Human Revolution as apparent, and I love that game, but it is awfully apparent that they did not put all the work they could have into that game.
No,
clearly.
No, and that's the thing, that kind of sucks being a Nintendo gamer when it comes to third parties. Is like, it's like you get a game, you're like, man, I don't know, this game might be a piece of shit. you don't know. It's a roll of the dice.
Game's trying to make me jealous back there, playing that Killer
Instinct.
I'm like so nowhere near my Xbox One right now. That sucks.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, whenever you up, man.
I gotta get revenge, man, because y'all be tuning me up in Smash Brothers, so I gotta get revenge and kill him.
you're like, okay, you beat me in Smash Land, but come on down to Killer Instinct Land. I got something for you.
Yeah, I got something for you in the Killer
Instinct. Like, oh, you rule that Smash, but I got that KI, man.
I got something for you. I got something for you. You know.
Anything with a joystick, we can rock. We can play Street Fighter. Well, I don't know. I don't play Guilty Gear though. I can't even see what's going on in Guilty Gear. I get lost.
Really?
Guilty Gear is like the 2D. Guilty Gear is what Dragon Ball Z should have been as a fighting game. That's what I feel like.
No. The closest we've gotten to a really good Dragon Ball Z game, in my opinion, was Budokai. Like everything
Budokai
after
1 or Budokai 2?
Budokai 3.
3? Okay.
Yeah, 3. The only reason I'm going to say that is because Budokai 3 still felt like a fighting game, but you couldn't spam like Kai attacks. You had to actually know combos and fight people. And yeah, it was a little bit dial a combo, but hell, it's a fighting game. That's part of the experience.
Oh, okay. I want to say something real quick, man. Fucking, you know what I really wish that I'm really glad that Nintendo is embracing more of, man, is the whole user-generated content stuff with like Mario Maker coming out with fucking Pushmo along with Mario Tipping Stars. I would fucking
wait. Isn't Pushmo a new IP?
Yes, it is.
Pushmo
on hardware.
Yeah, it's intelligent systems.
And it's
moving
to
that game. That game is fucking awesome.
Moving to the Wii U and all the community stuff works together between both.
Yep, both.
Well, here's the shocking thing. Nintendo, but here's the thing. Nintendo doesn't make new IPs. The last new one they made was Pikmin.
Apparently.
Did not mention in the ocean earlier this podcast.
Yeah, you did.
But anyways, here's my
And
point.
Splatoon doesn't exist, but go ahead, Barry.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say-
Nobody cares about Splatoon. No one.
Fuck
I
those
mean,
jackasses that don't care about Splatoon. Man. They can go fist themselves. But anyways, the thing is, user-generated content, at least to me, I'm so glad to see that Nintendo is embracing that because I would love to see more games utilize that. How fucking awesome, how sweet and sexy would it be, man, if Splatoon actually had a level editor, man?
I have a
Basic
feeling
level
it
editor,
will.
but at least you can actually fucking
Yeah, it probably
figure out
will.
I have a
stages, man.
feeling it will.
I mean, that would be amazing if they actually.
I have a better idea.
This is. Go ahead, Red. Go ahead.
Now, here's my better idea. What if in the Legend of Zelda Wii U, you could make your own dungeon and share it with people?
Fuck.
Why are you steal my idea, man? Why? No, because I was about to say something.
Because it seems the way I look at it is this, man. 'Cause the reason why I bring it up is because I mean I've noticed that there's like pretty much back to I don't think there's any games outside maybe from a couple indie ones that dropped on the PS4 and Xbox One that has any form of user-generated content. So I feel that
it's not a whole lot.
Yeah, so
Well,
if
there's
Nintendo can
always
really embrace that, if
Little
Nintendo
Big
can,
Planet.
well, yeah, whatever.
And Master Chief Collection.
But I will say this though, if Nintendo can really, really put a big emphasis on that and really push that fucking like that whole entire user-generated content aspect, 'cause they mentioned that too as well during the briefing. So I think we're going to start seeing a lot more games that Nintendo is actually going to bring out that will actually have some form of level editor or something that you can use or do to share fucking like user content. Maybe for all we know, I mean, how sweet would it be to come up with like say in Xenoblade or something like that. I had like obviously I know Xenoblade is like I do, but just for this example, have it so like you can design your own clothes for your fucking for your character or something like that. You can
no. See,
What about this? To hell with clothes, dolls. You could share dolls.
Like you can design your own dolls, or even if you wanted to get like deep into the game, you could design your own missions.
Yep.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, dude, man. If Nintendo can embrace that, dude, that's gonna be fucking sweet.
But that's the thing I've been thinking since we've got the announcement with Devil's Third with the building your own base.
Yeah.
It looked cool,
Like
but
Nintendo has been like they first started off this generation with the social kit, and then they jumped right to the creation aspect of like where you allow people to put their own stuff, and that's just basically.
I have one better for you guys. Here you go. I have one better for you guys, and maybe you might be able to see where I'm coming from here, ShadowFox. But imagine if Nintendo came out, let's say at E3, and they decide to make a standalone client which you can download for free off the eShop that allows you to create your own Mario Kart 8 tracks.
I would.
Sounds great.
I would.
You can save your tracks to your hard drive if you want, whatever the case may be, and then there you go. You have your fucking custom-made tracks. With people and whatnot.
Gosh, dude, I'm speaking.
How sweet would that be? How sweet would that fucking be, right?
I have always wanted.
Here's the thing: one, it would keep Mario Kart 8 relevant for the entire generation. Fucking, you know what I mean? Like they can still come out with like characters if they want to, or even Nintendo tracks, that kind of shit like that. But if they had an application that allows you to create your own Mario Kart tracks, you can maybe the client won't be free. Maybe you can pay like $5 or $10 or something like that to get it. But everything that you get, you get everything. You can make your own tracks. You can make your own battle tracks if you want to. People can bring back the old school fucking whatever you want to call it, man, if they really wanted to. Like goddamn, that would be fucking amazing. There's so much potential to do with that, man. All because of that fucking gamepad screen.
They could just sell it as part of the regular DLC. They could do it that way too.
Yeah, they can do it that way too as well. Yeah, if you buy the season pass, you get access fucking for free. That application allows you to make your own tracks. You can just buy the actual track editor you want individually, or you can buy the season.
Or even better, they make a Mario Kart app.
Oh yes.
For your smartphone.
You could track races, create tournaments. You can make tracks on there and send them to your gamepad. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, you see what I'm saying, man? That's what I'm talking about.
People forget though, Nintendo was on this user-generated content kickback with Excite Bike on the NES.
Yeah.
And also with F-Zero X, even though
that's the thing.
That didn't come here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was N64 DD.
Yeah, every time I try to get one of those, they're so damn expensive.
But I forget which F-Zero on Game Boy Advance allowed it to be done.
GP?
I know it was one. Yeah, I think it was that one. Where you could do custom tracks and it lets you save up to like 20 of them, and then after that you got the passwords that you could give out. I was like, what? Seriously? Nintendo was doing that and nobody paid attention to it. They've been experimenting with it. They've been I think this is where they're prepared to actually go fully head on into the user-generated content direction.
That's what I want to see more of. And if they're going to put a big emphasis on that, I'm all for it, because that's going to lead to endless replay value for a lot of their fucking games, man.
It's literally just a form of mods that they allow you to do. That's all it is.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I played some. I mean, because I'm planning on doing a video series on my YouTube channel, anyways, for fucking Tipping Stars, where I show off like my top 5 favorite stages. I already got 2 already on lockdown, and I mean, somebody, believe it or not, actually created a fucking Flappy Bird wannabe map for Tipping Stars, and the way they designed it was fucking genius. The way they designed it. And it fucking worked. It fucking worked. Oh, I can also confirm too as well that the 3DS, or if you buy the 3DS version and you get the Wii U code or the 3DS code, whatever we want to call it, it is not locked to your actual Nintendo Network ID. You can give it away if you want to.
Well, I kind of figured
I already gave my code away, and I verified that the guy, used it and it worked fine for him. So it is not linked to your ID account. You can use it free willingly if you want to.
So here's the thing I was thinking about, and it was more like, God damn, this has become the Nintendo podcast. But anyway, this is like some of the ideas I'm thinking, like, I'm thinking about just other ideas, man. Like the first game to use 2 gamepads could be like an Advance Wars game or something. Like, and everybody have like the app or whatever, and
Bear, that's
gamepad.
What ShadowFox is bringing up. Wasn't the gamepad SKUs on that list of?
Yeah. That's the thing on that.
I didn't even think about that.
ShadowFox that I saw where like that Sims game was on. The guy printed out there back on the 6th. There was a black and a white gamepad fucking SKU under there, man.
Yeah, you could freaking you can have buy an additional gamepad, or somebody could bring their gamepad over and they update the firmware where you can just resync gamepads or what have you. And or you sign in with your Nintendo ID on either one of them, and then y'all could go on, you can download it on the eShop or whatever, and you play it or whatever, or you can go to anybody's house that has an app. You sign in as you on the eShop or whatever, and then y'all go ahead and battle against each other right there, or you battle each other over the internet or whatever.
Hey, Shadow, there's an additional step that can be taken here. There's an additional step with the 3DSs.
Well, that too.
I mean, the new 3DS is basically the gamepad in the mobile form.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
So you can move. You just push it to the new 3DS.
If just theoretically, 2 gamepads and 2 3DSs or two 3DS family models, you could do a lot. And that's for people who have their own personal individual screens.
If that thing has an 802.11 AC radio in it, then that is probably
the new model does. As far as
and it's got NFC too. So
Well, I have a question. A caveat. Not an Advance Wars, but a Battalion Wars with 4.
Yeah.
With four players. That would be awesome.
You could do that, and then all the action would be on the main screen on the TV, and then everybody's looking at all their individual units on the gamepad or whatever.
Yeah, so when you switch over to that dude, it's like, I'm in a jet now, I'm shooting this guy's stuff up, And
anybody walking in the room could see all the chaos and be like, wow, that's crazy.
Oh, dude.
Whatever. And it,
many
people want to play.
4 armies battling on the main screen.
Yep.
I mean, and that could be anything. That could be a Monopoly game. That could be Uno. That could be, you get what I'm saying? Like all that stupid shit that ended up being ported to Xbox Live last generation. Where the fuck is it?
You know what would be my ultimate fantasy with that one though? Would be a ogre battle game.
Oh God! Don't say it. Don't no.
Ogre battle.
No.
Yes.
Ogre battle.
I love that game. I love that game.
I love Ogre Battle 64.
I love Ogre Battle 64. Oh.
And if they could do one that's just like that with better graphics, just like that, how that played.
Yeah.
And two people on gamepads and 2 people on 3DSs. And y'all just have a massive world war where you're conquering areas and trying to get closer and take each other's armies out. Oh, I would love that.
As multiplayer, that would be awesome.
I would die.
I just want WoW or the Old Republic on Wii U. I just want one of them to be on there. But I mean, they have.
Old Republic would. I think Old Republic would fit better.
Honestly. It would.
I think that'll be perfect.
Even though I don't like the fact that the Old Republic is after Knights of the Old Republic, because they could have done so much more shit with that. But that's another story for another time.
Yeah.
They could have done more with it.
It's Phantasy Star Online 2. Where is it? Hell, where's the regular Phantasy Star? Where's
they have Phantasy Star 2. They just Sega won't localize it, so it's only on PC and PS3 and PS3 in Japan and Vita, because that's a wonderful.
Vita's killing it.
That thing
is selling okay in Japan though.
Japan is the only place where it's selling okay.
Yeah. This is true.
It's dead everywhere else. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. It's not dead. It's just having a rough patch against mobile.
That's messed up.
As Fergal Gara likes to say.
For several years.
For several years, yeah.
While the 3DS is fine.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, it might not be doing DS numbers, but damn, the 3DS is doing all right. It's doing all right. As Buckwheat said on Saturday Night Live, it's okay.
It's okay.
Yep, it's okay.
This dude said, what was that? Patner said that the Wii U isn't going to do more than 20 million units.
Yeah.
I really don't get it.
And it's almost at 10 million now.
You know what? I don't. At this point, as much money as Nintendo is friggin' making off of the amiibos and their software, they'll be fine.
I could care less if they. Honestly,
they're probably gonna hit 50, and this is when it's gonna happen. They're gonna fuck around and drop the price to either $150 or $99, and
I don't think
that's when 10 million gonna be sold in 1 year.
I don't think they'll go that low. I think they'll do 200.
I say they'll probably do. Yeah, I was about to say MrRedFox. They'll probably do
200.
200.
And then
if they get a price up this year, it'll probably be 200.
And most people still say it's too expensive.
Too expensive. And then on their website, that bitch will be dropped to $125. I bet you.
Yeah. No, I don't think they'll do it this year. I think by next year they will have gotten the price of manufacturing the Wii U down to the point where they're going to do a major price cut. It'll be down to $200. They'll still be making a profit off of it. And I think they'll be like, we got the games, we got the price. Come on, then, bring it.
I can tell you right now, that GPU is at 45 nanometers, and when I looked at the die shot today, there's a shitload of space that can be saved on it. They can crush that shit all the way down. I don't know. Have y'all seen what the new MacBook looks like?
It's thin, isn't it? Like really, really thin.
They took the MacBook, the original old school plastic MacBook. They took that whole PCB and they shrunk it to like a fourth of the size. Because all the space that was in between all the transitions and shit, they got rid of all that, and they made it all just tiny.
Oh,
they got rid of a fan. It doesn't even have a fan.
Well, I don't know about
all they need to do to the Wii CPU and GPU, which they will probably do at some point anyway, because all console processors have a fabrication process reduction at some point.
They probably
all they need to do is reduce the nanometers. Once they reduce the nanometers, then they reduce the pathways for data to travel. So from there, all they literally need to do is cut out the extra silicon.
And they could do it because it's a shitload of space from what I was looking at.
Yeah,
and a shitload of open space.
Basically, the smallest console is going to have a slim version eventually.
Yeah, well, what I was about to say was that what I've noticed about Nintendo is that since the GameCube, they've been trying to get the amount of power they need to make their games to their console down. So that I think even back in the GameCube days, they were going to try and unify, like get what they could do on their console down to what they could do on a handheld.
Well, it was pretty close anyway.
They have been talking about doing that, so.
Yeah, I mean, they said, because I remember something Iwata said, like, we're getting, like, we're like, the power that we need in order to generate these type of results is getting lower. And I'm like, why would he say that in a meeting like this? And then I was like, wait a second. If that fusion thing is correct and they can put these types of graphics in a handheld or in something that's small enough to be able to use both as a handheld and as part of the console, oh snap, that'd be like the best thing ever for Nintendo.
Well, that's why I said it in that video when I did my impressions of the new 3DS model. It is the gap bridger between the 3DS and the Wii U.
Yeah.
GameCube consumed
Actually, the gap
23
bridger.
watts.
Actually, the gap bridger came before even the 3D. The gap bridger came even before the 3DS. The new 3DS.
It's the Game Boy Advance and the GameCube.
No, I'm not going that far back. I'm more talking about
the DS.
in terms of the Wii, in terms of the Wii U, in terms of the Wii U and the 3DS connectivity. That was already there with the Circle Pad and Circle Pad Pro.
Yeah.
What it did was implement the Circle Pad Pro and the extra 2 buttons into a new handheld.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the
Every time you think Nintendo's one step ahead, they're usually 10.
Generally.
Damn. Well, then I only got a crumb, and they're like, they got the whole cake in front of me. But anyway, no, I remember he said that. I'm like, that makes no sense. Why would anyone mention this in a financial meeting? But then I was like, wait a second. If they're trying to get the amount of energy they need to that motherboard, to that chip, in order to get it to get the results they want, then that makes perfect sense. Because I didn't think they could do it, but apparently they'll be able to.
Yeah, they somehow got the Wii U to consume less power while it's being used than Wii and GameCube before it.
Yep.
So like
that's what amazed the hell out of me when I remember reading that too. I was like, hold up, it uses less power than the Wii did?
And less power, but more powerful.
In some cases, the Wii U runs a game and draws less power than the Kinect does on the Xbox One.
God damn. Well, we
I'm serious.
I'm serious. They're sacrificing virgins and killing fairies and stuffing them in that little box. That's what's powering that thing. The tears of unicorns are powering that system.
I mean, you're talking about anywhere between maybe you're talking about anywhere between 12 and maybe 25 watts when you're running the game. And that's assuming that it's a downloadable title or whatever. If you use a disc, you're obviously going to use more energy.
Use a little bit more, but still.
If you're running a downloadable title,
yeah,
and you're playing a game like 14 watts or something like that, the Xbox Kinect by itself draws close to 15 by itself.
God damn.
So and we're not even going to talk about the power supply for that thing, for the console.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah. So
I'd say Microsoft and Sony's machines generally are less energy efficient, and Nintendo's is way more. It was just like, god damn.
Yeah, and I mean, because we heard like every single generation since the GameCube, they're always saying we're trying to get the amount of power we need for this console down. And at first I thought it was just for the Japanese market, because like they get charged by the watt in Japan. It's not like a block thing. Everything is really expensive. And I was like, wait a second, if they're trying to fuse their two consoles together, that makes sense. That they're trying to, because, I mean, if they can get those types of graphics on a handheld, that's going to kick every other mobile thing in the ass. I'm sorry.
The concept is quite simple. I mean, the idea of making something energy efficient is to waste as little electricity and heat dissipation as possible. How Nintendo got it down to that level is beyond me, but based on the amount of tests they said they went through just for cooling and efficiency and things like that, it doesn't surprise me that they've managed to make a system so efficient that it barely gives off any wastage in heat dissipation.
Yeah, so they did that for a better part of a year and some change. That's all they were doing. We're running tests.
I told you, dude. They sacrificed virgins and killed fairies, and the tears of unicorns power the thing. I told you. It's that Nintendium, son. It's that Nintendium.
They made a new alloys.
No, it's been there. Look. We all know how tough the Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, the N64, the GameCube, the Wii. Look,
even the Wii is kind of tough.
Yeah, it's that Nintendo.
The Wii is a brick.
Don't get me with that Game Boy.
This is coming from a person who has had a family member break one. So,
the Wii or the Game Boy?
The Wii. The Wii.
Yeah, the Wii breaks, but it's not.
It breaks. It's not as tough as the older one.
It's Nintendium alloy, not as good as the pure stuff. But you want to see pure Nintendium? You got to get yourself a old-fashioned
Game Boy,
gray brick Game Boy. That is pure Nintendium.
Still have mine. I told you I left it. I left that thing in my backyard for like 2 weeks. It rained and everything, and I came back there and got that thing up out the dirt. Brushed all the dirt off, took it in the house, turned it on, and I was playing Double Dragon.
At Nintendo, I mean, I would like to have been a fly on the wall for those tests. Like some dude's like, well, sir, we plunged it into the deepest part of the ocean, then fished it out again and turned it on, and it didn't work. It didn't work. It's not Yamauchi up there. It's not tough enough.
I almost kind of think you could tie like 3 or 4 of the old Game Boys together and make a mace with them and beat people.
Oh yeah, you could. You could. I still have my old Game Boy. The screen came off. I super glued that SOB back on there, and it still aside from the screen coming off and me super gluing it back on there, the thing still works. They do not make shit like that anymore. You got Apple. You need a new phone every year almost with those people. But Nintendo, that shit stands the test of time.
Well, we know we officially know where Captain America's shield came from.
Yeah,
from Japan.
We'll get it back. Made in Japan by Nintendo.
That's why he hold that shield so close to him. He don't want nobody to know.
He's on the NDA. He's on the NDA protection.
The Nintendos might get my ass if they find out. Goddamn.
Yeah, so
maybe that's why he trained in the dark so much.
Maybe. Yeah, so I got this other comment again, and it's the same one I always get, and it blows my mind. This is from the same individual, by the way. Once the conversation basically went downhill, and there was nothing else he could prove, he went back to the good old statement, and he said, yeah, but the Wii U is weak because look at this link right here. It only has this many shaders and cores, and I'm like, can you verify all that information? Could you please see what they got that from? And if you read it, you'll find out that it actually came from here, and it was a guess, if you will. And
look, that's just stupid. This guy sounds stupid.
Yeah, he tried to say that that PS3 and 360 were ahead of gaming PCs when they first launched it, and I was like, no, not even close.
They weren't.
He was like, yes, they were.
No, the only reason that most PC games don't have those types of specs is because, like, the developer would spec themselves out of the market. Okay, they would spec because most people aren't going to spend over $2,000.
Not to mention the cost of development.
Yeah, I mean, cost of the development, but you hear these developers come up with this bullshit tagline. Well, current consoles are too weak to handle our game. Let me tell you something. No one wants to price themselves out of their market, except for Sony with the PS3. But I digress. Most people, you're not going to make a game that's so powerful that only the highest top shelf PC owners could play it, because that's only like 1% of the 1% of PC gamers have that shit. Most people like have a decent mid-range, either low mid-range, mid-range, or high mid-range. They aren't going to be spending $2,000 on parts, and they aren't going to say, "Ooh, the new Titan came out. Let me go spend how much that shit costs, $400." Yeah.
So here's the logic breakdown, right? So he told me that, and I told him, nah, not even close, bruh. He was like, yes, they were. And I said no, because the Radeon X 1800 launched before the Xbox 360 did, and it was certainly more powerful than anything the Xbox 360 was doing on the GPU side, right? I said they were behind PC from day one. And he's like, no, it didn't, dumbass. It was announced in 2006. And then he shows me a link for the Radeon X 1800 that was the laptop version of the GPU. And once I pointed him out for being wrong for that, he's like, the X1 was October 2005. Like, what, a month before the 360? Yes, before the 360, which makes my statement correct. And, I mean, like, it's like you tell somebody they're wrong, and they're like, no, they're not. Here's this broken link that doesn't prove my point. Then you say, hey, the link doesn't prove your point, and then they're like, oh, well, it was only a month that it was before the 360. So what does that mean? Exactly what I fucking said in the first place before you tried to discredit me. Listen to what the fuck I say. I say it very literally for a reason. Like, what? Oh my god. And what kills me is people go down this road with me as if I didn't already have the information. Why even? I guess people have been spreading this misinformation so long, and they've never been called out on it, that they automatically go into this cycle of bullshit. And then once I hit them with it, they're like, I'm not going to reply anymore. I hit somebody with that. I was in a GameStop, and I heard somebody saying this, and they're like, oh, but, you know, the PS4 and the Xbox One, if the PS4 has the best graphics ever, and like, if you look at these games, they're so much better. And I'm like, no, not really. He's like, no, man, you crazy. It ain't much better, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what game are you talking about? He's like, Watch Dogs. I'm like, are you serious?
Oh, for the hell no.
And he's like,
Watch Dogs looks practically the same on everything.
Watch Dogs looks like boring as hell on everything.
That game looks great at nighttime when there's water on the ground. That's about it. Try playing it during the day, and then you'll see that there's screen tearing down. The colors are bland. There's no global illumination whatsoever, and it just doesn't work. The textures don't even pop out like that. Yes, it is 10. I want to say 1920 by 1800 frames. It looks like it adjusts resolution every other frame or so from what I've played of the PS4 version, but it doesn't look pretty at all. The textures look a little bit sharper than the Wii U version. That's about it, really. And
if you want to play the definitive version of that game, you got to get it on PC and get the hack to fix it.
Yeah, somewhere
Ubisoft nerfed it so that it would be so it would be even across all platforms.
The bad thing is they didn't even remove the code that made the game look like it was supposed to.
Because it was bullshit. They nerfed that game on the PC in order to make the PS4 and Xbox One versions look good.
Hold on. This sounds similar to a situation dealing with a certain game that we talked about a little while ago, Deus Ex.
Oh yeah.
Where that game was nerfed on the Wii U.
Yeah.
To make the 360 and PS3 versions look better.
So we have the press, we have publishers, and we have individuals alike perpetuating this bullshit. So the press perpetuates it, so they perpetuate it. Then GameStop perpetuates it because they don't know what else to say about the games they're selling, right? Then Joe Blow comes in there, and they tell him this bullshit. Then Joe Blow tells all his friends while he's in the store, when he leaves the store, when he comes back to the store.
Yep.
He sees it in the magazine that he reads. He sees it when he goes online. He hears it from the interview from insert PR guy, and he believes it's true. Until I go and pull out a vote meter and I look at the actual votes that are coming out of the Wii U, and I look at the damn CPU itself, then I look at the RAM and see what the cause latency is versus GDDR5, which supposedly is just fast all the way around, and also is less latent, which are two things can never be the same. If you have high frequency, you're going to have high latency. That's a trade-off. There's no way to fix that. But people will deny that.
The higher bandwidth, the lower your latency. I mean, the higher your latency. I mean, it's just that simple.
Yeah, that's just a fact. That's not gonna change. It's not gonna change. The only way that's going to change is if you have pure SRAM and everything, and that means your console costs $1 million. So man, it is what it is.
Oh man.
And yeah, I tell people this stuff. Yeah, I know it gets people lost, and I end up hearing a lot of different things. But I just get upset when I hear that kind of stuff get over and over. Like it never ends. It never ends. I the other day I heard somebody say Nintendo was kitty. I'm like, the fuck? And I told her, I said, I was telling somebody that, you know, because they were trying to decide whether or not they should let their kid watch them play Grand Theft Auto. I'm like, look at the rating on the game. I said, look at the rating on the game. If the rating on the game is mature and there are things that are listed on the back of that game that you don't want them to see in a movie, then you probably shouldn't let them watch you play that game. You probably shouldn't let them play that game in your absence. And they're like, oh, but it's not. I got this other game too. I got this Watch Dogs game. I'm like, there's human trafficking in that game. Are you sure you want your child to come home and tell you, hey, I did some human trafficking jobs in Watch Dogs, or you want him to mention that at school? Like, I mean, come on, man. And this is where, as a
human trafficking.
Parent, yeah, and this is, as a responsible parent, you play a game before you let your child play it.
Yep.
Because and it's not just, oh, I just looked at the rating and passed it off. Because there's a million things hiding in that game that you can find. It's not like a movie. You don't see it all the first time. So unless you play it yourself, you're not gonna know if it's safe for, you know. Like, I knew that Saints Row the Third was more stupid than it was egregious. So I let my child play that. So and even when he does play it, he puts in my code so he can play it on the 360. So I know each and every time that he's about to go play it. That's not to block him from playing it. He can play it. I just want to know when he's going to play it. So if I want to randomly look in there and watch him play it, I can. And that's just called being responsible, man. And come on. These people, they buy their kids Call of Duty, they pat them on the head, and they walk away, and they let the game raise them.
You brought up Call of Duty, and I remember something distinctly from my daughter's school. The kids have this, in their classes, some of them had this thing they do, like star student, like they highlight one kid for the week. And this little boy, he's like a second grader, because I read the thing they had up on the wall. His favorite thing to do was play Call of Duty.
Yeah.
It said play COD, and I was like, play Call of Duty. Wow.
That's horrible.
Second grader,
but these kids are going to grow up in a couple of years, and they're going to be 12, 13, 14, 15 years old, and they're going to sound even worse than some of these random dudes we see, you know, in GameStop or whatever. And that shit blows my mind, man. It's getting real sad. It's getting real sad. And I'm going to be the 30, 40-year-old man telling him to fuck off.
What blows my mind is that there are people. What blows my mind, even because kids are going to be kids. What blows my mind is the fact that grown-ass people find time to go on like this. People who are older than me.
Yeah.
Finding time to go on about this bull crap.
For the same reasons the kids think that same way. They're sheep-minded. They don't do any research on their own, and they listen to word of mouth, and word of mouth is God. I listened to a dude in GameStop tell this dude like 4 lies, and he was like, "Yeah, man, you're right." And I just looked at him.
This is the thing. Whatever. Kids, you can somewhat excuse it because kids ain't fully developed in their critical thinking.
Kids are super impressionable. They want to be like adults. So if they see adults doing these things, they want to do them.
Yeah, but here's the thing: they fall into peer pressure, right? Yep. Because when does it become taboo to play a Mario or a Zelda or a Metroid or whatever? Because then they reach a certain age.
It was taboo to play Pong. Okay, I remember when it was taboo to play Double Dragon. That you're a nerd if you sat in front of a screen. Period. You need to go outside and play football.
I remember too. It's like, get out, stop looking at the TV, go outside and play football. So I mean that's today why I give a shit less about Madden, because if I want to play football, I'll go take my ass outside and play football.
Exactly.
But
it's more fun.
I mean it is more fun. But I mean aside from that, I mean I don't know why these people feel the pressure. Oh my God, I can't be seen enjoying a game that has colors. I need to play a game where I shoot people in the face and I get shot and then I hide behind cover for like 5 seconds and regenerate. Because that's ultra realistic and edgy.
But 9 times out of 10 when you're playing these games are a whole bunch of people standing over you watching you. Nope. So what does it matter? By and large, for the most part. So if you're worried about what other people think that you're playing, then just play it at home.
Yep.
I mean, unless you play on a projector every day on the roof of a hotel building. I mean, I don't know how you play your games. I play mine in my either in my game room or in my living room.
But it's about their peer group. See, it's like people. It's like
so they can talk about the game.
I know people who don't like Battlefield. Like, I was talking with a guy. He got Battlefield 4 when it first came out. I was like, that game, like, before the game came out, I was like, that game's going to be a piece of shit, right? Because that, like, there's no way that game, as big as it is, and as much stuff going on, it's going to be bug-free and playable. No, I'm going to get it because my friends got it. I'm like, but you're going to get it, and you're going to complain about it being a piece of shit. And I swear to God, there are people buying these games, Battlefield, Call of Duty, even Destiny, with games with technical issues, games that they don't even enjoy because their friends play them. I mean, it's kind of like that old, if your friends jump off the bridge, will you join them? Apparently so.
Yeah, a lot of lemmings out there.
Damn it, you took my damn words out my mouth, Shadow.
Well, lemons, I'm sorry.
I was about to say it as soon as I unmuted the mic to say
today, aren't they?
Bunch of damn thought thieves, motherfuckers.
Sorry.
No, it's just you have really good thoughts, and we're basically we're borrowing them without telling you.
Yeah, that's
well,
if I remember correctly, borrowing without telling is stealing, and in the right country, you can get your hands and dick chopped off for that shit.
No, I said with no intention.
But if I didn't physically take it with my hands.
No, the second part only if you rape somebody.
Oh man, damn.
All bad.
I'm sorry. It just felt right to say it, and then I just realized what the fuck I said. I couldn't help it.
Exactly. I was like,
GVG, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, buddy?
The first one worked out really well. The second part, I was like, what?
I got infected with bear huggers mentality for a few seconds there.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? I'm honored. I'm fucking.
Oh, shit.
I'm honored, man. Thank you.
That was funny,
the fuckturdian.
Fuckturdian, man. It's a fuckturdian, bro. I don't even know where the hell I even came up with that word. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I think
no one knows. That's why it's worse.
I think it was a phrase that I started screaming when I was taking a shit one day, and it just popped in my head. I don't know.
That must have been a rough shit. That's all I got to say.
You have no idea.
That must have been a grab the sink and pray to God moment right there.
Put it this way, man. I've never grabbed so hard on a goddamn side of the bathtub in my life.
And you know what? On that note, that's a perfect time to go ahead and end this podcast. Man, give your sign out, man.
What? Sorry?
Give your sign out, man. We need to end it on.
Alright, well, you guys know me all too well. I guess like everybody else here fucking dying of laughter speaking of themselves. I'm your fuckturdian boy, Bear29. And apparently I like to take shit, apparently.
Give me a couple minutes. I gotta catch my breath, damn it. I got tears and shit falling out my eyes.
Oh,
God. Entertaining, guys. Shit.
You're like, it's just a biological function.
Trust me. When I'm done and I look down, it ain't biological.
Oh, dude, shut the fuck up and give me the sign. The podcast is never going to end if you keep
All right. I'll mute myself.
Damn, man, you gonna make us
Oh, man.
fucking kill ourselves from laughing and shit.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your fucking podcast, dude.
You didn't ruin nothing, man.
It's the ShadowCast, whatever, man.
Goddamn.
Oh man, I can barely breathe. Shit.
Fuck it, he'll give you sign out.
Oh fuck.
Enough with the shit.
Double M, give your sign out, buddy.
Huh?
Give your sign out.
Okay, it was this Double M from DGC for Gamers talking a whole bunch of shit, no pun intended.
Here we go.
But yeah, as I always say, play a game, enjoy your games, and just have fun. And I would say ask Bear Ugger what he eats for lunch so you can avoid it.
Sometimes I don't even eat nothing, dude, and it still hurts.
Oh.
Damn, dude, you need to see a doctor.
Come on now. Focus.
Andre, letters. You sign out.
Oh man, I'm like trying not to die over here and shit.
Dude,
I'm not even intentionally saying that word. It's just coming out because I'm.
Now you're never gonna fucking. Now every time you say that word.
Now every time I say it or think about it, I'm just gonna have that pop into my head, and I'm gonna just fucking.
Yeah, that's a shitty image to have in your mind.
You're adding to it, bro.
You are absolutely right. That is a shitty image to have in your
Playing
mind.
that flame.
I don't know, when he said it's not biological, I started thinking biohazard like Resident Evil and shit. Oh, like, oh god.
I said
No,
it's
put it
just a
this way, man.
biological function.
Put it this way. If snakes ever get extinct, not anymore. Let's just say that.
Damn.
But anyways, go ahead.
Just enjoy your damn games, people. I can't fucking.
Go on, GVGINU, wipe that shit out.
Why don't you wipe this shit out too?
Wow.
I think we all lost our shit here.
Someone had an accident in aisle 16.
Hey,
Clean out the
hey. Let's get one.
Bring him up.
Let's get one thing straight. I never missed the fucking toilet. All right. All right. Who's next, Rosa?
You are highly trained.
Oh, I was highly trained. Well, my ass is big enough. I definitely can't miss it.
All right. So
you fucking sign out.
Bear Hugger is the Jedi Master of shit.
Fat Yoda.
Oh shit.
He don't take shit from nobody.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Don't give a shit.
This one.
Oh, I got it, bro.
His perspective is shitty.
Oh man.
Holy crap.
Can we get this over and done with, man? Jeez.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
Well, the end isn't in sight.
I got shit to do.
Rosa, go ahead, dude. Do your sign. God damn it.
Go ahead, Gabe. Shut up.
Go on, Rosa, get this shit out of the way.
I honestly.
Go ahead, guys.
I don't know. You go away. But just buy. Just buy.
Look, after all that crap that happened, he don't know what to say.
Just get the frick out of here. Just
All right, MrRedFox.
Why are you in such a shitty mood, Rosa?
No, man. No.
Okay,
I'll stop.
this is Mr. Red Fox. This was a shitty evening, and I say that in the best way possible. You guys just play your games. Don't play games because your friends like it, or so and so likes it, or so and so gaming XO 37 magazine says the game's awesome. If you enjoy it, play it. Damn it.
Absolutely.
Basically, if that shit don't look good, don't get it.
I'm not even going to comment. I'm not even going to open my mouth on that one.
All right, Zen, go ahead.
Zen's too busy fighting.
Zen is concentrating. He didn't hear shit that we said.
He's got shit to do.
Zen is the only. Zen seems like the only one who has. Zen
Right
seems
now,
like the only one who's got
fighting
shit together.
He got shit on his mind, man. He got shit on his mind.
Oh, I should have not eaten that fucking carrot cake.
Yeah. Oh man.
Zen,
ZenGamer, are you available?
Are you
Hold
there,
on.
Oh,
man?
man, we got
Hold
shit.
on.
Look, man, I got
He's
shit
getting
to
his
do,
butt
man.
Hold on, he's getting his butt whooped.
Shit to do, son.
He's getting his butt whooped. Hold on. Yeah, he's got his butt whooped. Okay.
You should say it like that dude said it. The Killer Instinct reveal.
Thank you for constantly breaking my concentration. That's appreciated.
Well, I mean, if we broke it, then
Man,
that's just
shit
not
was
right.
going down, son. Shit was going down.
literally.
But yeah, I was barely here for this podcast, but I was here kind of in spirit form. So
Just cut the bull. Zen, please cut the bullshit.
Bull cutting. Volume 2.
yeah, so see you later, people.
And he's out.
He's got shit to do, son.
Well, this is ShadowCasts, and if you can't tell, all this shit really don't bother my damn appetite because I'm sitting right now.
Oh wow, I
as we
totally
talk
forgot.
about.
He eating shit while we talking about
realized
shit.
that you were fucking. If I would have known you were eating, I would have never talked about me shitting on a snake earlier, man. Goddamn, I'm sorry. Shit.
No, it don't. Oh no, it don't bother me at all. Shit.
Look,
Anyway.
like, you don't give a fuck.
This is ShadowCast, and ShadowCast are without rules. And
Yeah.
you know,
God
as MrRedFox already said, do you play games to have fun or to impress other people? I don't really give a fuck about anything else. Play your games, enjoy them. That's all I got to say. I'm gonna stop going live, and we probably gonna talk a whole bunch more shit after I press this button. Later.
Shit.
Later, guys.